about this, maybe you didn't, but Trump is trying to keep you in the dark on some of these things while he distracts by renaming the Gulf of Mexico or dreaming about Canada as the 51st state. In just his first couple of weeks in office, Donald Trump has gone on a rampage against working people, signing hundreds of executive orders, rolling the clock back on progress and reinstating harmful and unpopular policies from his first term. He signed many of these executive orders in the middle of the night because he and his administration didn't want people to know about them. So I just want to remind everybody, for all those pictures of Donald Trump signing while everybody looked on and everybody smiles, or Donald Trump holding up an executive order that he signed very proudly, that's not all the executive orders. There were a lot of executive orders that got signed late at night and then just pushed out. Here are some of the executive orders that the American people may not know about and that are right in lockstep with Project 2025. Executive Order, Donald Trump, call for a federal government hiring freeze. Project 2025 proposed implementing a, quote, hiring freeze for career officials, end quote. So Trump does the executive order, exactly what Project 2025 was proposing. Or here's Donald Trump's executive order, quote, I hereby order a freeze on the hiring of federal civilian employees to be applied throughout the executive branch. There it is, Project 2025, Donald Trump's executive order. Another executive order, he withdrew from the Paris Climate Accords. So let's start with Project 2025. It proposed that the, quote, next conservative administration should withdraw the U.S. from the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement, close quote. And here is Donald Trump's executive order, signed late at night. The United States ambassador to the United States shall immediately submit formal written notification of the United States withdrawal from the Paris Agreement under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Project 2025 calls for it. Donald Trump delivers. He paused the implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law, which is fighting the climate crisis and helping cities and towns across America to upgrade their roads and bridges. Project 2025 called to repeal, quote, massive spending bills like the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and Inflation Reduction Act, which establish new programs and are providing hundreds of billions of dollars in subsidies to renewable energy developers, their investors, and special interests, and support the rescinding of all funds not already spent by these programs. In other words, Project 2025 is saying, shut it down, shut it down. Here's Donald Trump's executive order, quote, all agencies shall immediately pause the disbursement of funds appropriated through the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022 or the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So there we are. Project 2025 calls for it. Donald Trump delivers with an executive order. The fact that he cannot legally do that doesn't seem to have slowed him down at all. In fact, Project 2025 talks about repealing those laws. That means you come to Congress, and then Congress votes on it, the House, the Senate, and only if you get majorities in the House and the Senate do you send it over to the President of the United States to sign it into law. Donald Trump isn't doing that. Republicans are in charge of the House. Republicans are in charge of the Senate. But instead of saying we're going to amend the law that has already gone through the process and been signed in, the money has all been appropriated for it, nope. Instead, Donald Trump says, middle of the night executive order, and I'm just going to say stop spending money. That is impoundment, and it is clearly unlawful. He is in violation of the law. Now, on abortion, Trump reinstated, and expanded the global gag rule, a heartless rule that makes women and girls across the world less safe by cutting funding for health centers that may provide abortion. You know, Planned Parenthood gave us an idea of just how bad this is. Here's their quote on this. This is also known as the Mexico City policy. The global gag rule prevents foreign organizations that receive certain U.S. assistance from providing counseling, referring, or advocating for legal abortion in their country, even with their own money and their own resources. The global gag rule blocks healthcare access, disrupts coalitions, and stifles local advocacy efforts, and undermines reproductive rights worldwide. By the way, it is also deeply unpopular with the American people. In fact, here's what Alexis McGill Johnson, who is president and CEO of Planned Parenthood Federation of America, said, quote, "President Trump is kicking off his second term exactly as anticipated, attacking sexual and reproductive health care. The global gag rule not only disrupts the delivery of health services in areas of the world that are most in need, it also rolls back progress in countries that have fought to advance healthcare and human rights. Elected officials should not be interfering in personal medical decisions in this country or anywhere else in the world. We must reverse and end the global gag rule permanently, full stop." But Donald Trump just signed that executive order in the middle of the night, and women, particularly poor women, all around the world will pay the price. And here's more of what Donald Trump did to try to turn back the clock on women's bodies. This one comes from Politico. Quote, "President Donald Trump's campaign trail promise to leave abortion regulation to the states lasted just a few days into his presidency. He issued executive orders that revived some anti-abortion policies from his first administration, including restrictions on federal funding for family planning and other health programs abroad that discuss abortion as an option or provide referrals for the procedure." So the president signed the executive orders hours after addressing the annual anti-abortion March for Life in a pre-recorded video. A 2022 study by the National Academy of Sciences estimated that Trump's anti-abortion restrictions on foreign aid led to 108,000 deaths of women and children in poor countries over the 4 years of his first administration. How does that happen? Well, it's because that executive order from the first time around slashed funding for groups like the nonprofit MSI Reproductive Choices, which operates clinics that provide contraception and testing for sexually transmitted infections with U.S. funds, and it uses separate revenues to fund and provide abortions. MSI said ahead of the policy being reinstated that it wouldn't abide by it. This will lead to the organization losing $14 million in U.S. Agency for International Development funding, and MSI spokesperson said, "The organization estimates the financial loss could result in an additional 2.4 million unintended pregnancies because the organization would have to stop providing contraception in several countries." I am at a complete loss to explain how the United States is better off if more unintended pregnancies happen in poor countries, and how we explain that last time around when Trump did this, it resulted in 108,000 deaths of women and children in poor countries, and that we're headed straight into the same plan again. Another study by Stanford University researchers found that the narrower version of the Mexico City policy that several GOP presidents enacted prior to Trump caused the number of abortions to increase across sub-Saharan Africa because so many women lost access to contraception. Let me say that one again. For everyone who thinks that abortion should not occur, understand the consequence of the Trump executive order, and that is that it increases the number of abortions across sub-Saharan Africa because women lose their access to contraception. Abortion rights advocates have also argued that the policy is overbroad because it imposes restrictions in countries where abortion is legal. One day earlier, in another move that thrilled abortion opponents, Trump issued pardons for roughly 24 people convicted of forcibly entering and blocking access to abortion clinics. In fact, this has been an important part of the Trump executive order stream in this area. The idea that the federal laws that protect women who are walking from where they've parked their car to an abortion clinic, and also a place where they may get contraception, where they may get a mammogram, where they may get other health screenings, not to be interfered with, that they get a chance to walk without having people scream in their faces and spit on them, that has been taken away by the President of the United States. He has said, move in a little closer, bear down harder on those women. And still, the anti-abortion groups that helped Trump win re-election are looking beyond these actions and are pushing for more from the new administration. So, for example, what are they asking for now? Well, they want to look at a ban on telehealth prescriptions and mail delivery of abortion pills. They want to do rules forcing states to provide more detailed information on all abortions within their borders so they can see more about who's getting what treatments, and the repeal of the Biden administration rules that expanded abortion access for some military members and veterans. It's all happening out in plain view. Let us be clear. This is and always has been about controlling women's bodies. Donald Trump packed the Supreme Court with anti-abortion extremists to get Roe overturned, and he bragged about it afterwards. This is the latest in Trump's years-long crusade against women's reproductive rights. And understand this, we will fight back. Now, as you probably have already seen in the news, Elon Musk has taken control of the government's critical payment systems, which include sensitive personal information for millions of Americans. This is the system that makes sure that your grandpa gets his Social Security check. This is the system that makes sure that your mom's doctor gets the Medicare payment to cover her medical appointment. And this is the system that makes sure that you get the tax refund that you are owed. And now it has been taken over by Elon Musk. Every organization from your state government that uses federal money on that bridge project to your local Head Start that takes care of little kids while their mommies and daddies go to work is now at the mercy of Elon Musk. Maybe you get paid, but then again, maybe you don't. Elon just grabbed the controls of that whole payment system, demanding the power to turn it on for his friends and turn it off for anyone he declares he doesn't like. One guy deciding who gets paid and who doesn't. It is not the law, but it is the reality. Now, there's a second problem here. It is not just payments from the federal government that are now in Elon's control. Elon and his handful of friends now have access to your personal financial information, anything that is in the system. Your payment history, your social security number, your address, your bank account numbers. Elon now has the power to suck out all of that information for his own use. And now, whether it's to boost his personal finances or to expand his political power, it is all up to Elon. Understand, in a world in which data is power, Elon has just increased his power. And there's a third kind of problem here. In order for this handful of programmers to gain access to over $6 trillion, our $6 trillion payment system, we don't know what kind of safeguards were pulled down. Are the gates wide open now for hackers from China, from North Korea, from Iran, from Russia? Heck, who knows what black hat hackers all around the world are finding out right now about each and every one of us, copying that information and storing it for their own future criminal uses. How many back doors are being installed right now in the system that is truly the financial guts of our economy, the one that makes sure that the payments go out? All of that information is now at risk. This week, I wrote to Secretary of the Department of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, with extreme concern following his reporting. So here's what I said. Quote, I write regarding a disturbing report that in one of your first acts after you were confirmed as Treasury Secretary, you have given Elon Musk and his surrogates full access to the federal government's critical payment systems, which includes the sensitive personal information of millions of Americans. It is extraordinarily dangerous to meddle with the critical systems that process trillions of dollars of transactions each year, that are essential to preventing a default on our federal debt, and that ensure that tens of millions of Americans receive their Social Security checks, their tax refunds, and their Medicare benefits. I am also alarmed by reports that you personally sidelined the key official responsible for managing the extraordinary measures the Department of Treasury is taking to avoid a default on U.S. debt, risking missteps that could result in a global financial meltdown that cost trillions of dollars and millions of jobs. I am writing to seek answers about your role in this security and management failure, and about how you intend to protect the integrity of the federal government's financial operations after handing over the systems to Mr. Musk's team. According to public reports, even before President Trump's inauguration, Mr. Musk's surrogates began demanding access to sensitive payment systems that the federal government uses to disperse trillions of dollars every year. The public depends on the integrity of those systems, which control the flow of over $6 trillion in payment to American families, businesses, and other recipients each year, with millions relying on them for Social Security checks and Medicare benefits, federal salaries, government contract payments, grants, and tax refunds this filing season. In just 1 year, for example, the department's Bureau of Fiscal Service dispersed nearly 1.3 billion payments, totaling $5.4 trillion. It also collected nearly $5.5 trillion in federal revenue. Given the highly sensitive nature of the information in these systems, control over them is typically limited to a small number of career officials. The Musk team's unprecedented demand for total access to the system reportedly caused serious concern at the department, particularly given that the system has historically been closely held because it included sensitive personal information on millions of Americans and sends out virtually every federal payment, including payments that are critical for the economy and national security. You know, I just want to say off to the side, you and I were both in a banking hearing this morning, and one of the questions that Democrats put to our bankers who were present is, would you let someone come in and see the personal banking records of your customers? And the bankers, of course, said no. There's no way that they would permit that. And yet, the Secretary of the Treasury opened the door and said Elon Musk and his designees could come in and look at anything they wanted to look at. Controlling the system could allow the Trump administration to unilaterally and illegally cut off payments for millions of Americans, putting at risk the financial security of families and businesses based on political favoritism or the whims of Mr. Musk and those on his team who have managed to work their way inside. It could also give them access to millions of Americans' personal and financial information that is protected by law. We would shut down a bank that did what the Secretary of Treasury did in letting Elon Musk come in and root around in the personal financial information of Americans all across this country. The Washington Post reported that the department's top career official, David Lebrick, who served in non-political roles in the department for decades, served Republicans, served Democrats, including as fiscal assistant secretary since 2014, that he resisted political pressure to cave to the Musk surrogates. The demands of those outsiders were especially concerning because Mr. Musk and the Trump administration have tried to control spending in alarming and potentially unlawful ways, including through the chaotic announcement of a federal funding freeze last week that caused widespread harm and confusion. Mr. Musk was reportedly trying, quote, to deploy his engineers to find ways to turn off the flow of money from the Treasury Department to things that Mr. Trump wants to defund. In other words, a small group of insiders would suddenly be in a position to make decisions about whether to hold up payments to individual families or businesses with absolutely no transparency and no accountability. But rather than protecting the integrity and function of the payment system, our Secretary of the Treasury reportedly bent to pressure from the White House, suggested putting Mr. Lebrick on leave, and ultimately forced him out. This astonishing mismanagement, turning over the federal government's entire payment system and sidelining the most senior career official responsible for managing it, also puts the country at greater risk of defaulting on our debt, which could trigger a global financial crisis. The fiscal assistant secretary was, quote, the government staffer perhaps most responsible for figuring out how the United States should handle the alarming prospect of running out of money, making him a pivotal, if lesser-known, player in a debt ceiling standoff. The fiscal assistant secretary is responsible for assessing when the country will exhaust its funds and ensuring that Congress has that information for, quote, coordinating and determining how much money the Treasury needs to borrow to finance the government, and for managing the extraordinary measures that the department uses to delay a default as long as possible. The fiscal assistant secretary, unlike the amateurs that the Secretary of Treasury has empowered when he forced them out, was well prepared to manage these kinds of crises. He had, quote, moved through the positions that gave him deep exposure to the plumbing of federal financing and was a, quote, scrupulously apolitical civil servant who was not angling for a political promotion. That expertise is particularly critical at this moment, when the department is already taking extraordinary measures to avoid a default that, quote, would precipitate another financial crisis and threaten jobs and savings of everyday Americans. I sent this letter to the Secretary of the Treasury, and I said, I am alarmed that as one of your first acts as Secretary, you appear to have handed over a highly sensitive system responsible for millions of Americans' private data and a key function of government to an unelected billionaire and an unknown number of unqualified flunkies. The American people deserve answers about your role in this mismanagement, which threatens the privacy and economic security of every American. It is no surprise that working families are paying the price for Donald Trump and Russ Vought's reckless actions. Just look at who is running the government. Donald Trump, billionaire. Elon Musk, billionaire. Scott Bessent, billionaire. Linda McMahon, billionaire. Howard Lutnick, billionaire. Charles Kushner, billionaire. And the list goes on. The total net worth of the billionaires in the Trump administration is at least $382.2 billion. That is more than the GDP of 172 different countries. Elon Musk, first buddy and head of the Department of Government Efficiency, himself is worth $410 billion. He is $115 billion richer than he was on Election Day. Linda McMahon, Secretary of the Department of Education, worth $3.2 billion. Howard Lutnick, nominated for the Secretary of the Department of Commerce, is worth more than $1.5 billion, but likely more. Kelly Loeffler, head of the Small Business Administration, is worth $1.1 billion. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., nominated for Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services, estimated to be worth about $15 million, and he has refused to give up a lucrative arrangement with a law firm that will enable his family to make millions off vaccine-related lawsuits, even while he is heading up HHS. Stephen Witkoff, envoy to the Middle East, is worth $1 billion. Jared Isaacman, NASA administrator, is worth $2 billion. Take this piece from CNN, quote, Elon Musk plowed at least $260 million into efforts to send Donald Trump back to the White House, new filings show, a massive infusion that makes him one of the largest single political underwriters of a presidential campaign and underscores the outsized influence of the world's wealthiest person in this year's election. Thursday's filings with the Federal Election Commission show that the Tesla and SpaceX executive gave a total of $238 million to a super PAC that he founded this year, American PAC, which worked to turn out voters on Trump's behalf in key states. But he was also the financial backer of other groups that cropped up in the final days of the election to support Trump, including one that spent millions on advertising to defend Trump's record on abortion. It had sought to link Trump's views on abortion to those of the late Supreme Court Justice and liberal icon Ruth Bader Ginsburg. These people have no shame. Musk, through a trust that bears his name, donated $20.5 million to the group named RBGPAC on November 24th, according to filings with the Federal Election Commission. He was the sole donor to the group, which was formed in mid-October. The donation's timing meant that Musk's involvement was not disclosed until after the election, after the inauguration, not until last Thursday's post-election filings with the federal regulators. Ginsburg's granddaughter Clara Spira, publicly denounced the ads, which sought to neutralize abortion as a liability for Trump in the campaign, as misleading and an affront to Ginsburg's legacy as a staunch defender of abortion rights. So true. According to the new filings, Musk also donated $3 million to the MAHA Alliance, a super PAC that ran stark ads in key swing states, urging supporters of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to back Trump in the closing stretch of the campaign. Kennedy himself had ended his independent campaign over the summer and endorsed Trump. Now, MAHA stands for Make America Healthy Again, Kennedy's spin on Trump's MAGA catchphrase. Trump has now tapped Kennedy, one of the nation's most prominent anti-vaccine conspiracy theorists, to oversee the Health and Human Services Department. Trump has selected other big donors for roles in his incoming administration. Howard Lutnick, the Cantor Fitzgerald Investment Bank chief, whom Trump has tapped to head the Commerce Department, made a nearly $3 million in-kind donation of stock on October 21st to a pro-Trump super PAC, MAGA Inc., according to the organization's filings Thursday night. And that is on top of the $6 million that Lutnick previously donated to the super PAC over the course of the election cycle. Other Trump supporters who have landed spots in his administration also donated to MAGA Inc. They include Linda McMahon, the former wrestling company executive, tapped to serve as education secretary. She donated more than $20 million to the Trump-aligned super PAC this cycle. McMahon and Lutnick also serve as co-chairs of Trump's transition operation. Other Trump picks who have made seven-figure donations to MAGA Inc. include former Georgia Senator Kelly Loeffler, his choice to lead the Small Business Administration, Scott Bessent, whom Trump has selected as Treasury Secretary, and two of his choices for plum diplomatic posts in Europe, Arkansas investor Warren Stevens and Charles Kushner, the father-in-law of Trump's daughter Ivanka, end quote. And look, don't get me wrong. If you made a fortune because you had a great idea and you built a terrific business, good for you. But I guarantee that any great fortune in America was built, at least in part, using workers that all of us help pay to educate, built at least in part on getting your goods to market on roads and bridges that all of us help to pay to build, built at least in part protected by police and firefighters that all of us help pay the salaries for. And now, instead of creating a system that will let the next guy or gal that comes along build something, these guys want to pull up the ladder. They poured money into the 2024 election, and now they expect a return on their investment at the expense of everyone else. The Trump strategy is to flood the zone, partly so we don't see each of the horrible orders and pay attention to them, but partly to demoralize us. Trump and his Republican friends hope that we will be demoralized. They hope that we will give up, curl in a little ball, and let them do whatever they want to do. I get it. It is tough right now, but it is important that we get back up and fight. And that is exactly what I am doing. I am challenging Elon Musk on his Department of Government efficiency efforts to take away help for seniors who are living in nursing homes and little kids who are hoping for their daycare. I am asking questions of every nominee and pointing out to other senators and to the public where they pose a real danger to the American people. Look at the fight of the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. He is an incredibly accused rapist who has been falling down drunk at work events, and he's run not one but two nonprofits directly into the ground. Nonetheless, Republican senators stood beside him. He made it through his confirmation, but it wasn't a freebie. Some Republicans broke ranks, and everyone in the country who was paying attention got to see up close and personal just how far the Republicans were willing to go to cower in front of Donald Trump. Those are the fights we must keep fighting. We will not roll over and play dead. This is not business as usual. The number one thing people can do right now is speak out. Speak out on social media about every one of these things. Talk about the threats these people pose. Speak out about what Donald Trump is doing. In the middle of the night last Friday, Donald Trump issued a batch of executive orders turning back the clock decades on women's reproductive rights. If people talk about that, then that is how we will begin to rebuild a movement to push out the Trump vision of America, in which billionaires are on top and everyone else is left in the dirt, and women don't get to make their own health decisions. I've only got 24 hours a day, but I plan to spend as many of them as humanly possible fighting back against Trump, Musk, and the billionaires who have taken over our country to promote themselves at the expense of everyone else. It is up to us. I'm not lying down and playing dead, and I hope nobody else does either. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield 30 minutes of my post-cloture debate time on the Vought nomination to Senator Merkley and 30 minutes of my post-cloture debate time on the Vought nomination to Senator Schumer.
The senator has that right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President.
The senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have 8 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Mr. President. With me today is one of my colleagues from my Senate office, Mr. James Shea. He is one of my right-hand people and does great work, and I'm honored that he could join me today. Gosh, I don't know where to begin. I've been in the Senate for 8 years. In dog years, that's 56 years. And it feels like 56 years. I've learned a lot, met a lot of interesting people. You know, before I got here, everybody told me about the Washington bubble. And I said, you know, how serious could they be? Well, it's true. There is a Washington bubble. This place is different. It's in its own way, sometimes disappointing, sometimes refreshing. It is deeply weird. For one thing, common sense is illegal in Washington. It's illegal. For another thing, I've discovered that this is a town of very frustrated ex-class presidents. And there's a Washington way of doing things. And when things aren't done that way, when somebody challenges the status quo, many, not all, but many of these frustrated ex-class presidents in Washington, on the Hill and otherwise, they get excited, not in a good way. They can't get their mind around doing anything other than the Washington way. They, some of them, particularly in the media, they go almost catatonic, or the exact opposite. They foam at the mouth. And they really get upset. They can make a Valium nervous. It's like the world, we're not doing things the way we've always done them, and the world's going to spin off its axis. I want to try to put in perspective what many of my Democratic friends have been talking about today. They're very, very, very upset at President Trump. And they're very, very, very upset at Elon Musk. President Trump ran for president on a number of issues. One of the issues he ran on, he said it almost every day. He said, if you elect me president, I'm going to go through the entire budget and review all the spending, line by line. If I heard him say that once, I heard him say it 1,000 times. And that's what he's been doing. He went out and appointed, through an executive order, Elon Musk, who some people like him, some don't, but he's not a dummy. He's a very successful business person. He's got a top secret security clearance. President Trump issued an executive order, and he turned to Mr. Musk, and he said, Mr. Musk, I want you to do for me what I said I was going to do in the election. I want you to go through all the spending, line by line. Now, let me ask you something, Mr. President. How are you going to review the spending without reviewing the spending? How are you going to audit the spending by an agency without auditing the agency? That's what I mean when I say common sense is illegal in Washington, D.C. That's what Mr. Musk is doing. He's put together a crackerjack team, and they're going through everybody's spending line by line, item by item. And my Democratic colleagues are very, very, very upset. And they've been very eloquent. They've talked about the process, and President Trump's executive order supposedly violates the Constitution. And they've accused Mr. Musk of having conflicts of interest. And so I've heard people say he's sitting over there with a notepad, copying down everybody's Social Security number, and he's going to go use it to make money. I mean, people in this town, not just my Democratic colleagues, they're really upset. They've never had anybody question their spending. But that's what Mr. Musk is doing. But you know, I've listened. This has been going on for a week. People have been screaming like they're part of a prison riot. Oh my God, look at what Musk is doing. He's looking at the spending. And I've listened to people talk about the process and debate whether it's constitutional and discuss how many lawyers can dance on the head of a pin. But you know what? I haven't heard one single person who's upset with President Trump or Mr. Musk talk about what he's found. They don't want to talk about the spending porn, the waste of taxpayer money that he's found. I mean, that's the point of all this. I tell you who is interested: the American people. The people in America who get up every day and go to work and obey the law and pay their taxes and try to educate their kids and try to do the right thing by their kids and try to save a little money for retirement, and have had to live through 20% inflation under President Biden. They understand what Musk is doing. They understand spending porn and wasting taxpayer money. Now, Mr. Musk started with the USAID. That handles a lot of foreign aid for America. American people are very generous. In our country, you know, when you're homeless, we'll house you. When you're hungry, we'll feed you. In our country, when you're too poor to be sick, we'll pay for your doctor. And we send a lot of money overseas to help our world's neighbors. And the USAID is in charge, in large part, of that. But I'll tell you what Mr. Musk discovered. I find it fascinating. He discovered that the American taxpayers are giving money to Afghanistan. He found that we are giving money to Yemen. He found that we are giving money to Syria. I didn't know that. Some of our foreign aid is going to Yemen, Afghanistan, Syria. He found that the USAID has 10,000 people, 10,000 people, employees. And every year they give away $40 billion. Mr. Musk also found, and I'm not saying that all of this money is wasteful. I'm not. Some of this money, I'm sure, does some good. That's why Secretary Rubio is going to revamp the department and separate the good from the bad. But this is the kind of stuff Mr. Musk found. He found that the USAID gave money to support electric vehicles in Vietnam. Our money, taxpayer money. He found that USAID gave money to a transgender clinic in India. I didn't know that. I bet you the American people didn't know that. He found that the USAID gave $1.5 million to a Serbian LGBTQ group called Grupa Izladaji. I probably mispronounced that, my apologies. Anyway, they got $1.5 million to, quote, advance diversity, equity, and inclusion in Serbia's workplaces and business communities. What else did Mr. Musk found that my colleagues don't want to talk about? Well, he reviewed a study and then went and checked it. The study was done by the Middle East Forum. They found that USAID spent $164 million to support radical organizations around the world. We're not talking Cub Scout troops here. We're talking about radical organizations around the world. They gave $122 million of that to groups aligned with foreign terrorist organizations. Our taxpayer money. According to this report in Mr. Musk, the USAID has given millions of dollars to, quote, organizations in Gaza controlled by Hamas. Why aren't my colleagues talking about that? Recipients of the money, they found, have, quote, called for their lands to be cleansed from the impurity of Jews. That's who we're giving foreign aid to. What else? I'm not going to spend my whole time talking about this, but nobody else is talking about it. They're just talking about the process and Mr. Musk, and he's a mean guy, and he shouldn't be looking at our spending. Well, he is. And I kind of find what he's found out interesting. He found that we gave $2 million, USAID did, for sex changes in Guatemala. He found that we gave $20 million to produce a new Sesame Street show in Iraq. He found that we gave $4.5 million of taxpayer money to combat disinformation in Kazakhstan. He found that we gave $10 million, USAID did, of meals to an al-Qaeda-linked terrorist group called the Nusra Front. Mr. Musk found that we gave $7.9 million of taxpayer money to a project that would teach Sri Lankan journalists to avoid binary gendered language. The USAID took $8 million and gave it to a bunch of journalists in Sri Lanka to teach them how to avoid binary gendered language. I don't know what the hell binary gendered language is. I think I do. You think most taxpayers would support that? Why aren't we talking about that? The USAID gave $1.5 million to promote LGBT advocacy in Jamaica. They gave $1.5 million to rebuild the Cuban media ecosystem. They gave $1.5 million for, quote, art for inclusion of people with disabilities in Belarus. Another $3.9 million for LGBT causes in Macedonia. $8.3 million for equity and inclusion education in Nepal. I could go all night. And many of my colleagues are upset. They're really mad at Mr. Musk. Hell, I think we ought to give him a medal. All he's doing is what President Trump said he was going to do. President Trump said he's going to audit the spending. So Trump goes and hires Musk, again with the top secret security clearance. Nobody can quibble with his intelligence. You know, the guy's as smart as Einstein's cousin. He's a very successful businessman. Some say he's the richest guy in the world. And he's doing the auditing. And man, he's finding a lot of stuff. I call it spending porn. Now, I'm not saying everything that USAID does is wasted. But I'm saying a lot of it is. A hell of a lot of it is. And we ought to be on the floor of this United States Senate thanking Mr. Musk. And we ought to be asking him to go through every agency and look at everybody's budget. Everybody's budget. That's what the American people want. They don't want to talk about process. They don't want to continue with the Washington way. They want to save some money. Now, let me tell you what's really going on here, too, Mr. President. For 4 years under President Biden, and for 8 years under President Obama, and I respect both of them. I don't hate anybody. I don't. When I say my prayers at night, one of the things I ask God, God, don't let me hate, because it's hard in Washington. Don't let me hate. I have all the respect in the world for President Biden and President Obama. Tough job. But between them, they spent 12 years in Washington. And presidents set the tone. They control the questions that are asked. And here's the question that President Obama and President Biden asked for 8 years. For 12 years. I heard it every single day. Who needs to pay more in taxes? Is it you? Is it you? Who needs to pay more in taxes? We need more money. Who needs to pony up more? That was the issue. But that's not the issue today. We have a new president. You know what the issue is today? What the hell happened to all the money? What the hell happened to all the money? And that's what Mr. Musk is finding out. That's all this is about. And I'm just shocked that my colleagues have decided that this is a hill they're going to die on. How can you look the American people in the eye and support this kind of waste, support this kind of spending porn. I mean, the election to me made at least one thing clear, that the American people are sick and tired of people in Washington denying reality. The last administration tried to convince us that we were living in a crime-free world where inflation was temporary and the border was secure. And the American people didn't buy it. You know why? Because it wasn't true. And the administration, our last administration, tried to argue that Bidenomics was making our lives better. But the American people knew differently. They understood Bidenomics to mean I get to spend more to live worse. And they voted. Now, I mean, the American people were poorer under the last administration, but they didn't become stupid. They could see that the government was creating a problem, not trying to fix it. And they noticed the national debt, too. Put up that first chart for me. You know what our national debt is, Mr. President? $36 trillion. Not million, not billion. $36 trillion. It takes my breath away. Highest it's ever been, over 100% of our gross domestic product. Our debt's growing faster than our economy. And we toss around these numbers, $1 trillion, $1 billion, $1 million, $1 squillion, like it's nothing. I want to try to put this in context. If I started counting right now, and I counted one numeral, if you will, per second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I kept counting all day and all night. I didn't sleep. I counted between bites of oatmeal at breakfast. I just counted continually. One numeral per second. It would take me 32 years to count to 1 billion. 32 years to count to 1 billion. It would be 2057. I'd be dead as Woodrow Wilson. I wouldn't live that long. And that's just $1 billion. Our debt's $36 trillion. You know how long it would take me to count to $1 trillion? 31,000 years, if I counted one numeral per second. About as old as Chuck Grassley. 31,000 years. It would take me 1 million years to count to 36 trillion. Those are the kind of numbers we're talking about. And the American people understand it. Since 2019, America's population has grown 2%. We're not having babies. 2%. And that's after massive immigration. You know how much our budget has grown? 55%. 55%. Yeah, we've had inflation, but we hadn't had 55% worth of inflation. That's how we got to this $36 trillion in debt. Put up the next chart for me. Now, some of this money we had to spend during the pandemic, and it was a bipartisan effort during the pandemic. Republicans voted for it, and Democrats voted for it because we had no choice. I was there. I saw it from the inside. We came this close to losing the American economy. And you know who helped a lot, doesn't get enough credit? Jay Powell at the Federal Reserve. I watched it. The whole world wanted to go into a cave and retreat. Back in the Great Recession, I remember all the other countries in the world who looked to us. They may hate us, but they know we're the greatest country in all of human history. They look to America. And you know what? Back in the Great Recession, all the other countries wanted they wanted treasuries, treasury notes, treasury bonds. Not this time. They were so scared, they didn't want treasuries. They wanted dollars, cash dollars. So Jay Powell, thank the Lord, he goes over to the Federal Reserve. He opens what's called a currency swap line, and he told every country, you want dollars? I'll trade your dollars for your currency. And everything calmed down. He doesn't get any credit for that. But it was a gutsy thing to do. But on top of that, to save the American economy, that wasn't helping the American economy. We had to keep the economy going. We spent a lot of money. But then COVID ended. And what we should have done was go back to pre-COVID spending. But we didn't do that. President Biden, after the shutdowns and the coronavirus, the pandemic was over, passed the American Rescue Plan. COVID was over. He spent $1.9 trillion. Never let a good crisis go to waste. I didn't vote for it. Then he came back and passed what he called an infrastructure bill. It was really just the Green New Deal. I know what's in that bill. That was another $1.2 trillion. And then he passed the Inflation Reduction Act. I didn't vote for it. But that was another $1.0 trillion. And then he passed the CHIPS Act. This is really special. He said, big tech, the semiconductor companies need our money. They need taxpayer money. They're not making enough money. And he gave them money. He didn't give hardware stores money. President Biden didn't give the healthcare industry money. He said, I want to help big tech. And boy, they sucked it up like a Hoover Deluxe. We spent $280 billion subsidizing big tech. And you add it all up, and that's $4.3, almost $4.5 trillion. And that's how we got $36 trillion in debt. And that's why Donald Trump said, I'm going to look at every single line item of spending. And that's why he gave the job to Elon Musk. And that's why Musk is auditing these accounts. But nobody wants to talk about what he's finding. Nobody wants to talk about the spending porn, except the American people. They get it, Mr. President. They get it. And I hope Mr. Musk continues. My colleague and friend, we had a little discussion in banking today. Senator Warner makes a good point. He wants Mr. Musk to come over and talk to Congress about how he's doing this. I'm all for that. I am all for that. I would love to have him come over and walk us through what he's doing and how he's discovering all this spending porn. We need all the help we can get on reducing our spending because we can't continue at this pace. I just wanted to spend a few minutes putting all this in perspective, Mr. President. The world's not going to spin off its axis, folks. Every business that I know of goes through an audit. Now we're being audited, but we're being audited by, not by the usual auditors, but we're being audited by a person appointed by the President of the United States. And I'm betting you when he's through, and he's going to go to all these agencies. He's starting on the Department of Education next. I think he'll end up finding that some of our money is being well spent. But he's also going to find that some of our money is being stolen and it's being wasted. And that's an insult to every taxpayer in this country. So I'm going to end like I began. We ought to be giving Mr. Musk a medal. We ought to be thanking him. Maybe nobody else wants to hear about the spending porn, but I can't wait to read the book. I hope he finds all of it and compiles it. I hope Marco Rubio, our new Secretary of State, takes USAID and shakes them by the shoulder and lifts up the good people there and fires the bad people, the people that wasted taxpayer money like this, giving money to terrorist organizations, giving money to organizations that support Hamas. Hope he gets rid of every single one of them. And I think if we listen to Mr. Musk, we can save a lot of money. And I hope he does come over and explain what he's doing. I want to talk about one other subject real quickly. I've talked about it before. I'm not going to repeat it. This is India. This is China, which wants to run the whole world. China's already trying to take over the shipping lanes in the South China Sea. This is the Chagos Islands, right down here. Years ago, the Chagos Islands were owned by France. France ceded the Chagos Islands to our friends in Great Britain, UK. And a number of years ago, the United Kingdom and America got together, and we built, mostly with American dollars, by the way, we built a military base in the Chagos Islands, on one particular island called Diego Garcia. And it's a really important military base. For one thing, it's very close to the Bay of Bengal and the Indian Ocean in China, so we can watch them. For another thing, it's where it's one of the only bases where our nuclear submarines can dock. Hugely important. Well, the United Nations got mad at the United Kingdom. They said, Great Britain, you're bad people. You used to be colonialists. You acquired other countries, sometimes freely, sometimes by force. Every country I know of in the world of any strength has done that. Doesn't mean we ought to be proud of it, but it's part of our history. But the United Nations said, shame on you, UK. Shame on you. Bad, 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 bad. You have to give back the Chagos Islands and the military base there. And the UN doesn't have any jurisdiction over the United Kingdom. But the UN said, not only do you have to give it back, but you don't give it back to the people of the Chagos Islands. You give it back to another group of islands way down here called Mauritius. Mauritius used to own the Chagos Islands when France ceded them to Great Britain. They were run by Mauritius. But the people of the two island groups, archipelagos, the people don't have any affinity. Now, what's Mauritius say? Of course we'll take it. But they want to start charging the United States and the UK £9 billion for a 99-year lease. So we can lease our own military base. All because the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom feels guilty because somebody, some tofu-eating wokarati at the United Nations says they're bad people, bad colonialists. Well, and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, he's going along with it. But he says, I'm negotiating with Mauritius. And the people of the leader of Mauritius just issued a press release, said, yeah, he's negotiating. He's increased the price. And he's shortened the leash. Now, you know who's loving all of this? China. Because China has a close relationship with Mauritius. And you know what? It's going to get a lot closer. This is insane. This is cell-deep stupid. This is bone-deep down to the marrow stupid. Because the United Nations wants the United Kingdom to feel guilty, they want to give our military base and their military base to Mauritius. Now, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom can stop this. And Marco Rubio, our new Secretary of State, is against it. And I haven't talked to him directly, but I think President Trump is against it. The United Kingdom is our friend. I went to school there for a while. I love them. And I want to see their prime minister do well. But he needs to put down the bong. He needs to put down the bong. This makes absolutely no sense. And it's going to be a big part of his legacy if he gives away this island and our military base to, in effect, what will eventually be China. So I would say to the Prime Minister tonight, I don't mean any disrespect. I want to say this respectfully. I shouldn't have said the bong part. I take it back. Please, Mr. Prime Minister, don't do this. Don't do this. We'll stand with you in telling the United Nations who's upset with you to go fill out a hurt feelings report, because we're not doing it. We'll stand with you. Please say no. Don't give our military base away. It's going to really hurt the relationship between the United States of America and the United Kingdom. I know Donald Trump pretty well. I know Marco Rubio pretty well. They'll forgive, but they'll never, ever forget. Don't do it, Mr. Prime Minister. I've taken too much time. I'm sorry. I yield to my colleague from Virginia.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir. The senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I know my time has been squeezed a little bit, and we got other colleagues, but I just want to mention one thing to my friend from Louisiana. I love to listen to him talk. And there's a lot of things he says that I tend to agree with. There's a lot of things I tend to disagree with. I do want to make sure folks know what at least I, and I think some of us, are concerned about. Is you want to debate about any of these programs, that is fair cooking. There's ways to save spending. Count me in. Matter of fact, you were a former governor. I'm a former governor. Virginia got named best managed state in the country when I was governor. And you know how we got that information about line item programs? Because about a decade ago, maybe 12 years ago, Rob Portman and I did something called the Data Act, which gives you that line-by-line information where we can debate about the validity of these programs. What you don't need to do is put we got the name of one person, maybe not the name of the other, into the Treasury with, to my knowledge, at least one of them, we're not sure if they got any security clearances at all, to look at 1.3 billion checks being written out by the United States Treasury. You want to debate about what USAID does? Have at it. The programs can't be defended. But why would you give someone, a coder, the potential keys to the kingdom of the United States Treasury? Why does this coder, or Mr. Musk's Doge Bros, need to know how much the United States government paid the senator from Louisiana on a tax refund? Or the senator from Virginia, or any of that? I think it's a simple question to ask. Come in and explain yourself. And I'd love to go through more, but I know I got colleagues waiting too, because I want to get back to what we're talking about here, which is, how strongly I oppose the president's nomination of Russ Vought to be director of the Management and Budget, OMB. I've gotten a lot of grief. I've supported a number of President Trump's earlier nominees. I believe the president or governor ought to mostly get their choices. But the remarkable thing about Mr. Vought is, and why I so strongly oppose him, this man is the author of Project 2025. You remember that? Again, let's go back, as my friend said, to the campaign. I remember Donald Trump saying, I'm going to lower inflation. I'm going to bring down grocery prices. And he also said, matter of fact, this Project 2025, I don't know what you're talking about. He claims we never read it. Instead, he's putting the lead author in charge of OMB. And this manifesto, this doctrine, this author, Mr. Vought, and I quote, said he wants our federal workforce to be traumatized. He wants them to be seen as villains. Well, I've run a business or two. Proud of that. I know the presiding officer is as well. If you want to get more out of your workforce, you don't go in with the plan of, let's traumatize the workforce, or let's arbitrarily cut here, cut there, fire the good people, let the folks maybe not so good stay on. But that is what I believe is going on. Mr. Vought's vision of a traumatized workforce, or a group of folks that nobody elected, may not even have appropriate security clearances, going into the Treasury, getting access to the files that never had been subject to this kind of payment. There are these, you want to decide about a funding program, fight it at the agency that authorizes, not at the folks who write the checks. The only reason you want to find out who the government's paying, beyond what you can find on USA Spends, which was something we created more than a decade ago, would be, I would say, why does somebody who's nobody elected? This file has never been examined under Trump 1, Bush, Obama, unless you want to get in and potentially manipulate this file. Now, I don't know if that's for case, but I do know you don't put a coder that's 25 in to look at all this information. How many of those $1.3 billion line items are you going to be able to look at? Well, I fear there may be something inappropriate here. And these non-elected officials, and I hear my Republican friends all the time talk about non-elected bureaucrats. These aren't even bureaucrats. These are special government employees. And I can tell you from a national security standpoint, this information, because I know I'm not surprising anyone, but you know, the United States government does some things through the CIA and other entities, for the most part stays classified. You give up that information, programs will be destroyed, potentially lives will be put in jeopardy. I know, as the former chairman of the Intelligence Committee, the reason I like this job, I'm vice chairman of the Intelligence Committee, what these men and women do, often in the secret, in the shadows. They're never going to get thanked the way our men and women in uniform, but they have to do it that way. And we need to make sure this classified information, which unfortunately we're seeing a careless attitude from this administration that is stunning. I would point out earlier today, the CIA sent over in a non-classified form a series of name and letter of the last name, which could be discovered, of new CIA hires. It takes a year and a half sometimes to get a clearance at CIA. It takes another year to train you. We don't know if those names that were so carelessly thrown around are burned at this point. But you come back to what we're talking about here with Mr. Vogt. This is the agenda. Take everybody in the workforce, make them traumatized. His words, not mine. Again, this idea that Mr. Vogt and now the folks that he's at least indirectly deputized, or Mr. Trump is deputized, Elon Musk and the Doge Bros, whose names we don't know, whose backgrounds we don't know, whose security classifications we don't know, are now going agency by agency. I'm particularly concerned with what's going on in our Treasury. And I have great respect for the new Secretary of Treasury. I think he's a good man. But I worry about what is happening right here. If it was just Treasury and these sometimes potential access to classified information, that might be one thing. But you know, we've had for over 150 years almost, the idea that our federal workforce ought to be above politics, call it the civil service. I already mentioned the fact that Mr. Vogt wants not to treat those workers with respect, but he really wants to go ahead and just simply say, we want you traumatized. That person shouldn't be head of O&B. Again, more recently, we've seen an offer put out to say to the federal workforce, here, you take this offer to quit, we're going to give you 8 months of free salary. Well, I got a bridge in Brooklyn that will give you as well if you take that offer. And if you believe either one of those things are true, then you're operating in a different universe than reality. Because first, have you ever seen our president ever pay any of his contractors on time or fully? Let me assure you, there is no money in the budget to do all these payouts. And frankly, even the basis of the offer, I'll let the lawyers litigate it, is, I believe, illegal. We've seen this pushback at AID, but it's not just AID. We heard yesterday that the CIA put out an offer to all their employees. It didn't say, no, we don't want the spies to quit. It didn't say, no, we don't want our best analysts to quit. It said anybody who wants to quit. I hope the folks at the CIA who know a little bit about deception will realize this phony kind of offer, that at the end of the day, if our best people quit, who's going to do those jobs? You can't just slot in a new coder to discover how we identify bad guys around the world. That then got extended today to the other intelligence agencies. It takes years and years and years. We have some of the best people in the world who work at NSA, who are in the cyber domain. They can all make 10x in the private sector. Yet we're offering this fantasy 8-month buyout with no guarantee of being paid. I hope they will be smart enough and understand that this is not a real offer. This is a sham. But God forbid, if they do take it, how are we going to protect our national security? The FBI finally got the information on the 8 individuals, senior leaders at the FBI, who got riffed. Is it really the time to get rid of the top person at the FBI on cyber, or on anti-terrorism, or on counter-espionage? How does that make us safer in any form? Then we've got the funding freeze. First it was on, then it was off. I can tell you, some people might say, well, the FBI, CIA, even those government workers, how does that affect my life? Well, we don't know what the real status is, but I can tell you from Virginia, I got firefighters in Southwest Virginia saying they're not getting the money to replace their or fix their tanker truck. I had an affordable housing organization in Northern Virginia say they don't know where they have to stop operations entirely. I got law enforcement that actually gets funded from some federal funding that has not been unfrozen, who are saying maybe we have to lay off cops. Already seen community health centers, who I saw today, that are shutting down. It's not servicing people. So I appeal to my friends, many of which we've worked together on so many of these items. Do you want this mastermind of 2025 who wants to traumatize our workforce, call them villains? Do you want our best people at the FBI, CIA, NSA to take an imaginary offer which probably wouldn't be fulfilled and then be actually set up to be fired later? Is that going to make us safer? I know I've gone on a bit long, not as long as my colleague from Louisiana, but I will urge my colleagues to oppose Russell Vought, and I believe I will then offer the balance of my time, post-cloture debate time, to oppose Mr. Vought's nomination to Senator Merkley. That, Mr. President, I yield the floor. I think I'm yielding to my friend from Arizona.
The senator has that right.
Mr. President.
The senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, I bet a lot of folks watching tonight cannot believe that we are here talking about the Office of Management and Budget. The Office of Management and Budget. There is nothing more bureaucratic sounding in this whole city, and that says something. It's not an office Arizonans should really have to think about, let alone see their senators debate for hours. Think of this. Think of this office as our government's financial planner. They keep track of spending for everything from veterans benefits to disaster relief for communities. When Flagstaff gets hit by flooding, or North Scottsdale gets hit by a major wildfire, this is the office that signs off on federal relief. Every single federal agency must go through the Office of Management and Budget to access the dollars that Congress writes into law for the work that they do for the American people. When it's working right, this is the office that helps build the federal budget and then makes sure that it gets executed according to the law. But that's the problem. Under this administration, it's not working right, and it's not following the law. We saw this a week ago when this office tried to illegally freeze all federal grants. In the most reckless, incompetent action we've seen yet from this administration, they issued a two-page memo, 2 pages, that said, and this is a quote, "Federal agencies must temporarily pause all activities related to the obligation or disbursement of all federal financial assistance." End of quote. This effort is now temporarily blocked by the courts, but it created a mess all over the country, and it still isn't fixed. We had Head Start programs in Arizona that nearly had to lay off staff and turned families away because they didn't get the payments they were promised. I had Arizona community health centers in my office today who just had a frozen payment come through, but it was more than a week late. Are there places where we need to make federal spending more efficient and effective? Of course there are. And I'm willing to get together with anyone who wants to make our government work better, who wants to save taxpayer dollars, and who wants to improve people's lives. But that's not what the Trump administration is trying to do here. Because their end game, it's not efficiency. It's not being more responsible with taxpayer dollars. The end game of all of this is giving rich people another massive tax break on the backs of hardworking Americans. The end game of all this, and folks, we've heard a lot about this from Elon Musk over the last few weeks, about unelected, unaccountable federal bureaucrats. Elon Musk is himself a billionaire, unelected, unaccountable bureaucrat who is illegally shutting down federal agencies that make Americans safer and more prosperous. And today we're debating someone whose very reason for getting picked for this job is that he wants to break the law and be an unaccountable bureaucrat. We know this because Russ Vought has had this job before. When he was picked for this the last time, he told Congress that he would follow the law. He said that he wouldn't delay or refuse to spend money that was appropriated by Congress. He said he would follow a law that was passed by Republicans and Democrats in 1974 in response to Richard Nixon trying to abuse the powers of his office. He said he would follow that law. He lied. He held up critical funds to support Ukraine. This was in 2019, before Russia invaded Ukraine. An independent government watchdog found that this broke the law. And then again, after Hurricanes Irma and Maria ravaged Puerto Rico and Congress passed aid to help communities recover, Vought broke the law again by blocking the funds. Congress passed them again. But you know what he did? Russell Vought blocked those funds once again. This is what an unelected, unaccountable bureaucrat looks like. Russell Vought. Agree with these programs or disagree with them. Congress, Republicans and Democrats voted for them. If folks don't like it, they can vote out their member of Congress. That's what accountability means. It's not up to this guy to decide. But now that's very clearly what he believes. Because after he left this job the last time, he went a step further. He has said plainly that the law that he broke, he said that that law was unconstitutional. And the next time he gets in there, he doesn't think he has to follow it. He wrote about this in his playbook, Project 2025. Remember that? Now, I evaluate each and every nominee based on whether they have the experience and are committed to do the job. Nothing disqualifies someone faster, in my mind, when they say ahead of time that they plan to break the law. He has said that. That means he will try to single-handedly gut the programs that he and President Trump disagree with. Well, what are they? Well, he's spelled it out himself in budgets that he has written. He wants to cut housing support by 43%, including completely eliminating the largest source of housing assistance for Arizonans. And that's going to put working families on the streets. He wants to end the expansion of Medicaid that has extended coverage to 600,000 Arizonans through a program called Access. That means more Arizonans without health insurance, unable to get the care they need. Also on the list, student loans, food assistance, and so much more. Russell Vought wants to make it harder to afford a place to live, harder to afford health insurance, harder to afford college, and harder to afford to put food on your table. Now, for anybody listening, do any of those things matter to you? And if he gets this job, there won't be any debate on the Senate floor about these cuts. We won't be able to have a conversation about how to make housing assistance more effective for working families. There won't be bipartisan hearings about where we can cut waste and fraud out of programs to save money and focus where it's needed. Nope, he's just going to try to stop funding these things on his own. He said he would do that. He said he is going to break the law. He has told everybody that. And that's why President Trump picked him for the job in the first place. Because remember, none of this is about efficiency. None of this is about looking out for everyday Americans. This is about billionaires paving the way to get another tax cut for themselves and for their corporations. And to do so on the backs of you, hardworking Americans. Folks, we've been here before. The first time around, President Trump signed a tax giveaway that he said was going to grow the economy and help working people. But that's not what happened. In the years since that tax bill was passed, we've seen a massive transfer of wealth to the richest Americans. That's part part of the reason why Elon Musk is now worth more than $400 billion. More big, profitable corporations are now paying nothing in federal income tax, zero. And the plan is to double down on tax breaks for the rich, while behind closed doors, unelected and unaccountable bureaucrats like Russell Vought and Elon Musk, they gut programs that help working families. I couldn't think of a more backwards way for the federal government to operate. We're supposed to be here to make government work for the American people. And I'll sit down with anybody to make that happen. But the plan seems to be to break the federal government in order to help rich people. And I can't get on board with that. So thank you, Mr. President. I want to yield the balance of my post-cloture debate time on the Vought nomination to Senator Merkley.
President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, we are less than 3 weeks into the Trump administration, and already Americans across the country are reeling from the chaos. Donald Trump ran on lowering costs for working Americans, an admirable goal, but one he clearly had no intention of making good on. Instead, he's hell-bent on sowing chaos and making life harder for the American people while he pushes through massive tax cuts for his billionaire buddies. In just the last 2 weeks, here's what Trump did. He threatened tariffs on Canada and Mexico that will do nothing but raise costs on everyday essentials like food and gasoline, estimated to increase costs for the average household by nearly $1,200 a year. So much for lowering costs for the American people. He put a freeze on all federal funds, creating such uncertainty that seniors in Hawaii were calling my office, asking if they needed to prepare for homelessness. He tried to scam 2 million federal employees, including more than 23,000 in Hawaii, into taking an unauthorized, unfunded buyout. Who ever heard of such a thing? And he's given an unelected, unaccountable billionaire free rein to raid the Treasury, to root around in the Treasury and any other federal agency he sees fit, enabling him to get his hands on all of our data. If this isn't a data breach, frankly, I don't know what is. Right in front of our faces. In case there was any doubt, the last few weeks have shown that Trump never gave a rip about working people and has no interest in doing anything to help make our lives better. The chaos is dizzying, but behind this chaos is a detailed, methodical plan, Project 2025. While campaigning, Trump swore he had nothing to do with Project 2025, a big fat lie, like so much of what comes out of Trump's mouth. As soon as he was elected, guess what? Trump began appointing many of the people behind Project 2025. His hand-picked choice to lead the Office of Management and Budget, or OMB, is Russell Vought, the architect of Project 2025. Mr. President, Mr. Vought is dangerous, and he has a total disregard for the Constitution, Congress, and the millions of hardworking Americans impacted by decisions he will make at OMB. Americans need to know that OMB is extremely powerful with oversight over the president's budget and functionally all federal agency actions, including regulatory decisions. With such responsibility, the person leading this office needs to be level-headed and impartial. They need to put loyalty to the Constitution above loyalty to the president. Mr. Vought, however, is the ultimate yes man. In Trump's first term as acting OMB director, Vought wrote a budget that, among other things, would have cut nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid, slashed nearly $300 billion from social safety net programs like food assistance, eliminated $170 billion from student loans, and zeroed out programs like LIHEAP and community development block grants to help with housing assistance and building community infrastructure. Just like for families, where we spend our money reflects our priorities and our values. Mr. Vought's 2021 budget demonstrated that he sees no value in helping the American people. This time, we know it will be even worse because he is going to be in charge at OMB. And like Trump, Mr. Vought will do whatever he wants, regardless of the law or the Constitution, from forcing out civil servants to withholding funds appropriated by Congress. Mr. President, we know the story of Robin Hood, who stole from the rich to help the poor. With Mr. Vought, on the other hand, he is a robber baron who wants to steal the tax dollars of hardworking Americans to line the pockets of Trump's billionaire buddies. A robber baron. At the end of the day, Trump, Vought, and all their cronies have just one goal: giving huge tax cuts to billionaires on the backs of working people. We have been repeating this. Why? Because how the heck are they going to do this otherwise, except on the backs of working people? Their plan to do so is simple. First, they will gut programs working families rely on, things like nutrition assistance, education funding, and Medicare and Medicaid. Then, they'll borrow trillions of dollars and run our country deeper into debt, is just what they did the last time. Finally, they'll give massive tax breaks to billionaires, leaving the American people to foot the bill. Their plan is clear. They wrote it all down. This is Project 2025. Project 2025, the 900-page plan Russell Vought helped to mastermind, filled with all sorts of terrible ideas for our country and the American people. And that is why I call it the plan to screw the American people. They call it the mandate for leadership. I call it the 900-page plan to screw over the American people. I thank Democracy Forward for summarizing some of the worst proposals in Project 2025 in a report that I am going to read parts of. Democracy Forward said, Project 2025 is among the most profound threats to the American people. What is Project 2025? The Project 2025 Presidential Transition Project is a well-funded effort of the Heritage Foundation and more than 100 organizations to enable a future anti-democratic presidential administration, that would be this administration, to take swift, far-right action that would cut wages for working people, dismantle social safety net programs, reverse decades of progress for civil rights, redefine the way our society operates, and undermine our economy. A central pillar of Project 2025 is the Mandate for Leadership, a 900-page policy playbook authored by former Trump administration officials and other extremists, like Russell Vought, that provides a radical vision for our nation and a roadmap to implement it. So Democracy Forward noted, they read Project 2025's entire 900-page mandate for leadership so that we don't have to. So they said, what we discovered was a systemic, ruthless plan to undermine the quality of life of millions of Americans, remove critical protections, and dismantle programs for communities across the nation, and prioritize special interests and ideological extremism over people. From attacking overtime pay, student loans, and reproductive rights, to allowing more discrimination, pollution, and price gouging, those behind Project 2025 are preparing to go to incredible lengths to create a country only for some, not for all of us. If these plans are enacted, even without congressional approval, 4.3 million people could lose overtime protections, 40 million people could have their food assistance reduced, 220,000 American jobs could be lost, and much, much more. These stakes are higher than ever for democracy and for people. These threats aren't hypothetical. These are their real plans. The Heritage Foundation and the 100+ organizations that make up the Project 2025 Advisory Board have mapped out exactly how they will achieve their extreme ends. They aim to carry out many of the most troubling proposals through an anti-democratic president, Trump, and political loyalists, Vought, installed in the executive branch without waiting for congressional action. And while many of these plans are unlawful, winning in court is not guaranteed, given that the same far-right movement that is behind Project 2025 has shaped our current judicial system. Proposals from Project 2025, discussed in detail throughout this guide, that could be implemented through executive branch action alone include, and I'm going to repeat, cutting American Rescue Plan programs that have created or saved 220,000 jobs, limiting access to food assistance, which an average of more than 40 million people rely on monthly, rolling back civil rights protections across multiple fronts, including cutting diversity, equity, and inclusion-related or DEI programs, and LGBTQ+ rights in healthcare, education, and workplaces, eliminating the Head Start early education program, which serves over 1 million children, stopping efforts to lower prescription drug prices, cutting overtime protections for 4.3 million workers, pushing more people towards Medicare Advantage and other worse private options, and that is 33 million people, restricting access to medication abortion, denying students in 25 states and Washington, D.C. access to student loans because their schools provide in-state tuition to undocumented immigrants, exposing the 368,000 children in foster care to risk of increased discrimination. Again, I thank Democracy Forward for this summary. Mr. President, these are just some of the countless proposals in Project 2025 that will make our country and the American people less free, less safe, and less prosperous. Behind it all is Russell Vought. If confirmed, he'll move to implement Project 2025 without delay to line the pockets of billionaires at the expense of working Americans. You know, we got to repeat this time and again, because guess what? This is exactly what happened during Trump's first term. Their goal was to give trillions in tax cuts to their billionaire buddies, and they're going to do it again. Trust me. That's what they're going to do. Project 2025 is dangerous. Mr. Vought is dangerous. I urge my colleagues to oppose this nomination. I yield the balance of my post-cloture debate time to Senator Merkley, up to the 2-hour limit.
The senator from Oregon.
I yield 10 minutes of my post-cloture debate time on the Vought nomination to Senator Van Hollen. And I yield 60 minutes of my post-cloture debate time on the Vought nomination to Senator Schatz.
The senator has that right.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I rise today in strong opposition to the nomination of Russell Vought to be the head of the Office of Management and Budget. His leadership will only continue the disruption that is hurting Georgians in every corner of my state, even as I speak. Over the past 2.5 weeks, my state has been plagued by chaos, by confusion that has harmed Georgia families and Georgia workers and organizations serving their communities. We are witnessing right now a careless and heartless assault on federal investments and a freeze of government funding that has already been appropriated by Congress to help Georgia seniors, veterans, students, and so many more. Let's be clear, these are funds that have already been appropriated. We've already gone through the legislative process. And somehow the president has created this new process in which he says, I don't care what Congress has done. I don't care what laws have been passed. It has to come back by me through the OMB manager. This cannot stand. And I'm afraid that these undemocratic antics will only continue if the Senate confirms Russell Vought to be head of the Office of Management and Budget. Vought is one of the architects of Project 2025, which initially President Trump ran away from. You know a politician's program is really bad when he won't even admit that it's his program. But as soon as he's elected, surrounds himself by the very architects of the program that he denied during the election was his. He's now nominated the very people who wrote the playbook for reshaping our entire democratic republic into their dystopian image. This is radical. This is extreme. This is undemocratic. And I dare say that the people of Georgia who elected me and the people of Georgia who elected Donald Trump did not vote for this. But just as we warned, his dangerous plans are playing out in real time. This is exactly what they said they were going to do. Some didn't believe them. Even after they attempted to gaslight the American people into thinking otherwise, here we are in no time flat. Now, I believe in democracy. I often say that democracy is the political enactment of a spiritual idea, the notion that each of us has within us a spark of the divine. And if we have a spark of the divine, if we were created in what theologians call the imago Dei, the image of God, we all ought to have a voice in the direction of the country and our destiny within it. And so I respect elections. They have consequences. I know as a result of what happened on November 5th, things will happen that I don't agree with. I'm not mad about that. I'll push and stand and speak about the direction I think the country should go in. But elections do have consequences. But people are tired of what happens here in Washington, D.C. What all of us ought to be able to agree on is that once we've gone through the legislative process, that process of three co-equal branches of government ought to be respected. I don't care if the president is a Republican or a Democrat. And so there's no question that there's a lot of pain out there. The status quo was not and is not working for Americans. And that's been the case for a long time. Folks have seen wealth trickle up and pain trickle down. And they've seen an increasing disconnect between what they need from their government and what they're able to get from their government. We can't even get movement on the things that Americans on the left and the right agree on in this country. A Fox News poll reported, and you don't often hear me quote a Fox News poll. Fox News poll said that Americans on both sides of the aisle believe that we ought to have background checks. But after one school shooting after another, we can't get any movement on that in this chamber. It suggests that somebody other than the people is trying to own the democracy, squeezing the voices of the people out of their own democracy. That's why what's happening right now is so deeply concerning. And if you're not concerned, you're not paying attention. Billionaires surrounding Donald Trump are trying to own the democracy. They're trying to move the vision of this country away from citizenship to ownership. Vote as OMB director would be a disaster. It would be a disaster for the people who rely on crucial government programs to make life more affordable. I'm thinking right now about the veterans that I serve in a military state. They are the best among us. They deserve the best from us. They have been imperiled by the actions of the last 2 weeks. I'm thinking about families who need accessible child care. This stunt that was pulled a few days ago is a disaster for communities who want well-funded law enforcement, thriving businesses, safe roads and bridges. And as they attack federal workers, attack the government, they're trying to convince you that the government is some third entity outside of us. No, this is government for the people, by the people, of the people. Our democracy represents the highest of our aspirations, what we are trying to achieve together. And as we witness this assault, it is hitting Democrats and Republicans. Blue states and red states. As the people's voices are being squeezed out of their democracy. And so just last week, without even being confirmed, Vought orchestrated the effort to freeze federal spending as if this money is his money rather than our money, the people's money, throwing programs from infrastructure upgrades to Medicaid to free school lunches to support for homeless veterans into chaos. How dare you take funds that are needed by the veterans of Georgia and all across this state? Those who fight for us should not have to fight with us to get what they deserve. With the power of the OMB, he would enact even more harmful policies. If he is behaving with this kind of reckless disregard for the law right now, what do you think he'll do if we confirm him? This is a dangerous disregard for the separation of powers that keeps our government in check and gives the people a voice through the people's house, a check on those who would recklessly exercise power. Vought has made it clear that he feels the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, can turn on and turn off any spending by the federal government, ignoring the requirements that Congress, being directly elected by the people, decides where your tax dollars can go. In 2024, listen, in 2024, he even published an article stating we are living in a post-constitutional time. That's dangerous rhetoric from a dangerous man. I beg to differ. I believe in our Constitution. Hard fought and hard won. It's not a perfect document. We've had to amend it. Thank God for the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, First Amendment. But he should explain what he means when he says we're living in a post-constitutional time. The Trump administration and its architects, including the nominee before us today, have a very simple playbook to shrink the federal government and to enrich themselves, even at the expense of the American people and their financial security. You are witnessing the unfolding of the kleptocratic designs that they have on our republic. And God help us if we just stand by and allow it to happen. So what's their first step in getting that done? The Trump administration is telling civil servants like the people who inspect your food or monitor diseases like bird flu or care for veterans at the VA to accept a meager buyout or risk being fired. All while an unelected billionaire posing as co-president accesses your private data at the Treasury Department. Russell Vought said in 2023 that he wanted federal workers to, quote, be traumatically affected. That's what he said about your neighbors. That he wants them to be traumatically affected, and when they wake up in the morning, he said, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. They're saying the quiet part out loud. Well, I've got news for Mr. Vought. The people who staff our VA hospitals are not villains. The people who keep our food safe so much that we Americans don't even think about it are not villains. The people who keep our water clean are not villains. The people who keep our military bases operating are not villains. couple of days ago, my office started to receive a flood of calls from federal employees, friends of mine who do great work at the CDC and other places called me directly. Folks who do noble work every single day. Out of a deep sense of patriotism, certainly not pay. Out of a deep sense of commitment to the covenant we have with one another. In the wake of this assault, they began to call. These are folks who, in their moment, are finding themselves attacked by dangerous and dystopian designs on our country. Folks demanding that the workers just quit. Well, to all the federal workers listening right now, let me say to you that not only do they want you to quit, more importantly, they want you to surrender. And you must never, ever surrender. You must never give in to the forces that would weaponize despair so that they can have their way and create a country that we will not even recognize. This is the people's house. This is the people's democracy. And the people have to stand up and say it belongs to us. Even the people with whom we disagree, this is our house. The democracy is the framework in which we get to fight, in which we get to have the great arguments about guns and butter, about how to spend the budget. We get to have these robust family arguments, and they get rambunctious from time to time in order to avoid violence. That's the American way. What we are seeing over the last 2 weeks is its own kind of violence. Pardoning of those who attacked this house on January 6th, the permission structure to do it again, the gaslighting, telling federal workers who are working hard for you on one day don't come to work the next day, that is its own kind of violence. And it must be condemned by all Americans who believe in the covenant we have with one another. And so when we're talking about federal workers, we're talking about hardworking folks I know. Don't allow them to turn these people into some vague and nebulous, dark picture of somebody you don't recognize. These are your neighbors. These are the folk who are practicing medicine and nursing care in our VA hospitals. These are those who manage our Social Security payments. These are the folks who are keeping our military bases operating safely and efficiently, ensuring folks get their tax returns on time, helping Georgians navigate their student loans, keeping our airports operating safely, providing critical support for our children, assisting farmers with loans, protecting our public health system and our public schools, eradicating diseases that know no borders, protecting our clean air and water. These are your neighbors. These are your family members. These are not villains. Always be wary of politicians who tell us to be afraid of each other. They're the ones you should fear and be concerned about. These are people throughout Georgia, our nation's capital, and scattered across the country, dedicated to healthy and safe communities and helping build that more perfect union we claim to aspire to. And so to these public servants who quietly and nobly do the people's work day by day, know this: I appreciate you. We appreciate you. And we've got your back because in so many ways, you've had ours. But these tens of thousands of Georgians are now living in fear that their ability to support themselves and their families are at risk. Just today, dozens of Georgians visited my Atlanta office, some of whom have already lost their jobs through the abrupt dismantling of USAID, and they are worried about how they will keep their lights on and take care of their children. Young woman came to my office yesterday, a single mother, works for USAID, doing noble work. It is indeed a humanitarian cause, care for the sick, the poor, the most marginalized members of the human family. It is that, to be sure, but it is national security. It is keeping us safe as Americans. And it is a smart investment. It is less than 1% of the budget, 1/2 of 1%. And for that, we get programs like PEPFAR, program that is perhaps the greatest humanitarian relief program in human history, saving millions of lives on the African continent, which pays dividends for us. These diseases know no borders. This young woman that I met yesterday came to my office, single mother. She was doing her work one day, and then she went to the doctor, and the doctor saw something in her test that was concerning and said, I need you to come back in a couple of days and get some more tests. And in between those days, she got notice and lost her job and her health insurance. She deserves better than that. My mama taught me to treat people with respect, with human dignity. To know that when you look in the face of your neighbor, you see the image of God. Surely people who've been working for us deserve better than that. So people are anxious. People are concerned. Know that you are valued and that we'll continue to stand and fight on your behalf. But not only are the careers of these federal workers on the chopping block, so too is the federal funding that helps all of our communities and local economies run smoothly. My constituents were deeply shaken by last week's federal funding freeze. I received thousands of calls and emails from folks afraid of the freeze's unknown harm to their community. So let's peel back the curtain even more on what happened over the last few days. The Trump administration froze trillions of dollars in government spending to enact massive and disruptive funding cuts. These cuts are being orchestrated in part by Russell Vought in partnership with the world's richest man, Elon Musk, the co-president, this unelected, unvetted bureaucrat who, by my best guess, appears to think that the livelihood of Georgians and Americans is some kind of startup he can tear apart. So if you want to get a sense of who President Trump is looking out for, Look at who he's surrounding himself with. On that stage when he was inaugurated, you saw them, some of the richest people in the world. They were the ones who had proximity. Well, proximity matters. You can tell a whole lot about the character of a person's public service based on the people who can get close to them. The folks who get to speak into their ear. If you want to know who Donald Trump is working for, look who he's surrounding himself with. The likes of Elon Musk, the billionaire, the richest man in the world, who's now telling us, the rest of us, that we need to tighten our belts. How quaint. President Trump isn't serving you, he's serving them. He's serving those in our country who are well off and who don't play by the rules, and putting at risk basic programs that help folks send their kids to school, keep food affordable, and lower their energy bills. In fact, the other day, as a member of the Banking Committee, I asked President Trump's nominee for Treasury Secretary, who manages the finances for the entire United States government, if in the administration's supposed quest to cut federal spending and give it back to the American people, would he agree with allowing the Trump tax cuts to expire for the wealthiest Americans? If you're concerned about the federal deficit, are you willing to let the tax cuts put in place by Trump during his first term to expire for the wealthiest of Americans? Perhaps we could return to the tax policies that we had during the Bush administration, even if just by $1. When I asked the nominee that question, now Secretary Bessent, he said, no, we can't afford to allow those tax cuts to expire. I said, what about folks making over $400,000 a year? He said, no. I said, what about millionaires? He said, no. I said, well, what about billionaires? No. So when Elon Musk and his billionaire buddies go looking for spending cuts, and they're focused on cutting government waste, they start by targeting the working class. They target the people who work the hardest and play by the rules. He said he couldn't cut taxes for billionaires because they are the job creators. What about the folks who just work on a job day to day? What about the folks who clean hospitals, who mop floors, who pick up our garbage, who do a day's work for an honest pay? Why is it that those at the top deserve so much more than those who are working at the bottom? Those in the middle. Hardworking Americans who play by the rules. Already we've seen Secretary Bessent give the world's richest man the keys to the kingdom, allowing him to prowl around in the sensitive data and systems of the Treasury Department. Who ever heard of any such thing as this? What is a billionaire doing with access to the system that handles grandma's Social Security check? Look, I will work with anyone who is able to have a serious bipartisan conversation about how to best utilize government resources and taxpayer dollars. Working across the aisle to get good things done for Georgia has been a cornerstone of my service in the Senate over the past 4 years. I'm listed as one of the most bipartisan senators in the Senate. I've worked with Republicans many, many times. But right now, the playbook is obvious. Cut programs that you rely on and give the richest of the rich the money. Robin Hood in reverse. Steal from the poor, give to the rich. And as this plan unfolds at a breakneck pace, I think it is important that Project 2025, it is important that we remind people that Project 2025 aims, again, to shift our democracy from citizenship to ownership, to shift the president from citizen to owner. Donald Trump, the real estate developer, and his billionaire friends wants to own the country. Last night he suggested that we should own Gaza as well. Imagine that. Here's what else they have in store under Project 2025 and its leader, Russell Vought. Increase costs for families by $4,000 a year by slapping a Trump sales tax on goods that families rely on, like gas, food, clothing, medicine. Cuts to Social Security and Medicare, hurting hundreds of thousands of Georgia seniors. Elimination of federal funding for K-12 education, impacting Georgians from the heart of Atlanta to our rural counties all across our state. Tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations while making working families foot the bill. Gutting the Affordable Care Act, which will raise health care premiums and threaten coverage for hundreds of thousands of Georgians and millions across the country. Their program would end student debt relief that ensures their student loan payments don't consume the entirety of their paychecks. Their plan would reverse provisions of a law I secured that is capping insulin at $35 for seniors and lowering prescription drug costs. And their program would eliminate Head Start, which provided me with an early childhood education when I was growing up in public housing in Savannah, Georgia. I stand tonight on the floor of the United States Senate, but I want you to know that you're looking at a Head Start kid. I know it works. This program that gives poor children a chance, which exposes them as preschoolers to literacy and a love of learning, which narrows the word gap between poor children and well-off children and puts them on the road to success. Head Start is a worthwhile investment. It is a recognition that God is an equal opportunity employer, that God creates genius and talent and possibility on all sides of town, on both sides of the track, and you never know where the very person we need to do the work that needs to be done, we never know what zip code that kid will grow up in. And so we have to invest in Head Start. To cut it is short-sighted. But not only that, we have to invest in all of these programs that provide a child care safety net, so mamas and daddies can go to work and children can be safe and thrive and be exposed to learning and literacy. So I was deeply moved when I began to get calls from folks involved in providing child care to our kids all across our state. Child care centers in neighborhoods, some forgotten, where people get up every day and go to work and they do their best. I heard from Sweetie Pie's Learning Center in Macon, Georgia. they rely on federal funding for child care services. But this freeze meant that they missed their regular check that covers food costs, which left employees scrambling to make plans on how they can make ends meet while still caring for children in this community. I'm thinking now about the folks I heard from in Learning Hive in Lawrenceville, another child care center, navigating this chaos. Delayed payments for child care and parent services. And if the freeze remained in effect, they would only have enough money to make payroll for 2 weeks. 2 weeks until your child is without care. Think about that. As myself, a working father of 2 young children, I cannot imagine the stress and the confusion that would bring. To put food on the table, keep a roof over your heads, and make sure your kids have a safe place to learn and play while you make it happen. I'm thinking about the folks at Easter Seals Child Care Center in Clarkston, who are counting on this funding also for fresh meals for children living at 100% below the federal poverty level. These kids risk going hungry in the wealthiest nation on the planet. So let me be clear. Project 2025 is no longer theoretical. It is unfolding right before our very eyes in real time. We are seeing these policies implemented every day, and the president who claimed to disavow Project 2025 is putting its chief architect in charge of administering the federal budget. But we must not give in. We must not give up. We must not let those who would weaponize despair win. For many, it's dark right now. But my faith teaches me that the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness overcometh it not. And so let me say that even in a time like this, I am incredibly and immeasurably blessed because I get to do this work. I get to wake up every single day thinking about what I can do for the people who gave me the great honor of representing them in the nation's capital. It is a great honor. When the people of your state say, since all of us can't go to that crazy place called Washington, D.C., we're going to send you. And we're going to trust that in rooms of power, where decisions are being made and deals are cut, you're always going to center the concerns of ordinary people. You're not going to forget about us. And so I'm honored that people all across the state of Georgia, from Bartow to Brantley County, when they took stock of the hopes for their families and their children and their grandmothers and grandfathers, they said again and again, we want you to go to Washington to fight for us. I'll tell you that for me, that is a sacred covenant, not much unlike my first job, pastor. The promise to walk with the people even as you work for the people. And part of the reason that Georgians have again and again voted to send me to Washington is that they know that I will fight for them. But they also know why I will fight for them. As a pastor in the Senate, Georgians know that I bring the moral lessons from my pastoral work with me to the Capitol every single day. And so I'm going to keep fighting. I'm not going to stand by and allow folks to undo what we did to cap the cost of insulin. Why? Because as a pastor, I have spent countless days in hospital rooms I've seen up close what diabetes untreated can do. I've seen the amputations. I've been there when folks have gotten the news that they've got to go on dialysis. When you need your insulin, you need your insulin. It's not a luxury, it's a requirement. And so that informs my fight. When I cast my vote to fund programs that range from supporting law enforcement to veterans, from making food and housing more affordable to ensuring every kid has a fair shot at making it on a college campus or a technical college, I see these votes as an extension of my pastoral work. My work to create what Dr. King called the beloved community. A world where everyone is cared for and all of God's children can thrive. It is an honor when the people send you here to represent ordinary people. And that is why I take such great offense to the illegal and immoral actions that I've seen over the last few days to try and freeze federal funds that center the needs of ordinary people for the purpose of enriching our country's wealthiest individuals. I'm a Matthew 25 Christian. I was hungry, and you didn't feed me. I was sick, and I was in prison, and you didn't visit me. I was a stranger, and you did not welcome me. And then there are those who will ask the master, Master, when were you hungry? When were you thirsty? When were you sick with a pre-existing condition and nobody came to see about you? When were you in prison? When were you a stranger, an immigrant? The answer of Matthew 25 says, inasmuch as you've done it unto the least of these, you've done it also unto me. Representing the people is holy work. It's noble work. And I return home to Georgia every week, and I return to my pulpit every Sunday because I don't want to forget why I came here in the first place. To stand up for the very people who Mr. Vought says are villains. We all know that Donald Trump has a history of bailing on debts and shorting people of what they are owed. But our government is supposed to step in to protect hardworking individuals from bad actors who seek to take advantage of people. Yet we're seeing those bad actors fill our government's most powerful positions, playing fast and loose with taxpayer dollars at the expense of ordinary people. This is not how the most powerful government in the world ought to serve its people. The reality is this new level of Washington's dysfunction has real-world consequences that extend beyond Washington politicians. Georgia's economy does not stop just because Washington is exercising a kind of chaos. While we're trying to get our act together up here, guess what? Farmers still need crop insurance. Child care workers and community health centers still need to make payroll. Our roads and our bridges and pipes still need repairs. When federal investments are put in limbo, the stability of our states and local communities are also put in jeopardy. And let me be clear, the Trump administration has demonstrated that it will try this again and again and again, and when they do, the business community will suffer and Georgians will be out of their jobs unless we stand up and say no. If this federal funding freeze continues, as Russell Vought hopes, the impact will be felt hardest by those who can least afford it. It's easy in all the bluster of the Beltway to forget who is actually bearing the brunt of Donald Trump's actions. Delays in funding are not just inconvenient. They create anxiety, instability, and they cost the jobs of our friends, our families, and our neighbors. And be very clear, this is all unconstitutional. So why are so many of our colleagues across the aisle surrendering their constitutional responsibility that their voters elected them to carry out? When my colleagues remain silent while this new administration breaks the law, they are sacrificing their duty to their constituents in service to one man occupying 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Well, I don't work for him. And I don't work for some oligarch threatening to run for my seat or run somebody for my seat. I work for the people of Georgia. And it's this obsession with power. It is this obsession with election, the next election, that has left us in this place in which we find ourselves tonight. And so it's up to us in this moment to stand up. I am listening to the people who sent me to represent them. I'm thinking about those who do the work every single day. It is our job to respond to the call and the urgency of this moment. History will not treat us kindly if we are silent at a time like this. In closing, and nobody believes a preacher when he says in closing, but I think my colleague is ready. But in closing, Senator, I was thinking the other day about the dark challenges that your people have been through. And during the era of the Third Reich, and I'm never quick to raise the specter of that ugly time, but there was a pastor by the name of Martin Niemöller, who in the midst of the ugliness of that dark time said, first they came for the communists and I didn't speak out because I was not a communist. And then they came for the socialists and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me. And there was no one left to speak out for me. When they come for one of us, they come for all of us. Dr. King said, we're tied in a single garment of destiny, caught up in an inescapable network of mutuality. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. Ironically and tragically, we learned from COVID-19, a deadly pandemic airborne, that if my neighbor is sick, not only is she sick, I'm potentially imperiled. That doesn't make my neighbor my enemy. That means that in my enlightened self-interest, I ought to be concerned about her health care. I ought to want her to be covered so I can be covered. We're all in this together. And so we must stand up in this defining moment and resist those who would have us to be afraid of one another because of our differences, because of our diversity, and know that we are one people. That's the American way. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Chair recognizes the senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the bad fortune and audacity to follow one of our greatest speakers, one of the nation's great orators, and a preacher. I know we all appreciate the old wisdom, never follow a preacher. And I want to thank Reverend Warnock, my great colleague and friend, for that eloquent and powerful speech, and particularly the ending of his speech, which evoked a time in our history that many would like to forget. A lot of Americans are forgetting. The world is trying to erase from its memory. But it is a time evoked by Senator Warnock that couldn't be more relevant to this moment in America's history, because we face a crisis in governance. It's a moral crisis, not just a political or legal crisis. It is a challenge to us, to our better angels, to our sense of mutual respect and caring, as he said so well, quoting Martin Luther King, that web of mutuality that binds us as a nation. Ultimately, it isn't our wealth, the number of dollars we have in bank accounts, or the economic strength of our corporation. It isn't our might militarily. We have the strongest and best military in the world. It is our common values and our commitment to our faith and our family and to each other, respect for each other, even when we differ. When we come to this body, Mr. President, we all take an oath. I've taken that oath a number of times in my life. When I became a private in the United States Marine Corps Reserve, when I became a United States attorney in Connecticut, when I became a state legislator, and then when I became Attorney General. And now as a senator, I raised my right hand, as did all of us, and we took an oath. It wasn't to a president. It wasn't to a government. It wasn't to a monarch. It was to the Constitution and the laws of this country. The Constitution stands for something that binds us together, and it is at the core of this great experiment that we call America. The Constitution will be around, I hope, and I'm knocking on wood, when these young pages become our age and stand here, perhaps. But it will be around only if we fight to sustain it. It doesn't happen by magic or by inaction. It happens because we come together and we say, whatever else happens, whatever divides us, whatever natural disasters, tornadoes, floods, hurricanes befall our great country, we're going to stand together for the rule of law and for each other. We will come to each other's aid, and we will respect each other's rights. A wonderful professor and friend of mine at Yale, Tim Snyder, wrote a little book on tyranny. That's the name of the book. It's 20 lessons from tyranny in the 20th century. And the first lesson is, do not obey in advance, which is to say, do not anticipate what a dictator wants and accede to it in advance. Do not acquiesce. Do not obey in advance. Today, we have to take a stand against a group of people who want to shred our Constitution. They want to light it on fire because they feel there's a higher good. They want to save money, or they think that we're in the midst of some religious movement, or they simply want to get power. Whatever their motive, and I don't pretend to fully understand it, they have unleashed on our government a group of Doge technocrats, I use that word advisedly, young people, maybe older people, who think they can simply slash government spending, but more to the point that they have a right to access information which Americans have been providing in trust to the Department of Treasury, the Labor Department, the Department of Education, private confidential information about bank accounts, checks that are paid, and veterans' benefits. That information is supposed to be held in trust, secretly, confidentially. And yet, right now, it is being scanned by Elon Musk and his crew. His henchmen are busy not just reading and scanning that information, but collecting it. And that actually serves, potentially, many of Elon Musk's business interests. Because on X, for example, he could profit mightily from knowing more information about people who might use Musk. In Tesla or SpaceX, who knows what he might do with that information? And some of his billionaire friends, some of the people who maybe provided access to that information could profit even more. So here's what I've done today as the ranking member of the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigation. I've written to every one of Elon Musk's companies, SpaceX, Tesla, all of them, including his AI company, demanding information about the workings of that company that might benefit from access to that private information. Now remember, his access is as a citizen. I'm not sure what his status is. The White House says he's a special government employee. He has no security clearance that would entitle him to take that information and use it for his own personal benefits. No security clearance could give him that right to profit from financial information that belongs to you, the taxpayers. It's your data. And we have nothing that I've seen in writing from the President of the United States that gives him authority to seize and exploit that information. He certainly has nothing under law that would justify his monetizing after purloining that information, the use of it. I think the American people have a right to know all about the workings of those companies that would be benefited from seizing and exploiting this information. I've written to those companies today. And I'm very hopeful that they'll explain to me what the facts are, because the American people deserve those facts. In a sense, what you need to know about this administration and about Doge and about Elon Musk is to follow the money. Now, he says he's following money that may be wasted or abused. I want to follow the money that will come to him and other billionaires in the government, others who may be made privy to this information and use it for personal benefit, and who may profit from it. I want to follow their money. And I want to follow any of the money that comes to other officials in emoluments. Now, emoluments is a term in the Constitution. And the reason it's in the Constitution is that our founders most feared, in addition to tyranny, that leaders of this country, people in public office, would take benefits, gifts, cash from foreign governments. We were a struggling, small country at our very beginning. We were nascent in our weakness. And their fear was that leaders of that small, struggling company might be tempted by one of those big monarchies in Europe that had the glittering palaces and jewels and riches, colonies around the world, that they could be bought. And so they said, no gifts, no benefits, nothing from any foreign source, and they had a domestic emoluments clause as well that in effect prohibited foreign bribery and that kind of domestic misappropriation as well. I want to know whether any of these officials in our government are benefiting in any way from advantages, benefits, payments from foreign governments. Because we have become a global economy, we know that, just take one example, comes to mind, one of the president's relatives is planning developments, hotels, all around the world. The president has said he wants to make Gaza into a Mideastern Riviera. Who's going to build the hotels? Who benefits? Who's going to be paid? We need the facts. And so I believe we need to be watchful, vigilant, and wary. Follow the money. Now, we're here tonight before a vote on someone who's going to be following a lot of money. Russell Vought, if he were to be confirmed as director of the Office of Management and Budget, in charge of all the money spent by the United States government, or almost all of it, I know most Americans have no clue as to what OMB does. OMB, Office of Management and Budget. Not to be confused with OPM, Office of Policy and Management. In the state of Connecticut, we call the similar body Office of Policy and Management. I suspect that the presiding officer's state, all of our states, have something equivalent to OMB or OPM. It is the kind of brain central of the financial nervous system in the government. It controls the flow, the disbursement, and then also the projections for the future about what the government does. It administers the federal budget, and it's the entity that actually gets that money out the door after Congress appropriates it. It puts the money into use by portioning it out to various federal agencies and programs. Mr. Vought is no stranger to the OMB because for 4 years in the first Trump administration, as both acting director and director, he served that agency. Unfortunately, for us and for him, his record there ought to be disqualifying. He slashed budgets. He obstructed oversight efforts. He repeatedly violated the law by withholding funding Congress had already appropriated. All of it harming American families, farmers, working people, communities, and in violation of the law. The OMB director is very powerful. But you know, there is this thing, and I keep coming back to it, the Constitution. The Constitution of the United States, which says we have separate branches of government. The Congress is the one that has the power of the purse strings. It authorizes and appropriates money. The executive implements that budget. It executes, as the term executive implies, on that budget and many other laws. It enforces criminal laws. It implements other statutes. And of course, the judiciary calls them both into account if they violate the Constitution. And Congress actually believed maybe there ought to be an additional guarantee of its power to appropriate and the president to faithfully execute laws. And so in addition to the Constitution, it passed a statute known as the Impoundment Control Act, which says, you know, when the Constitution requires that money appropriated by Congress be spent faithfully by the executive branch, the Constitution really means it. And the Impoundment Control Act implements it by saying it must be spent in exactly that way. But in his first service in the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, Mr. Vought really didn't think it was his duty to follow the law and the Constitution, and so he impounded money. Now, you would think, well, maybe it was an error. Maybe it was an oversight. Maybe it was just, you know, kind of an innocent mistake. But he came before us in a hearing at the Committee on Homeland Security. And I asked him specifically whether he would follow the law and the Impoundment Control Act. And he said, that act is unconstitutional. His theory is that the Constitution doesn't really mean what it says. The framers didn't really think that the president had to spend money if he felt it was against the public interest. And if his intention was good, he didn't have to follow the Constitution. Well, the Supreme Court has affirmed, and lower courts have followed that law again and again and again. So Mr. Vought thinks he is, in effect, above the Supreme Court, above the law, and above the norms that others in his position followed faithfully in executing appropriations bills. I joined my Democratic colleagues in voting no on Mr. Vought's 2 previous nominations, and I joined my Democratic colleagues in voting no on Mr. Vought's current nomination. In fact, Mr. Vought's record and views are so troubling, he has never received a Democratic vote. Never. I'm here to tell you that if confirmed again, Mr. Vought will be even worse than he was the first time around. He's had practice. He told this body that the one lesson he learned from his previous tenure was the need to act faster. During the confirmation process, he told us that he, quote, does not intend to do the job differently, end quote, than he did the first time around, and he would apply his experience, quote, from day one. He said he'd be acting and taking the helm of OMB at a time when President Trump has thrown that agency and the country into chaos and confusion with his unconstitutional, illegal funding freeze. With Mr. Vought in charge, there will be more of the same. He's already proven that he's willing to break the law on behalf of President Trump. As I mentioned, one of his most concerning beliefs is that the executive branch, the president, acting through OMB, has the authority to withhold funding that Congress has legally appropriated. Now, this point is fundamental because if he believes the president doesn't agree with funding already enacted into law, he doesn't need to release that funding, and the president's above the law. Now, let's be clear on appropriation bills. As the presiding officer and all of our colleagues know, budgets in the United States government are the result of extensive negotiation, leading to compromises and agreements that are then put into writing and incorporated into drafts, and then finally into the bills that are voted in this chamber and then approved in the House of Representatives. And if they are approved, they go to the President of the United States and he signs them into law. That's kind of high school civics. Everybody should know it. And it becomes a law. The President signs it. These funding withholding decisions that President Trump made during his first term on the recommendation of Mr. Vought were a violation of laws that a president, either he or a predecessor, signed. And that's why I want to focus on the devastating effects of this wrong-headed, misguided philosophy and approach to the law. As a member of the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs, when I questioned him on this very topic, he was clear that he disagreed with it, which is his right to do. He can disagree with the Constitution. Nobody says you have to think the Constitution is perfect. But if you take that oath, it's that oath that we all take. It's to follow the Constitution. So help me, God. When he fails to spend money appropriated by Congress, he will be violating that oath. And he has indicated he is ready, able, willing to do it. He's unqualified. He's unprepared. He lacks the character and competence to be OMB director. These issues, I know they appear abstract, hypothetical, but they have real consequences for real people in their everyday lives. As wildfires raged across California, I asked Mr. Vought if he would commit to releasing disaster relief funding promptly and fully. Disaster relief funding for the people of California, but also for the people of North Carolina, Texas, Florida, Connecticut. We had floods recently. My colleagues and I came together in the closing days of the last session to overwhelmingly approve this funding, $110 billion, the disaster supplemental. That's $29 billion for FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, to help North Carolina recover from Hurricane Helene, California to recover from wildfires, and my own state of Connecticut to recover from the devastating flooding that occurred last August. That's $21 billion to the Department of Agriculture to support farmers recovering from disasters, and billions of dollars for countless other programs, from small business loans to fisheries assistance, to roads that have to be repaired, to other kinds of effects of disasters that are the result of the new normal, climate change, and the people who are victims of it, who suffer financial losses or losses of their homes, injuries, are not to be blamed simply because they were in the wrong place or their house was in the wrong place at the wrong time. There are things we can do now in rebuilding that make those homes more resilient, that rebuild them in a different place where the risk is lower, but many lack the insurance because they were told they didn't need it by banks that gave them mortgages because there'd never been a storm of any real magnitude before. It's happened in Connecticut. And they were victims of rains or floods or earthquakes or other natural disasters that were not their fault. That's why we come together. We help people. As I mentioned earlier, we support each other. That's part of the fabric. It's not the legal fabric, it's the social and moral fabric. But Mr. Vought told me that he was not, quote, going to get ahead of the policy process of the incoming administration. He never committed that he would release the disaster funding. He left himself an out. He might violate the law. And we now know, because of his testimony, that he will likely violate the law. And we also have his past experience to inform our judgment. Under Mr. Vought's past leadership, OMB delayed community development block grant disaster mitigation funding to Puerto Rico that Congress had provided for recovery from Hurricane Maria. I visited Puerto Rico in the wake of Hurricane Maria. I saw the devastating destruction to that island, to roads and bridges, to electricities and utilities, to hospitals and clinics, to agricultural areas that were completely isolated, some of them. I flew over them by helicopter and saw the homes that had been leveled or rendered roofless and now isolated, unable to find food and water without it being dropped from the air sometimes by FEMA. But he withheld the development block grant disaster mitigation funding provided by Congress for recovery from Hurricane Maria. And the symbol, the visual symbol of that time became President Trump throwing rolls of paper napkins or towels at people in a crowd waiting for food and water. It became emblematic because Mr. Vought withheld that money. My constituents and all Americans should not have to worry that when disaster next strikes, they may not receive the aid that they need and deserve and should be forthcoming because of action by Congress, only because a single man, Russell Vought, has taken it on himself to make a decision that it should be withheld, as he did from Puerto Rico. Natural disasters, all the more frequent and damaging because of climate change, don't discriminate between red states and blue states. Florida, North Carolina, Texas, Connecticut, Oklahoma, California, they've all suffered these natural disasters recently. And it doesn't matter whether they're red or blue. They need and deserve help. No administration should withhold it. Just as troubling is Mr. Vought's track record about Ukraine aid. This issue is especially close to my heart. I'm wearing a pin at this very moment that has both the American and the Ukrainian flags. I wear it always. I've been to Ukraine 6 times since the beginning of the war. I believe fervently that their fight is our fight and that we have a moral obligation, but also a self-interest in supporting them, because Vladimir Putin will keep rolling. If he conquers Ukraine, he will keep going. First law, first lesson, 20th century tyranny: do not obey in advance. Tyranny starts abroad sometimes, but it comes for us. Vladimir Putin will come for others if he succeeds in Ukraine, and we will have an obligation under Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization to put American soldiers and troops on the ground, airmen, sailors, Marines, all of our military. So it's in our interest to stop him where he is right now. During his first term, Mr. Vought was instrumental in delaying security assistance to Ukraine. And we all remember, who served in this chamber during those years, that first impeachment of Donald Trump because of that withholding of money and the circumstances surrounding it. In 2019, under Mr. Vought's leadership, OMB withheld $250 million appropriated to the Department of Defense for security assistance to Ukraine. The Government Accountability Office found that OMB's actions to withhold this funding violate the law. GAO also concluded OMB's withholding of an additional $141.5 million appropriated to the State Department for Ukraine might be a violation of the law. That's the Government Accountability Office, nonpartisan, impartial, objective, and independent, violated the law by withholding that money. Ultimately, Congress had to pass another law to ensure that our allies in Ukraine received the funding they needed. And when I asked Mr. Vought if he would release the remaining security assistance now that has been authorized and appropriated for Ukraine, Mr. Vought said that he again was not, quote, going to get ahead of the president on a foreign policy issue of the magnitude of the situation with regard to Ukraine. That's astonishing. That's a yes or no question. Will I obey the law? Yes. But he ducked it. He dodged it. It is astonishing. Time and again, Congress has come together on a bipartisan basis and passed vitally needed security assistance to support our allies in Ukraine. And Mr. Vought could not commit to following the law and honoring that promised funding. I was and remain astonished and aghast that someone in a position of such responsibility that we are considering Mr. Vought to have would in effect say, well, maybe the president would be above the law, so I've got to wait to see whether he chooses to follow it. Saying he's going to not get ahead of the president on a foreign policy issue, that's not a foreign policy issue. That's an integrity issue. That's whether or not the president is above the law and whether he will follow it. Legal scholars, the Department of Justice's Office of Legal Counsel, and even the Supreme Court have all found again and again and again the president doesn't have the authority to withhold congressionally appropriated funding. But here we have a nominee in Mr. Vought saying, in effect, the Supreme Court is entitled to their opinion, but he could supersede it. Baffling to me that this man is now before the Senate for a nomination to a post that is one of the most critical in our government at an unprecedented moment of crisis in our history. And I think my colleagues ought to be equally aghast, both Republicans and Democrats, because this issue of the Constitution, I keep coming back to the Constitution, is bigger than any of us here, bigger than Mr. Vought, even bigger than President Trump. It is what sustains us through constitutional crises as we face right now. It's bigger than this administration or any other. It's whether the law of the land should prevail, whether it's up for grabs, depending on what the president thinks, or what Mr. Vought recommends the president should think. It's about the power of the purse being usurped from Congress and put into the hands of unelected bureaucrats, special government employees like Elon Musk. The Constitution provides for nothing like it, nothing close to it. This issue goes to the foundations of our country. Again, I know these issues seem esoteric and legalistic. I'm a lawyer. I understand that making the law real for people is a challenge. And a lot of what I've said, even when it concerns natural disasters, might seem abstract. But the person who appropriates the money, Congress, makes judgments about where it should go, who it should benefit. Child care, community health centers, the SNAP program, providing aid for the hungry, the military, new weapons platforms, our intelligence community, our national security, all of the domestic needs, all of the challenges from abroad. They're not hypotheticals. And we saw last week how real the threat is, how damaging the effect would be on every single America if Mr. Vought's views prevailed. Last week, the Trump administration swept the country into chaos and confusion, and all of us in this chamber heard from our constituents, loud and clear, what in God's name are you doing? You're disrupting the payrolls of community health centers that provide basic services to patients who need them, children who use them, child care, Head Start, Medicare, Medicaid, the basic nuts and bolts of our government disrupted. I know the president wants to be a change agent. He shouldn't be a chaos agent. Disruption shouldn't mean destruction of those basic services. But that's what a delay in funding could mean, or a suspension of financial support. And that move wasn't approved by Congress. To be clear, it was against the law. They made the unconstitutional and unilateral decision to halt congressionally mandated funding. As a result of that order, chaos and confusion halted federal payments to food bank programs, health care and nutrition assistance programs, Head Start and child care programs, housing programs, energy assistance programs, and so much more. We heard about them. And throughout the chaos, the administration was utterly unable to communicate to the public. First, there was a vague memo which claimed there were exceptions to the Trump funding freeze, but many of those programs, like Medicaid and Head Start, remained unable to access funding for extensive periods of time. A federal court had to step in and halt the order and stop the chaos. And then in another one-sentence memo, President Trump caved to the public outcry and allegedly rescinded the funding freeze entirely, 24 hours after it went into effect. Of course, it didn't end there, because right after the funding freeze was supposedly halted, it was put back into place by a tweet. That's the way we govern these days in the Trump administration, by a tweet from the White House. Agencies and organizations on the ground were still in chaos solely because of President Trump's incompetence, but also advice that he received from people like Mr. Vought, who contended he was above the law and he could unilaterally freeze that funding. But here's where things really get scary. Mr. Vought shares President Trump's ludicrous and unconstitutional views about the executive power over federal funding, but he, unlike President Trump, is not incompetent. He knows what he's doing. He spent 4 years at OMB carrying out this agenda of withholding funding. And he's primed and ready to continue that mission with all of that experience behind him, as he put it, on day one. Make no mistake, even though courts have intervened to halt Trump's federal funding freeze, this fight is not over. It's not even the beginning of the end. It's not even the end of the beginning. We are in the first 2 weeks, or now maybe 3 weeks, of the Trump administration. And I'm hearing from constituents that funding has yet to be unlocked, especially from the Inflation Reduction Act. And even if all the federal funding taps are turned back on, this administration is not done wreaking havoc in our communities. The president will try again. Only this time, if we let him, he'll have Mr. Vought on his side. With all that experience, breaking the law at OMB on the president's behalf, it won't be a vague several-line memo from OMB imposing the freeze. It will be a well-articulated set of falsehoods designed to confuse and obstruct, but still order a freeze in funding. Let me give you some examples from Connecticut about what the ramifications are in real life. Given the magnitude of the danger facing us, I want to take some time to highlight, again, the harms that result from a funding freeze. I've spent the last couple of weeks, the last week, particularly fielding concerns from constituents who are understandably worried and confused and scared about the devastating effects the freeze has imposed on services they provide to people who need and deserve them. Let me be clear, the congressionally mandated aid this administration legally has withheld helps families put food on the table and keep their homes heated in the winter. It helps our communities, and particularly farmers, recover from extreme natural disasters. It helps needed support for infrastructure updates in every state across the country. To every American who is listening, it's your money that President Trump is playing games with. It's your taxpayer dollars that are owed back as investments in your communities. It's not Donald Trump's money. It's not Russell Vought's money. It's your money, taxpayer monies. Let's call the funding freeze what it is: theft. President Trump is stealing money from American taxpayers and citizens and threatening their ability to pay rent, heat homes, and much more. And that money, stolen by Donald Trump, will be used to finance tax cuts for billionaires and the ultra-wealthy like himself. Follow the money. Follow the money when it is illegally impounded to be used to finance tax cuts for the benefit of a tiny slice of the American public, the ultra-wealthy, billionaires. Nothing wrong with being a billionaire. We all can aspire to be a billionaire. It is the favoritism and discriminatory use and effect of our laws benefiting them at the illegal expense of everyday Americans whose taxpayer money has been stolen, grifted, thieved. I have no doubt that every single one of my colleagues, even on the other side of the aisle, who have remained silent or complicit, have been inundated with requests for help from their constituents. And my Republican colleagues know well, red states and blue states receive funding from the federal government. In fact, I saw a statistic in the New York Times that something like 80% of all the infrastructure money has gone to congressional districts represented by Republicans. Don't hold me to the 80% number, but that's approximately what it was, which is not to say they shouldn't receive that money if they're entitled to it under the formula that Congress establishes based on need or other factors. It doesn't matter whether they're red or blue. The law ought to be executed fairly and faithfully, implemented properly. But then to turn around and say, well, we should impound money that's been lawfully appropriated affects them as well as the congressional districts represented by Democrats. It's not about Republican or Democrat. Here are some real stories. During the chaos that overwhelmed federal agencies, community health centers were unable to access the federal funding they rely on to provide critical health services. Many of them were weighing furloughs of their doctors, their nurses, their counselors, their essential providers. A nonprofit in Connecticut that provides critical mental health services was terrified that they may not be able to pay their staff if the funding freeze continued. I spoke to the head of the Alliance or Association of Community Health Centers. He told me about one in the northeastern part of the state that had to close its dental services. Medicaid payments are now seemingly back online. But this administration put 1 million Connecticut residents who rely on Medicaid and the Connecticut Children's Health Insurance Program at risk with these needless and reckless theatrics. Child care, similarly, Connecticut Head Start was unable to access payments. President Trump jeopardized child care and early childhood education for 5,000 families in Connecticut. Connecticut farmers who just over a week ago were celebrating, and I was there with them, millions of dollars in much-needed disaster assistance from extreme weather events. They weren't sure whether they would ever see that money or when. You know, farmers really can't wait a few months to plant the seeds or feed their livestock. There are seasons, there are days when obligations have to be met. And they deserved the aid that was coming to them, and they should not be forced to wait for it. Millions of dollars to the hardworking farmers of Connecticut withheld potentially on that day. We still are unclear whether that freeze for that aid has been unequivocally lifted. At the outset of the freeze, I spoke to the CEO of Connecticut Food Share. He expressed to me his deep fears about the potential impact to food assistance, like SNAP, the Emergency Food Assistance Program. Freezes to these funds could push hundreds of families into poverty and hunger. Any more politically motivated funding games from the Trump administration would have potentially life-threatening impacts on survivors of domestic violence because they depend on VAWA, the Violence Against Women Act, and the money that's appropriated under it for the domestic violence shelters, for the counseling, for the hotlines, all necessary to provide survivors with options rather than just stay in homes where they are victims of abuse. They are survivors if they can get away, and they deserve these services. The operation of Connecticut's 24/7 domestic violence hotline could be severely impacted by another suspension, court-based and community-based services for survivors and their children, also on the chopping block. This funding freeze was terrifying to these women and children, and potentially tragic, not just for Connecticut, but for the whole country on domestic violence. Housing, Connecticut organizations that rely on federal funding from HUD to help families at risk of homelessness, also in jeopardy. 150,000 Connecticut residents depend on federally funded housing programs. Even a temporary pause puts them at risk because potentially it puts them out of their homes. I heard from one organization that can provide permanent supportive housing to over 40 households in Waterbury and Meriden with the help of HUD funding. This housing is for people with disabilities and their families during this chaos and confusion. They reported that the payment system for HUD was down and they were unable to access this funds just days before the rent was due on the 1st of the month. While the system now seems to be back online, that organization had to live through potentially tragic trauma, and the stress was debilitating for them. And the trauma has lasting effects. It increases the sense of insecurity for people who already feel an anxiety about their future. The Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, known as LIHEAP, we all know it because it heats the home of people in days like this one. Cold here in the District of Columbia, a lot colder in Connecticut and the Northeast, and in many of our states, and people need this critical program that provides energy assistance to low-income individuals and households. It was in jeopardy too. Over 100,000 households in Connecticut that rely on HEAP were told the money has stopped. Again, It may be back online, but no one knows whether that's for sure, because Russell Vought and Donald Trump think they may be above the law. Funding to support critical water infrastructure, brownfields remediation, and clean drinking water also frozen. That move threatened the health of communities everywhere. And I'm still hearing from constituents that grants they received under the Inflation Reduction Act are continued to be frozen. The city of New Haven received over $10 million from EPA for 2 grants under the IRA that they say have been blocked, severely disrupting work. Recipients of EPA's Solar for All program, which enables households in low-income and disadvantaged communities to benefit from solar power, are similarly still frozen, including recipients in Connecticut. Make no mistake, the Trump funding freeze continues in effect today. The courts need to block it, and then they will need to hold in contempt the officials who fail to obey it, whether it's Mr. Vought or the President of the United States, and lawyers will go to court to seek contempt motions to hold them in contempt. Trump's funding freeze put the future of Connecticut's and our nation's roads and bridges and rail at risk. Amtrak's state of repair backlog for the Northeast Corridor is tens of billions of dollars alone. It's estimated at 78.8 or 7 billion in 2023. This funding is critical for safety repairs along Amtrak's line, funding the Connecticut River Bridge Replacement Project and the Gateway Hudson Tunnel Replacement Project. It will ensure rail passengers can safely enter and move through all of New England. And without this funding from the federal-state partnership for intercity passenger rail and the Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements Program, just naming a few, all of these investments will be at risk because they are all connected. You can't stop work on one part of the line and expect the trains to magically go in the air over that break. And transportation costs will escalate because construction costs will rise. The interruption itself could be devastating financially. Last week, I was proud to join the mayor of New Haven and Representative Rosa DeLauro to announce that the city of New Haven was awarded $2 million under the Reconnecting Communities pilot program to study reuniting the city of New Haven, which was divided by Interstate 91. When that road was built, it split the city. It created a physical barrier. It isolated residents from social and economic opportunities that are critical to thrive. It destroyed city blocks and dozens of homes. And now this grant will help reunite neighborhoods, bring communities closer together, incentivize housing, and other important assets. But right before we made our announcement, DOT pulled down meetings it was supposed to have with grant recipients because they didn't know whether the award would be granted. This funding freeze means that New Haven will no longer be able to identify ways to make roads safer or safeguard against disaster or encourage construction of new affordable homes and promote new businesses and more for its residents. Just one example of around $1 billion federal funding, $1 billion for Connecticut alone that is in jeopardy. The longer the Trump administration's reckless agenda causes chaos and confusion, the clearer it will become. Every day, Americans are suffering from this ill-conceived, wrongly implemented, reckless, and heartless program. I talk about all these stories concerning my constituents, but every member of this body could tell the same kinds of stories. It's across our nation. It bears repeating because the trauma and the hurt and the harm are to our neighbors and communities. When Russell Vought, as director of OMB, if he is confirmed, he will have President Trump as his leader, who has apparently indicated he will follow recommendations that put him above the law. Russell Vought is the perfect person to help Donald Trump rob the American people, carry out this massive agenda of theft. He's proven that he was willing and able to break the law for President Trump in his first term, illegally withholding disaster aid.
Senator's time has expired.
And security assistance, and he will do it again. I recommend that my colleagues say no to this nomination. Thank you, Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
Mr. President, I yield 120 minutes of my post-cloture debate time on the Vought nomination to Senator Murphy.
The senator has that right. Senator from Rhode Island.
Well, we are in interesting times, Mr. President, and we are beginning to see the corporate and billionaire takeover of the United States government. And in that corporate and billionaire takeover of the United States government, the nominee, Russ Vought, to run OMB has a key role. And that key role to do the work for the billionaires and the big corporations is what makes him unfit and dangerous, and what compels us to come to the floor tonight to warn the American people of what this guy will do and who he is. Let's start with a little history. This is the guy who violated the Impoundment Control Act by withholding $214 million appropriated dollars from the soldiers fighting and dying in the trenches of Ukraine against Putin's thug army. It was that stunt that led to the impeachment of President Trump. This is the guy who caused lives to be lost in those Ukrainian trenches by withholding funding they needed desperately, withholding the funding they desperately needed illegally, and withholding that desperately needed funding illegally in order to support a scheme by President Trump to put pressure on the Ukrainians to give him dirt on his political opponent. That's a little bit of history of where this guy will go. The OMB is the nerve center of the federal government, and to have someone there of that character is dangerous. Vought is also lawless. The Impoundment Control Act that he violated, the Government Accountability Office said this: faithful execution of the law does not permit the president to substitute his own policy priorities for those that Congress has enacted into law. He violated that, and they specifically find, therefore we conclude that OMB violated the Impoundment Control Act. Is he repentant about that, now that the Government Accountability Office has called it out as being illegal? Never mind the Ukrainian lives that he caused to be lost. No, he continues to say the Impoundment Control Act is unconstitutional, even though no court has ever said so. He was pressed on this question in the Budget Committee. In answering the Appropriations Ranking Member, Senator Murray's questions about this, he said, President Trump has stated that the Impoundment Control Act is unconstitutional. I agree with the president's position. Again, no court has said this. He said, if I am confirmed as the director of OMB, I will follow the advice of legal counsel and ultimately the president with respect to the implementation of the Impoundment Control Act. Pay attention. I will follow the advice of legal counsel and ultimately the president. Not I will follow the law, not I will follow court decisions that say what the law is. No, I will follow the advice of legal counsel and ultimately the president. So let's just have a quick look at who his legal counsel is. People may remember this. This is a painting that was commissioned by this guy, the billionaire Harlan Crow. As you may remember, the billionaire Harlan Crow has been funding the lifestyle of the next person over, Justice Clarence Thomas. Millions of dollars in secret gifts to the Thomas family. And the next guy over, in the painting, by the way, if you saw Kristi Noem sworn in by Justice Thomas, he has a picture of this right behind them. He's so pleased with it that he's got his own version of it. Him with his billionaire sugar daddy and with Mark Paoletta. This is the guy who is going to be the legal counsel whose advice Vought is going to listen to. This guy is neck deep in the billionaire court capture scheme. Of course his advice is going to be what the billionaires say. The next guy over is Leonard Leo, the court fixer. This is basically a panorama of the corruption of the Supreme Court. The billionaire who funds it, the justice who secretly accepts millions of dollars in billionaire gifts, the guy who cooks up the whole scheme and travels with justices on these billionaire-funded trips, and is here at the billionaire's estate in the Adirondacks with them, and of course, Mark Paoletta. That's whose advice he's going to take. Again, he was careful to say, not the courts, not the law, the billionaire court fixer guy who's now his counsel, and the president who's already said he thinks the law's unconstitutional. This guy, on this question of the Impoundment Control Act, he hasn't said he's going to follow the law either. In fact, he said the Impoundment Control Act is a stupid law. And he tweeted at Russell Vought, impound, baby, impound. Yeah, you're going to get sober legal advice from a guy who says impound, baby, impound, and hangs out with billionaires who fund the capture of the Supreme Court as part of Leonard Leo's scheme. This is an illustration of how this guy, Russell Vought, is a creature of the far-right, billionaire, dark money world. Before he went to OMB the first time, he worked as vice president of Heritage Action. What is Heritage Action? Heritage Action is a billionaire-funded dark money group that advocates for the things that dark money billionaires want. And he, for years, worked for them. Then he went into OMB, and I submit he still worked for them, although they weren't paying his paycheck at the time. He gets back out after Trump won, and he sets up something called the Center for Renewing America. Again, a billionaire-funded dark money enterprise whose purpose is to advocate for the things that the dark money billionaires want. It also, by the way, took care of the refugees from the first Trump administration. That creepy character, Jeffrey Clark, who was in the Department of Justice and tried to wangle his way into the Attorney Generalship by proposing that he would put the Department of Justice into the election-fixing scheme that President Trump was running down in Georgia, that guy, where did he land? Right, the Center for Renewing America, courtesy of Russ Vought. Who else is a senior fellow there, funded by the billionaires? Oh, Mark Paoletta, the guy who's going to be his legal counsel and was chumming it up with the billionaire and the justice. Who else? Kash Patel, the guy who has threatened publicly over and over again to turn the FBI into a political weapon for Donald Trump against his adversaries. He went so far as to repost a tweet of himself chainsawing the heads off members of his enemies list. Yeah, this is the guy who published an enemies list of who he was going to get in what he called a manhunt. The manhunt begins now, he said, of his enemies list. And Trump wants to put him in charge of the FBI so it becomes his personal political weapon. And Kash Patel has shown in time after time, instance after instance, he is all too willing to do that. And where did he land? Yeah, right, at Vought's Center for Renewing America. So this guy Vought is neck deep in the billionaire dark money operation that is working right now to take over the U.S. government and run it its own way. The way it wanted to do this is through a plan that it cooked up and paid for called Project 2025. And if you look at the first couple of weeks of the Trump administration, you see Project 25 playing out again and again and again and again. And who was the central architect of the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025? Oh, yes, Russell Vought. Paid for with $120 million. You know, in Rhode Island, that's still a pretty big number. $120 million from a couple of right-wing billionaire families to cook up a scheme to run the government, and Vought both writes it and now goes in to implement Project 2025. If you want to look at the guy's lawlessness from another angle, he doesn't believe in independent government agencies. So the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, for instance, that is an independent government agency because it adjudicates disputes in the energy sector and because it makes policy and has to do a number of things, but it has to be independent to have this adjudicative function, or the Securities and Exchange Commission, or the Federal Reserve. He doesn't believe that any of them should be independent. He says what we're trying to do is identify the pockets of independence and seize them. Seize them. For the corporate and billionaire takeover, they want to seize the independent agencies in government so that they're under the control of the big donors who put this administration in. He said specifically about the Federal Reserve, it is very hard to square the Fed's independence with the Constitution. Except that the Supreme Court of the United States has squared the Fed's independence with the Constitution for decades. The decisions of the United States Supreme Court supporting the existence of independent agencies goes back to the Humphreys Executor case in 1935. This has been a long run of Supreme Court precedent in which literally dozens of cases involving independent agencies have come before the court, and it is never said that it's hard to square the independence of agencies Congress has deemed to be independent with the Constitution. This is an eccentric and illegal, lawless view, and they intend to impose it, notwithstanding the law. There are, number one, he said, is going after this whole notion of independence. There are no independent agencies, he says. The SEC, the FCC, the CFPB, none of that is something that the Constitution understands. Oh yeah, except for those 90 years of Supreme Court precedent interpreting the Constitution to understand exactly that. In addition to the billionaire stoogery that he's been involved in for decades, in addition to his penchant for lawlessness where there is clear Supreme Court precedent, he's just a little bit strange. Here's what he has said about the men and women who work in the federal government. We want them, he said, to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. Your postman, the villain, the meat inspector who makes your steak safe at USDA, the villain, the health inspector, the people who do the tests on pharmaceutical drugs, the people who do brain cancer research for us. Yeah, we definitely want them to be viewed as the villains and to not want to go to work. He goes on, we want their funding to be shut down so that, and of course he picks the EPA because we're dealing mostly with polluter billionaires. We want their funding to be shut down so that the EPA can't do all of the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so. We want to put them in trauma. If you think that's normal, you might want to go have just a little look in the mirror. He wants mass firings, which we're already seeing threatened. He wants to eliminate the civil service, fire staffers so that they can be replaced with loyal partisans. So let's say you're a big polluter. Let's say you're a big oil company. Let's say you're not cleaning up your methane leaks. You're spewing waste methane into the atmosphere for everybody else to breathe. And the Environmental Protection Agency, or perhaps the Department of Interior, who may be your landlord, comes to you and says, you know, you got to clean up your mess here. You're spilling methane into the atmosphere. It is poisoning people. You've got to knock it off. Nope. Out you go. Bring in the sycophants. Bring in the loyal partisans. Bring in people who will tell the corporate and billionaire takeover artists that are at work now, never mind. We got your back here. You just keep leaking that methane. And here's one that kind of stunned me. Pretty simple question. I asked him, did Joe Biden win the 2020 presidential election? What was his answer? I believe that the 2020 election was rigged. No court has ever believed that. People got their bar ticket removed for telling courts falsehoods that the election was rigged. This was the first big lie of the Trump administration, and he's not over it. and he wants to go and run the nerve center of OMB. He even wants to invoke the Insurrection Act, bring in the United States military onto domestic soil to break up people who are protesting the Trump administration. This is not a normal guy. This is not a guy who respects the law and the Constitution. This is a tool of a very small right-wing billionaire elite, and he has proven himself with his participation in the Trump scheme to hold back urgently needed money from Ukrainian warriors trying to defend their country against Putin so that they could put pressure on Zelensky to develop dirt on Trump's political opponent. He was part of that scheme. What a guy. The last thing that I'll mention is that he has described Joe Biden and his administration as having engaged in climate fanaticism. Climate fanaticism. This from the slow, cautious, temperate, non-combative Biden administration. I wish they'd been a little bit more fanatic, but they sure weren't. They were slow, they were cautious, they were temperate, they were non-combative, and he found that to be fanatic. Well, I'll close with what's coming, because what's coming from climate change is a beginning meltdown in property insurance markets all around the country, which is going to cascade into a problem in mortgage markets around the country, because you can't get a mortgage if you can't get property insurance. And unless you're selling billionaire to billionaire Palm Beach estates, if you want to sell your home, you got to find somebody who can get a mortgage. If your home can't get a mortgage because they can't get insurance, you can't find a buyer. And so your property values crash. And the chief economist for Freddie Mac has warned that this insurance to mortgage to property values crash is going to happen and is going to hit the United States economy as hard as the 2008 mortgage meltdown. So somebody who takes this not seriously at all is the wrong person to lead us as we head towards disaster. Here's some of the work that we've been doing on this. Out of the Budget Committee, here's where we're seeing massive non-renewal rate increases. That is the insurance companies telling people who've paid their premiums for years, you're fired, we don't want you anymore, we are not going to insure your property any longer, you're done, or jacking up the rates. And you can see, obviously, where the high percentage places are. It's in coastal and wildfire areas. Here's another one. This followed our Budget Committee report that I just referenced. This is where home insurance premiums are predicted to go because of climate change, up to a 300% increase. That's quadrupling. That's, if you have a $6,000 home insurance policy, that's $24,000. And it's all over. It's in the hot spots for wildfire, and it's in the hot spots for coastal property damage from storms and sea level rise. And when you raise home insurance premiums by that much, what do? You knock down the value of the home. Because when you buy a home, if you're buying into a, let's say, $24,000 expense every year, the present value of $24,000 out of your pocket year after year after year comes off the value of the house. So it will knock down property values. Indeed, it is predicted that in many of these areas, homes are going to lose as much as 100% of their value. A home that people have invested in, purchased, loved, raised their children in, will lose its value in some places completely because you can't get insurance, you can't get a mortgage, you can't find a buyer, the place is going to burn, the place is going to flood. And it's not just me warning of these things. Here's an article from The Economist magazine, not exactly a liberal green publication, predicting globally that the next housing disaster is going to come from climate change. Severe weather brought about by greenhouse gas emissions is shaking the foundations of the world's most important asset class, real estate. The world is facing roughly a $25 trillion hit. The impending bill is so huge, in fact, that it will have grim implications not just for personal prosperity, but also for the financial system. Climate change, in short, could prompt the next global property crash. And if you look back here to Florida, you see how acute the trouble is as that insurance market melts down. Home insurance in Florida, the average annual premium for a typical single-family home in the state is likely to hit nearly $12,000 this year, says The Economist magazine. Citizens Property Insurance Corporation has become Florida's largest home insurer. Its exposure is now $423 billion, much more than the state's public debt. This is a high-risk situation. The Financial Times reporting says that billion-dollar-plus disasters occur once every 3 weeks now on average, compared with every 4 months for equivalent events in the 1980s. As insuring high-risk homes becomes increasingly hard and costly, cracks in the U.S. housing market will widen. This danger of housing values collapse is already underway. Residential properties in the U.S. are overvalued by $121 billion to $237 billion for flood risks alone, not the wildfire risks out west, the flood risks alone. That's the Financial Times. The New York Times. Without insurance, it's impossible to get a mortgage. Without a mortgage, most Americans can't buy a home. Headline: Insurers are deserting homeowners as climate shocks worsen. Bloomberg News. U.S. home insurance real estate markets teeter on financial crisis. Here's what they say. It's hard to overstate the role that insurance plays in the modern economy. Banks won't make mortgage loans for uninsurable properties. Without those loans, the real estate market slows to a crawl, which in turn eats away household wealth and the tax revenue that state and local governments rely on. For insurers to play their part, they have to feel confident predicting how much damage they might have to cover. To do that, they build models of the future based on what's happened in the past. They don't have to be right all the time, just enough to win by more than they lose. Climate change has made that much harder. A warming world is more dangerous and unpredictable. In the 1980s, the U.S. experienced roughly 3 disasters a year that did at least $1 billion in damage. Now the annual occurrence is closer to 18. And it's not just news reports. Here's the Congressional Budget Office analysis. The risks of climate change to the United States in the 21st century. As emissions of greenhouse gases from human activities accumulate in the atmosphere and oceans, climate conditions are changing throughout the world. In the United States, those changes will have consequences for economic activity, real estate, and financial markets. Here's the Financial Stability Board. It's the global board that advises banks on how to stay sound. Climate-related vulnerabilities in the financial system, when triggered by climate shocks, could threaten financial stability. Climate shocks can interact with existing financial vulnerabilities in the real economy or the financial system and lead to financial losses. Climate shocks could also affect the real economy through damage to real assets or the creation of stranded assets or a disruption to economic activity that can feed back to the financial system. I'll cut to one of the endpoints here. The projected physical risk impact from climate change could cause global GDP to decline versus the baseline by 5.3% by 2030 and by up to 15% by 2050. That is a global recession, folks, driven by climate change, pounding insurance markets, which pound mortgage markets. And this guy thinks that taking climate science seriously is fanaticism. Here's what the American people think about some of this stuff. Penalties on high pollution imports, letting high pollution Chinese products into our country, putting a penalty on that. 12% oppose, 74% support, a 62% positive swing. Carbon pollution limits on big companies, 12% disapprove, 72% support. Impose a fee on big polluters, 10% oppose, 74% support, a 64% swing. The American public wants to solve this climate problem, which is why the billionaires need to come in and take over the government from the inside with people like Russell Vought, so they can defeat the American people, continue to pollute, and let the economic mayhem ensue. And I'll close with this last image just because I really love it. Here's the MAGA guys standing outside the wall of Trump's Mar-a-Lago palace. Ha ha, we sure showed those elites who's in charge. Meantime, inside are the helicopters from Wall Street, big tech, Bezos, pharma, big ag, Musk, coal, big oil, crypto bros. This is what is happening. MAGA may have thought it won the election, but here's who really won the election. The looters and the polluters. The Musks who are running into our information systems, looting data out of them for their own purposes, and the polluters who want to pretend that this climate change threat is not real. Russ Vought is dangerous because he won't face the facts on these things, because he belongs to the billionaire looters and polluters. And with that, I yield.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise to continue the discussion about Russell Vought, the President's nominee to be Director of the Office of Management and Budget. But before I do, I thought I would just share with my colleagues and all who are in the chamber a vigil that I just attended. There was a vigil at a riverfront park in Alexandria near the site where the flight went down a week ago, killing 67 people on the American Airlines flight and the Army helicopter that had deployed out of Fort Belvoir. And it was a simple, moving candlelight vigil that it was organized by my friend Don Beyer in the House of Representatives. It was attended by a few hundred people, mostly residents of Alexandria and Arlington, nearby communities. There was a heavy representation of law enforcement there because the Alexandria police and fire departments were very integral to the research and the rescue and recovery operations that were ongoing. It was somber. It was somber. You struggle for words at a time like that. I couldn't think of any of my own that really were that enlightening, so I fell back on Psalm 90. Teach us how short our lives are so that we may become wise, thinking about the children, the ice skaters, and their friends and families who were killed. But frankly, all of us have short lives, even the oldest of those who died that day, the mother who was celebrating her birthday, a wife who was on her way home whose husband was waiting for her in the airport, these coaches, folks who were in Wichita doing a pipe fitter training program. And frankly, all of the attendees, our lives are all short. And so what is the wisdom, if you follow the logic in Psalm 90, teach us how short our lives are so that we may become wise? Well, what is the wisdom that we are to gain if we understand that our lives are short? Well, the psalmist doesn't really say. The psalmist kind of leaves us to conclude for ourselves what is the wisdom we are to gain out of such situations and out of the realization of the temporal nature of human life. But what I said to people there is, if there is one bit of wisdom that you should gain when you realize how mortal we all are, it's probably wisdom about the value of community. That we link arms and we support each other, certainly If we're celebrating positives, we ought to do that, but particularly when we're mourning and we're thinking about lives lost and lives and futures cut short, our wisdom should compel us to find solace and comfort in each other's company. This vigil lasted about a half hour. We had candles, and after Representative Beyer spoke and I spoke and the mayor of Alexandria, Mayor Gaskin, spoke, then the chaplain of the Alexandria Police Department gave a closing prayer, and the service was over. But we stayed. We stayed to visit with each other and comfort one another. And I was struck, because I was coming here to speak tonight, that I met a guy from DHS who was involved in the recovery effort in frigid waters out on the Potomac. I met a key official from Fort Belvoir, where the 3 soldiers had deployed from in the training flight who were killed that night. I met other people who are part of the federal family, who work in air traffic control, who work in the FAA. Alexandria is pretty close to the Pentagon. I met people who work at the Pentagon, whose family members do. I met some folks who weren't federal employees, but they talked to me about, one woman talked to me about her son, who was a federal employee, is a federal employee, currently stationed in Tennessee. I took that to mean member of the armed services. This was the random community that gathered to commemorate the 67 lost lives and comfort one another. And while we were there to focus on the tragic accident, most wanted to talk to me about their own fears for their careers and for their families and for others who are feeling confused and afraid right now because of actions that are being taken against federal employees. And that brings me to Russell Vought. My colleagues have spoken on the floor about a particular statement of Mr. Vought's that I examined him about fairly aggressively during the Budget Committee hearing. In the course of a speech, he said, "I want federal employees to be traumatized. I want to put them in trauma. I want them to come to work, to not want to come to work because they know that they are increasingly viewed as the villain." Now, who talks like that? I mean, who talks like that? Is there a single manager or leader or organizational chief that we admire who believes that their mission, their happiness, their glee, their purpose is to make their workforce feel traumatized? No, we would never celebrate a leader of that kind, and yet that is precisely what Russell Vought said. I asked him, do you really mean that? Do you really want air traffic controllers to come to work traumatized? Well, no, I didn't mean that. Do you want people who inspect our food to come to work traumatized? No, I didn't mean that. Well, how about people at OMB? You ran it before, you're running it again. A lot of folks might call OMB staffers bureau. Do you want them to coming to work traumatized? No, I don't like that. But that's what he said. When he was not in front of a Senate budget panel and he was speaking candidly, and there's a beautiful biblical phrase, I think it's from the Gospel of Luke, that says, "From the fullness of the heart, the mouth speaks." When he was speaking directly from the heart, what he said is, "I want federal employees to be traumatized." What I want to do in my time on the floor tonight is talk a little bit about these federal employees and what having a traumatized workforce means. And then for a few minutes, I want to focus upon not the federal workforce, but on others who are affected by the Russell Vought strategy on the federal budget. What I've heard from Virginians just in the week since the funding pause order went into place, which all agree was something that was masterminded by Russell Vought. Federal employees. Yesterday, I decided, after hearing stories from federal employees, to launch on a website a resource where federal employees could share their stories if they chose to, with anonymity guaranteed, because so many are afraid. And some will remember that I took the floor yesterday and I read an open letter to federal employees. There's 140,000, give or take, in Virginia. And I read an open letter offering them a bit of a pep talk, encouraging them to keep doing what you're doing, serving your fellow Americans. Just do that. You signed up for the job to do that. Don't pay attention to all these things and all this trauma. I know that's such hard advice to give to somebody, but just keep serving your fellow Americans every day. And if you have a problem, call our office and we'll try to be helpful if we can. No guarantee that we'll be able to avert this, but just do what you have a passion to do, and we'll try to help you if we can. But I also, in launching, in delivering that letter to federal employees, we launched a website in my office, and we encouraged people to share their stories. Within 3 hours, we had about 400 stories of federal employees who had reached out and shared. And those stories keep coming in. Some are asking us to give them a call and probe further details. Some are giving us their names and the agencies where they work, and some are too afraid to give us those. But what I thought I would do tonight is I've just taken 18 of these stories from the federal employees who've just come in less than 24 hours of the hundreds that have been submitted, and I just want to read some to you to tell you about who these people are who Mr. Vought believes need to be traumatized, who these people are that Mr. Vought wants to personally make them feel as if they are the villains. First, a federal employee who works at USAID. After 2 extremely painful miscarriages, I'm now 34 weeks pregnant with my first child. Since my husband works as a lawyer for the EPA, what should have been a joyful time in our life now feels like a dystopian hellscape, and we are very afraid for our future and our financial security. We're just hoping to have health insurance at this point for when I give birth, but that feels uncertain. I swore an oath, and I believe in the work that USAID does. I believe that it makes America stronger, safer, and more prosperous, just as Secretary Rubio is calling for. And I will support the agency until they boot me from the system. God help us all. 34 weeks pregnant after 2 extremely painful miscarriages, just hoping that she will not lose her job and her health insurance. Second story, a federal employee working for the National Science Foundation, headquartered in Virginia. NSF funding supported my undergraduate summer research experiences, my PhD project, and my previous job. The opportunity to give back and support the next generation of U.S.-based scientists was a dream fulfilled, and I'm terrified that I will be fired as soon as Friday with no protections or severance. The fair compensation and flexible schedule lets my spouse work as a teacher, and she is so great at her job, but that will not pay our mortgage. We simply never accounted for a scenario like this. A third story from a federal employee working at USAID. I've worked at USAID for 12 years, including in Bosnia, Rwanda, and now Washington. Our work is and has always been critical to advancing democracy, American interests, and the prosperity, safety, and strength of Americans. We will continue this work. The attack on USAID lacks intelligence and foresight. China and Russia are filling the vacuum, outspending the U.S. and deepening partnerships with our allies who feel abandoned. This is creating permanent damage and undoing decades of progress in a few days. This does the opposite of making America stronger, safer, and more prosperous. These are the direct words of Virginians who've shared their stories with me. A fourth story, a federal employee working at the U.S. Department of Agriculture. I'm a young person working in the federal government. I graduated from college 4 years ago. And since then, I have committed my time to serving the public and helping the environment. I served 2 AmeriCorps terms and worked 2 seasonal federal jobs before finally landing a permanent federal job last November. These last few weeks have been a hell for us federal workers. I come to work with a pit in my stomach. I'm a probationary employee, so will probably be the first to go during a RIF. They've left us in the dark while constantly terrorizing us with threatening, passive-aggressive messages and half-legal deals to resign. I fear for my job, but I fear more for my country. A federal employee who works for the Department of Transportation. I'm frightened about my position. I'm a single-income household, and I'm convinced no one has my back. Congress has been pretty much silent, and the news has gained very little traction nationwide. We need people to tell the story about what government workers do. Thank you for providing the platform to connect. We're only in this to serve the American public. a federal employee working for the Department of Defense. It's hard to even know where to start. As soon as this administration took office, it felt like federal workers were under siege. They began with their flurry of executive orders and memos. They put Elon Musk, who no one elected, who's not a federal employee, but yet has huge contracts for other areas with the government, in charge of handling the potential mass layoffs of federal workers. His fingerprints were all over these actions, from insecure servers being jammed into the OPM, to poorly crafted mass emails meant to stir chaos and bypass all chains of command, to then bragging about it on social media and insulting and belittling every one of the millions of federal workers as, quote, unproductive. Also laughing at people in his giant social media platform who mock us and call us stupid. No one knows what job security looks like. No one trusts anything these people are saying to us, especially with these deferred resignation mass emails. The entirety of OPM, once a solid standard for human resources in the United States, is now a total joke. Agencies are left scrambling because they've been given zero guidance and have no serious leadership coming from the administration. All of this is frightening, anxiety-inducing, depressing, and wrong. It's so difficult to fight the misinformation because if you out yourself as a Fed, you'll be piled upon. We're middle-class workers with burdens and families and debt just like everybody else. We need our jobs and we'll fight for them. I take my oath to the Constitution seriously. Please, anyone with power, exercise that power and serve justice. A federal employee at the U.S. Patent and Trade Office, headquartered in Alexandria. I've served the American public for the last 10 years at different positions in the USPTO. The USPTO's mission is actually outlined in the Constitution, quote, to promote the progress of science and the useful arts. To that end, the USPTO uses telework to attract and retain highly qualified people. These people work hard every day, in and out, to serve the American people. As a result, the United States has been the beacon of innovation for much of the world. In fact, so many inventors come to the U.S. to secure intellectual property. Let me be clear, the people at USPTO are incredibly talented, hardworking people. They are not the opposing team or low productivity. The constant harassment from the current administration underscores the diligent efforts of over 14,000 people that keep this economy moving forward. Another story from a federal employee working for the General Service Administration. Thanks for the opportunity to share my story. The ongoing threats of job losses due to a reduction in force have been deeply demoralizing. As you know, federal employees already earn on average 25% less than our private sector counterparts. The disregard for union contracts is deeply concerning and undermines the commitments made to the workforce. Many of my talented and hardworking colleagues have been living in fear for weeks, facing uncertainty they don't deserve. This unlawful treatment not only undermines their dedication, but also creates an environment of instability and anxiety that no employee should have to endure. Here's a story from a Virginia federal employee working for the Department of Homeland Security. And this is a pretty common one. My husband and I are both federal employees, and we're both on probation, meaning they're relatively new employees. We also have student loan debts and under the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. If we lose our jobs because we're on probation, we will lose the ability to have our payments to public service loan forgiveness counted. We will not be able to pay for child care. We will lose our apartment. Furthermore, the D.C. area will be flooded with fired federal workers, and we won't be able to find jobs easily. Our future is increasingly bleak. Please, please stop them. Another employee working for the Department of Homeland Security. I've worked for DHS for 15 years. I truly believe a strong, healthy workforce of civilian servants is vital for a strong, healthy America. Our government has a duty to protect its citizens. This, to me, includes making sure people's basic needs are met, be it health care, food, housing, education. The private sector isn't taking on the obligation. The federal government isn't profit-driven, which is partly why our jobs are secure. My worth as an employee is not tied up with how much product I sell. My worth depends on doing my best to improve the lives of American people. A federal employee who didn't feel comfortable even sharing the agency that he or she works for. It's impossible to get our work done under these conditions. It's been a constant assault on us federal workers who are all serving our country faithfully and to the best of our abilities. I've served under different administrations, Republican and Democrat, and been proud to do so. As a family, we're canceling our vacations for the year, any unnecessary subscriptions or expense, and tightening our belt because I don't know if I will have a job by the end of the year. While I could be comfortably making double my salary in the private sector, I chose federal service out of a sense of duty to my country and to use my skills to better the lives of fellow Americans. Now it feels as if the federal government is not holding its end of the bargain. The last 2 weeks have been a nightmare. A federal employee who works for the Defense Health Administration. Senator Kaine, I'm a DHA healthcare civilian worker. I worked for 12 years for the Army at Keller Army Community Hospital at the U.S. Military Academy in New York, and for the last 4+ years at the medical clinic on the Dahlgren base in Virginia, which is a little bit east of Fredericksburg. I'm so upset. Our local commander, my supervising commander, and the lieutenant general heading DHA have all emailed us since the famous, quote, fork in the road email came out. They all said the same thing. They don't have any information or clarification for us, but will reach out to us when they do. I check daily, and to date, no information. Stop and think about that for a minute. This DHA employee received a fork-in-the-road letter drafted by Elon Musk. This is somebody who has worked for the DHA for many, many years. The DHA employee reaches out to their own direct supervisor. Providing service to our active duty military every day, what this fork in the road letter even means. It's shocking. I check daily, and to date, no information. Another federal employee who did not feel comfortable sharing the agency where he or she works. Since inauguration, times have been hell for us because every day is loaded with uncertainty regarding the future state of our contract work and our federal counterparts we work with daily. To this day, every work day is filled with dread and anxiety. Our firm has begun cutting staff already because there's simply no funding. This is also becoming the norm across other areas within our company. This clearly must be from an individual who works with a federal contractor, I suspect probably with USAID. It's unfortunate because many are newer young people just trying to earn a living and starting off public service careers and now getting stuck dealing with the mess that is everything now. Here's another letter from a federal contractor working for USAID. I work as a USAID contractor. In the past week, I've experienced near everyone in my company getting placed on furlough. Beyond the fact that we're all working to make international development more impactful, and the fact that the U.S. company we've invested so much time in may never come back from this, we're all without salary and uncertain for the future. We're applying for jobs, but acknowledge that with so many also furloughed or terminated, there's extremely challenging competition. Do we move away from our home in D.C.? Do we leave the industry which we made our careers so that we could see making the world a better place and the U.S. a better place? Here's a federal employee working for a small independent agency. Again, the employee didn't feel comfortable identifying it. It's always been my dream to be a federal employee. Ever since civics class in grade school, I saw what the government and feds could do for people and realized I wanted to pour my heart and soul into doing just that. But the wind's been taken out of my sails. I'm a probationary employee, meaning my name is on the short list to fire. I was hired under Schedule A, persons with disabilities. So my name is on that list too. I feel like I'm being threatened by the very institutions that were created to safeguard the principles of truth, compassion, and respect. I've lived my life placing others' needs in front of mine. trying to practice what I preach. But I'm being forced to remove protected classes from our website, take down reports on DEIA. It's interesting, the Trump executive order tried to kill DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, but in many of the documents that are being sent to agencies, they're adding an A at the end, and I never had seen that before. DEIA, what is the A? Accessibility. Even though the executive order signed by the president did not specifically attack accessibility programs for those with disabilities, the implementation documents that are going out from the administration are adding accessibility as a negative that needs to be rooted out of the federal workplace. Could anything be crueler than that? Being forced to take down these reports on things, including accessibility, the writer says, I feel as though there's blood on my hands doing this. It breaks my heart. Finally, one last story, and then I'll say a word about federal funding to programs around Virginia, moving on from just sharing the stories of my federal employees. And this is another federal employee who doesn't feel comfortable. Actually, not one last story. I have three more. This is from a federal employee who doesn't feel comfortable revealing the agency where he or she works. Today, I woke up to an email saying we had a restraining order tied to Trump's executive orders that would limit how we would disperse our grants. Since the EOs were so vaguely defined to begin with, this could be a witch hunt for all kinds of programs and grants we give out. A federal employee from an unnamed agency. I'm a senior human resource professional in the Department of the Interior. Department of the Interior. I'm on daily calls with department HR leaders who receive direction from OPM. Today, leadership mentioned that their coordination was with DOGE employees rather than with actual OPM employees. These DOGE employees have full access to our USA staffing hiring system, which includes personally identifiable information for all applicants, not all employees, for all applicants to any position in the federal government. It is unclear what kind of clearance these individuals have, if any, and what authority they even have to access this system. Finally, we're beginning to work on identifying employees for transfer to Schedule F with short response times of less than 90 days. Stopping Schedule F must be your top priority. Finally, the last story I'll read before saying a word about federal funding, and this is from a federal employee who works for HHS, Health and Human Services. After working first as a contractor, I transitioned to a competitive career permanent position. It's taken me years to get to this point. After graduating with a bachelor and master's degree, I faced competition from people returning to work after having been laid off during a recession. I'm married and pregnant. I'm the breadwinner, a woman, a homeowner. I pay taxes. I took an oath, and I love my job. The daily fear tactics and targeting of federal employees has uprooted my life. I no longer feel safe going on a vacation, making purchases or big purchases or doing anything, because every day I wonder if I'll have a job. What's happening is wrong. I'm pregnant with my first child. I didn't do anything wrong. I would have to separate from my husband weekly to keep my job if forced into a particular location. I can't make long drives due to sickness. What did I do wrong to deserve this? Working for the federal government is a dream. I was sold an American dream. Graduate from high school, go to college, get an advanced degree, get married, buy a home, have a baby, all in that order. I did everything I was supposed to do, and now myself and over 1 million other people are caught up in a political firestorm that we didn't ask for. Tell me, why am I being punished? What did I do wrong? When will they be satisfied? When we kill ourselves from depression for not being able to provide for our families? I suffer from anxiety and depression already. I can tell you, this is enough to push a regular person over the edge. What more for somebody who battles with their mental health? Why does no one care? Why should what I earn be ripped away from me? Why do millions deserve for our worlds to fall apart? Every day my mind goes through what is happening and all the consequences that could fall upon me. It's unsafe for my health, my baby's health, and my family. I ask for compassion, And I want people to know that we're hard workers. We are regular people. We are humans who are employed by the federal government. Please do something. An intentional strategy of traumatizing federal workers produces stories just like this, now in the hundreds, and by tomorrow I'll have hundreds more. And that's just one state, that's just Virginia. I know my colleagues are receiving these as well. And I see my colleague, Senator Baldwin, is here and will take the floor in just a few minutes, but I do want to turn to not just federal employees, but the federal funding that's coming to Virginia and Virginia organizations. It's been hard, Mr. President, to get the sense of this because, of course, the administration didn't share anything with us. They didn't tell us what they were going to do. And my governor, frankly, hasn't been sharing with us either. The analogy I've been using is this funding order when it came out. I feel like a jigsaw puzzle was dumped in front of me on a desk upside down, and all I could see was the cardboard on the back of all the pieces. Nobody gave me the box with the picture on it, so I didn't even know what the jigsaw puzzle was supposed to be. I'm getting no information from the Trump administration. I'm getting no information from my governor about what this plan is, what's going on. But every time somebody shares a story like these, and every time someone calls my office, and every time a mayor talks to me about an infrastructure project or something, I turn over one of those pieces. And I've been turning over pieces for the last 10 days, and the picture is starting to emerge. Let me tell you what people in Virginia are telling me. I met today with that my days are running together. I met yesterday with the Virginia Association of Community Health Centers. Mr. President, you know these. Senator Baldwin from Wisconsin has been very active in this space on the Health Committee. These are the federally qualified health centers, chartered and funded pursuant to congressional appropriations, to be the safety net for Americans' primary care. In Virginia, there are 29 federally qualified health centers that serve hundreds of thousands of individuals, and they're talented, focused in their localities and regions. These centers are particularly important in rural America that tends to have a shortage of primary health care providers. On Monday, when I came into the office, I had an outreach from one of our largest FQHCs in Hampton Roads area, the second largest metro area in Virginia, 1.6 million people. And here's what they said. They are used to getting a payment for their congressional appropriation at the end of every month. It would have come in on January the 29th. President Trump's executive order pausing federal funding had happened a few days before, but that order was enjoined. The Trump administration was ordered to continue to make payments and not pause federal payments, but this very large health clinic in Hampton Roads had not received their monthly payment on January 29th. And when they called to ask at their federal contact, what about the payment? They weren't given any answer about the January payment or about the February payment or about any payment. They couldn't get an answer. And so I had the entire association, coincidentally, in my office yesterday with representatives from virtually all of these, and I asked them what was going on, and they said, well more than half of the FQHCs in Virginia had not received their January payment, had submitted to receive it under normal course of business at the end of January, but hadn't gotten it, and couldn't get an answer about when or whether they would get it. This is frontline health care for low-income people. If they are not getting primary health care, they're still going to get sick, and then they're going to be in emergency rooms, which is the worst place to get health care, creating long lines and congestion that will make it harder for everybody else to get the treatment they need in emergency rooms. It will make people sicker. It will make hospitals more crowded for everybody who needs hospitals. And, you know, the thing about it is Russell Vought was not only the architect of the funding freeze, but now he and others are responsible for following the court order, for God's sake. The court order said they had to resume payments. My FQHCs are not getting paid. They're not getting paid. My Commonwealth's attorneys, my prosecutors around Virginia, they all get funding through various programs that come to our state's Department of Criminal Justice Services, and they use that federal grant funding to hire victim witness coordinators. I had the organization of prosecutors from Virginia in my office today, and they talked about how they rely on federal funding to to hire victim witness advocates in their offices. That's not funded by the state. It's funded through the federal grant program. And they don't know whether they're going to get the funding for that. And so, compounding these concerns from federal employees, I have Head Start programs, I have health care clinics, I have Commonwealth's attorneys, I have sheriff's offices who get federal funding to provide mental health services for people who need mental health services in jails and in the community. They're not sure that they're going to get them. The compounding of confusion and fear is sharp and unnecessary and illegal. These are appropriated funds. I don't need to repeat everything that Senator Whitehouse said. Congress has appropriated these funds. Democrat and Republican House reached budgets together, signed by the President. The President is under an obligation to implement those funds. There's no legal authority for him to hold them back. Why is he holding them back? What did the patients at the health clinic in Hampton Roads do to get punished? One of the health clinics is called the Capital Area Health Clinic in Richmond today. They have 6 clinics around the Richmond metropolitan area. They've closed 3 of them. They've closed 3 of the 6. Other of the health clinics around the state are reducing services, trying to keep the doors open, but reducing services. And yet there's a court order that says they're supposed to be paid. But they're shutting the doors of their clinics and they're reducing services because the administration won't even follow a court order. It's my hope that they will. I don't think this is a glitch. I think this is an intentional effort to thwart a court order in order to hurt people who don't deserve to be hurt. So, under these circumstances, there is no way that I or any of my colleagues can stand here and cast a yes vote for somebody who has declared their intention is to traumatize federal employees. I'll finish as I started. Who talks like that? Who talks like that? That is the professed goal of this individual who's been nominated for this most important post, and there is no circumstance under which I could cast a yes vote for someone harboring that kind of resentment. Finally, I asked Mr. Vought in the confirmation hearing to tell me whose favorite presidents are. He's a Republican, so I felt like I had a pretty good sense of him. I asked him, do you admire Abraham Lincoln? He said, very much. I said, I do too. I do too. With malice toward none, with charity toward all. That's what Lincoln said to a divided nation during a civil war. He spoke to the South. He spoke to Confederates. He spoke to those who were waging war to try to destroy the Union. And what he said to them was, with malice toward none, with charity toward all. Mr. Vought told me he admires Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln would never have thought to say, I want to traumatize you. I want you to not want to go to work because you are viewed as the villain. How far this grand old party has come from the lofty and noble sentiments of its founder when it is putting at the head of the federal workforce somebody whose desire is to traumatize federal workers. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Wisconsin.
Like my colleague, Senator Kaine, I will be uplifting the words of some of my constituents who have been contacting me in a panic, really, over the last several days. But I want to remind folks why we come here at this hour to speak on the floor of the United States Senate. We're here today to consider President Trump's nominee for the Office of Management and Budget, Russell Vought. Many Americans may not be familiar with Mr. Vought. However, you may be familiar with his most infamous work, Project 2025. That's right, President Trump's nominee for the Office of Management and Budget was one of the lead authors of Project 2025. It is a document which President Trump repeatedly denied having anything to do with during his campaign. First, I think it's important to break down the responsibilities of the Office of Management and Budget, or OMB. What does it really do? OMB oversees the preparation of the President's budget request. This is a budget proposal that they send to Congress. And OMB evaluates the effectiveness of agency programs, policies, and procedures. OMB oversees and implements the appropriation bills and mandatory spending programs enacted by laws we pass in Congress. The office does not have a magic wand that allows it to create new laws, fund only programs they want, and slash others that they don't, except through specific authorities that Congress provides. The director of OMB is not, in fact, the 101st senator, nor the 436th member of the House of Representatives, or even a second president. The operative word here is implement. A second stated mission of OMB is called the Open Government Directive, which emphasizes the importance of disclosing information that the public can readily find and use. And folks, the good news about Mr. Vought is that he has been clear from the start on his goals. Case in point, Project 2025. For those who didn't read that 922-page document, I can share some of the lowlights. For economic policy, Project 2025 further shifts the tax burden from the wealthy onto the middle class, while giving American households with $10 million in annual income an average tax cut of $1.5 million per year. It seeks to raise the retirement age when Americans can receive Social Security benefits from 67 to 69. It also proposes limits or lifetime caps on Medicaid benefits. In Wisconsin, 595,300 Medicaid enrollees would be at risk of losing coverage because they are low income and lack access to alternative, affordable coverage. Project 2025 aims to further impede on a woman's right to make her own decisions about her body, calling to eliminate emergency contraception and safe, effective abortion medications like mifepristone. Mr. Vought himself even called on Congress to outlaw that medication. The document also calls for the Department of Education to be abolished, which can only, by the way, be done by the Congress of the United States. But the Department of Education is already clearly a target of this administration. Important for our discussion here today with regard to education is that Project 2025 outlined a plan to take a hacksaw to the services and programs that families rely on the federal government to provide, slashing essential programs like Title I grants that go to more than 80% of public school districts around the nation. And that includes sending about $227 million into Wisconsin in the current school year. These chapters in Project 2025 were primarily offered by none other than OMB nominee Russell Vought. Now, I'd be the last to say that our federal government is perfect. It's not. But the career civil servants who have served under Republicans and Democrats are essential to ensuring that services Americans rely on run smoothly, from Medicare and Social Security to Head Start and child care, to making sure that folks get their tax refunds from the IRS. These are essential services that hundreds of millions of Americans rely on every year. Getting rid of the people who are working for working families will not fix our federal government. The doctors at the VA and staff sending out Social Security checks, they are not the enemy. By confirming Russell Vought as director of OMB, we'd be putting one of the chief architects of Project 2025 in charge of an agency that is tasked with getting critical funding out the door that our communities depend upon. And I hate to use this idiom, but We are in fact asking the fox to guard the hen house. We don't need to guess whether Russell Vought will turn to his Project 2025 playbook if confirmed as OMB director. We are already seeing the destruction of his extreme views and how they're causing problems with allocation of federal funding. Before last week, I'm sure that most Americans have never heard of the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, let alone what role it played in their lives. But all that changed last Monday night when OMB sent a 2-page memo on the president's plan to cut virtually all federal grants and loans. This is tantamount to stopping Wisconsin taxpayer money from going back into the very services they rely on. The Trump administration is trying to steal from Wisconsinites to implement its own agenda. And more on that later. This messy, haphazard, and frankly illegal action immediately started causing chaos and confusion in my home state. Our phones were ringing off the hook from constituents and organizations worried about what this would mean for them. Was the funding for child care centers impacted? Was the Medicaid coverage they relied on in jeopardy? What about nutrition programs that keep food on the table? What about rental assistance or funding to help pay for heat in the winter? Sadly, my office didn't have answers for these folks due to the chaos that President Trump has created. All these essential programs that they rely on for health care, safety, and food on the table, they were all on the chopping block. I even had a constituent write in asking these exact questions. She wrote to my office, "What can you do to stop this freeze? Because both short and long-run impacts are dire. Will rural hospitals get the Medicaid reimbursement for the services they provide? Will nursing homes receive payments for the care they're providing to elders? Will schools bounce checks and be charged late fees because Title I grants that finance ongoing operations are disrupted? The long-term consequences would be catastrophic, causing a steep recession. The federal government gives $1 trillion in grants to state and local governments alone, and removing any significant portion out of local economies will create a huge economic shock, fatally harming the valuable resources governments provide to their citizens, many of whom voted for Trump." With a 2-page memo, the Trump White House unleashed a wave of chaos as folks in my state and across the country worried whether this freeze would impact the programs that they rely on. I'd like to share some of the stories I've heard from folks in my state about how these cuts impact real people in a very real way. I heard from a single mom who lives paycheck to paycheck. She was laid off because federal funding was paused for the National Science Foundation, a grant that pays her salary. She wrote to me to say, "I have enough money to pay February rent, but I'm going to stop paying credit card bills and other loans. I'm not sure I'll even be able to afford to pay my Wi-Fi and phone bills, things crucial in finding a new job. But I can do without as long as I have rent, heat, and electric paid, and groceries in the fridge." I also heard from a deputy fire chief in central Wisconsin. Without federal grant funding, he'd have to lay off as many as 9 officers, 9 firefighters. Would this mean a longer wait for a resident if their house was on fire? Another fire chief in northern Wisconsin called me to ask whether his volunteer department could go ahead with needed upgrades for their equipment. Without their federal grant, which was more than half of their operating budget, they would not be able to purchase new equipment that the department desperately needed. And from western Wisconsin, a local mayor reached out to share that a pause in federal funding would be catastrophic for their ability to make timely payments on a loan they took out to make necessary renovations to their fire department. I heard from an administrator at a women's shelter for survivors of domestic abuse based in southwest Wisconsin. Without federal funding, they would have to turn away women looking for a safe place away from their abusers, for themselves and sometimes their children too. As communities across Wisconsin continue to battle the opioid and fentanyl crisis, a community organization specializing in drug prevention told me that they would not be able to pay their staff and continue their vital work if funding was cut. Another organization that provides supervised visitation and safe exchange services between kids and parents who have separated due to court orders reached out and worried about whether they would be able to continue to serve their community. They employ a staff of therapists who supervise the visitations and ensure that kids are able to safely see their parents again. I heard from a community dental center in southeastern Wisconsin that serves thousands of patients every year, the vast majority of whom are children. They told me that without their federal funding, they would be at significant risk of closing within a matter of a few short months. And as a result, thousands of children would have nowhere to go to receive dental care, and 45 individuals would be out of employment. They wrote to me, "We understand with each administration comes change and different priorities. However, these orders to freeze federal funds have very real implications for communities that we live, work, and play in." I've heard from so many Wisconsinites confused by this chaos, wondering whether their child care center is about to close. Their Head Start, many did close. So, Mr. Vought, will you be willing to fill in as a mentor for all the kids who lose their mentors from big brothers, big sisters? Or will you help pitch in as a firefighter at some stations in Wisconsin that might have to lay people off? Will you be a substitute Head Start teacher in a classroom to ensure that parents have the child care and early education that they're counting on? If there's one word we can use to describe the first 2 weeks of this administration, it would certainly be chaos. While the White House seems to be contradicting itself and putting out mixed signals on these drastic cuts, the level of panic and chaos it has created should be upsetting to every American. And there are so many other programs where Americans are unsure if they should anticipate cuts. Community health centers, which I am a proud champion of, were awarded $48 million in grants across Wisconsin in the year 2023, largely in the form of federal grants designed to help these health centers provide medical care and other services to communities traditionally located in healthcare deserts. Wisconsin has 17 federally qualified healthcare centers located around the state whose funding could be in jeopardy. There's also funding for law enforcement that could face cuts, including community-oriented police grants that go towards tribal law enforcement assistance, hiring, mental health training, school violence prevention training, and technology and equipment upgrades. Wisconsin received $17.5 million in funding for counties, tribes, and cities across the state to fund community-oriented policing practices. You know, small businesses could also be harmed if loans for entrepreneurs are impacted. In fiscal year 2024, small businesses received nearly $237 million in small business loans for projects in Wisconsin. These are businesses that just need a little support to get their idea off the ground, or maybe they are loans for those impacted by a natural disaster. Cutting off this funding would mean fewer businesses and fewer jobs. President Trump's egregious overreach of his presidential power is plainly unconstitutional and a power grab. It's illegal to withhold this funding from the American people. This is their money, and these are the programs they rely on, period. This funding was provided in bipartisan laws. I want to remind my colleagues of that. On a bipartisan basis, we passed the laws and budgets and appropriation bills. And I hope my Republican colleagues are just as angry at President Trump for this confusion his administration has created as I am. But I fear they are not. This directive has put real people in real distress, and it begs the question of why. I will tell you why. They want to claw back taxpayer money supporting programs that serve taxpayers to ensure that they can give their tax breaks to the biggest corporations and billionaire friends. This is not the first time the Trump administration has done this, and this is their plan. Cut programs Wisconsinites rely on and give tax breaks to billionaires and multinational corporations. It certainly doesn't help that while my constituents were wondering if they'd be able to put food on the table, keep a roof over their heads, and drop their kids off at childcare, the richest man in the world, worth nearly $500 billion, was handed access to our nation's checkbook and to Americans' most sensitive information. First, it was shutting the doors, literally, to the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, an agency that keeps Americans safe, protects people worldwide from disease and famine, and stands up to our adversaries like China and Russia. But their next target is reported to be a shutdown of the Department of Education, the very agency that ensures all kids across America get a good public education, and young people are set up with the skills to land a good-paying job. It ensures that schools serving low-income students receive the high-quality education they deserve, and students with disabilities get the services that they are required to receive and have the opportunity to thrive. And we are watching before our very eyes Russell Vought and Elon Musk illegally trying to shut it down. And if that wasn't enough, reporting today shows that the DOJ is coming after the Department of Labor, the agency that supports apprenticeship programs, so people can earn while they learn and land good-paying jobs. It's the agency that makes sure that big corporations are held accountable for stealing wages from workers. It's the agency that ensures workers on factory floors are safe on the job. Again, this is what we are watching Russell Vought and his billionaire pals put in jeopardy. Donald Trump has apparently given an unelected billionaire, Elon Musk, who is, again, literally the richest man in the world, free rein to run roughshod through Americans' most sensitive information. He has the ability to put programs people need on the chopping block with absolutely no transparency or accountability for what he's doing, much less any legal authority. The president claimed he would lower prices for families on day one if elected. But how does taking child care away lower prices for families? Does taking away people's treatment for opioid use disorder help their lives? How about cutting firefighters? Will that lower costs for families and keep them safe? Raising costs on families, all while Republicans work to jam through big tax breaks for billionaires, is not what Wisconsinites want. Billions in tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy in exchange for programs that my constituents need to feed their families, pay their rent, and stay healthy is not a good deal. I've always said that I will work with anyone to deliver for Wisconsin and invest in the programs that my constituents rely on. But bipartisanship is a two-way street. We have to be able to trust one another, that what gets signed into law is actually going to get implemented. And right now, we are watching Elon Musk, Trump's billionaire cabinet, and Donald Trump himself flout the law and cut funding from bipartisan programs that my constituents rely on. And all this brings us back to President Trump's nominee to run OMB, who has openly called for the president to defy Congress and take control of federal funding decisions that are constitutionally vested in the legislative branch. He said he supports the illegal practice of impoundment, a strategy to circumvent the checks and balances that are baked into the fabric of our Constitution. Mr. Vought even said during his confirmation hearing last week that President Trump believes the Impoundment Control Act is unconstitutional, and he agrees with that assessment. What that means is he thinks the president is free to withhold appropriated funding without limitation. And let me be clear, everything that we have seen in the last 2 weeks, including examples that I've provided about the chaos and confusion across Wisconsin, this is just the first step. It's the tip of the iceberg. But in the future, Russell Vought will just withhold funding at the beginning for anything that he doesn't like or that Elon Musk posts about on X. What this means is Congress could pass an annual funding bill that maybe increases funding for Head Start, which we actually pretty routinely do. Russell Vought thinks he can say to Congress, thanks, but no thanks. I'm going to eliminate Head Start and not allow any future grants to Head Start programs. Maybe Russell Vought will ignore Congress and the laws we pass and eliminate or significantly reduce funding for opioid treatment programs or the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, or whatever he feels like opposing that day. Even setting aside the very real impact I think cutting funding for programs like these would have on families and communities across the country, I hope my Republican colleagues will stand up against this blatant disregard for this body. How are we supposed to negotiate annual appropriation bills when an administration is saying it can just ignore what we do? If confirmed, Russell Vought would be the tip of the spear in his fight to take away funding for programs families rely on and give it to billionaires as a tax cut. We know that this administration intends to make every effort to override Congress's power of the purse. We've already seen Mr. Vought do it. During Mr. Vought's time as OMB director during President Trump's first term, the agency withheld roughly $214 million in security assistance to Ukraine, which the Government Accountability Office later found violated the Impoundment Control Act. I know it can be difficult to flout the party line, but we are not just talking about party politics anymore. We're talking about our Constitution. So many of my Republican colleagues declare themselves to be originalists when it comes to our Constitution, sworn supporters of the interpreting this document as our founders intended when it was written. Well, I can tell you, if there's one thing that was crystal clear when our founders conceived this nation, it is that no one person should have absolute power. The repeated brazen power grabs that we've seen by this administration could not be more out of step with the foundational checks and balances laid out in our Constitution. And while my words might not matter to you, I hope the voices of your constituents who I know are being adversely impacted by this administration's actions will. I, for one, will not sit idly by as President Trump forfeits control of our government to billionaires. I will stand up for Wisconsin workers and families and push back on policies that are hurting the people I represent. And I'm calling on my colleagues to do the same and oppose Russell Vought's nomination. Otherwise, we could be running headlong towards a constitutional crisis. And it's up to all of us to make sure that people come out on top in that fight. In times of conflict and hardship, the Senate has served as the conscience of this nation. Now's our chance to stand up to this administration and show that we are here to represent the American people and not billionaires. And I yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from California.
Mr. President, it's getting late. It's getting late, too late for some of the people we serve to even be awake, though I imagine many are. Not by choice, a mother in the Central Valley is awake, staring at her kitchen table, trying to work out where her sick child can receive the medical care that child needs, now that a federal grant supporting the only rural health care center in her community is in limbo. A federal employee is awake, trying to figure out how they'll make the rent next month if they're laid off. Maybe they spent a few decades serving this country overseas and were just called back home. Now what? People around the world are awake, watching humanitarian help. That means their next meal or safe harbor from disease has disappeared, wondering why, in their time of most need, their longtime ally has decided to abandon them. Because the Trump administration has turned their lives, turned so many of our lives into a series of question marks. Because this president and his cronies like Elon Musk and Russ Vought are putting politics and profits over people's lives, over people's livelihoods, over lives. They're creating chaos, and then somehow, worst of all, they're gloating about it. Imagine gloating about acts so callous. Chaos seems to be the watchword with this administration, but the chaos is not a consequence of this. The chaos is the goal. The chaos is the purpose. By throwing everything at the wall, they can create confusion. They hope to muddy the waters while opening the floodgates. Unconstitutional executive orders, illegal memos, illegally accessing private citizens' data, you name it. The scope and the speed of these actions is almost impossible to comprehend, and the impact is incalculable. This is all part of a larger effort to consolidate power, every possible power, in the control of one man, well, maybe two men, so they can plunder the country to benefit themselves and their billionaire buddies. And what is this all about? What we've witnessed in the first couple weeks of this administration? What do these disparate acts have in common? What is the through line? What is it that the seizure of data belonging to millions and millions of Americans by Elon Musk, what does that have in common with the efforts to shutter development assistance, American development assistance around the world through USAID? What does that have in common with efforts to fire top prosecutors at the Justice Department and purge FBI agents at the Federal Bureau of Investigation? What does this have in common, too, with pardoning violent criminals who attacked this building? What does it have in common with a funding freeze and then a memorandum to implement the funding freeze and then the repeal of the memorandum and all the confusion that has caused? What does the mass deportation order have in common with all of this? What is the story of what they're doing here? How does this all fit together? And it fits together in this way. This is an effort to try to consolidate power, all the power of this government, in the hands of Donald Trump and a few of his hand-picked, very wealthy billionaire friends. It is designed to consolidate that power to essentially take the resources of this country and enrich themselves and their friends. An effort to enrich themselves which would not be possible, will not be possible, if our system of checks and balances work. But if they can somehow take apart these institutions, if they can somehow persuade or demand or cow the people in this institution and the House of Representatives and the courts and the Supreme Court, if they can prevent us from playing our institutional role as a check and balance, then what is left between them and the Treasury? Nothing. Nothing. And so this is the goal. Discredit the government, dismember checks and balances so that they can raid the till. Make government purposely dysfunctional. Discredit every institution so that all is left is the power of the strong man and the wealth of this country can be stripped away. Checks and balances be damned. Congressional authority be damned. The president wants to steamroll all of that, and at the moment it appears he is succeeding. But Donald Trump can't do this on his own. He needs enablers, enablers to subvert our laws, enablers to divert congressionally approved funds. Sure, everyone knows Elon Musk, but it's not just Elon Musk. And today we consider the nomination of the systems engineer to lead the Office of Management and Budget, probably the most important agency no one has heard of. And that engineer, that architect of this effort to strip the country of its resources so that it can be plundered by the president and his wealthy friends, the architect, the engineer of this, the one who will make the trains run on time, the guy that stops the train to allow the highway robbery of that train, is a man named Russ Vought. We all recall Project 2025. Project 2025. Russ Vought helped to write it. That funding freeze, Vought helped orchestrate the plan for it. And the slew of outrageous, dangerous actions taken by this administration over the past several weeks were in many ways a direct result of Vought and his plan to dismantle and destroy the government in the service of Donald Trump and his wealthy friends. One analysis found that 2/3 of the executive orders Trump has signed come from, that's right, Project 2025. Russ Vought doesn't believe in government except as a vehicle to take from the poor and take from the middle class and give to the wealthy people who should be running everything. He doesn't believe in the simple idea that we, the people, compromise, or we, the people, compose our institutions. We, the people, are the government, a government that's supposed to be for the people, not for a handful of very wealthy people. No, Russ Vought believes in dismantling that government of the people, piece by piece, brick by brick, until what remains is a hollowed-out bureaucracy that serves the interests of the wealthy and abandons everyone else. To make it so small they can drown it in a bathtub. Because that's what this is all about. This is all about taking the nation's resources for themselves. It is about using the infrastructure, the architecture of the government to enrich themselves. This is about plunder. That's what they're trying to do. The last few weeks are not incompetence. It isn't mismanagement, although there's plenty of that. No, this is a deliberate effort to break the federal government, so completely that people lose faith in its ability to function at all. And when people lose faith in the government of the people, when they stop believing that it is for the people, that's when the real damage begins. That's when they can dismantle the safety net, program by program. That's when they can make the people beholden to the strong man. That's when federal workers, scientists, economists, social workers, public health experts are replaced with unqualified ideologues or driven out entirely. Turn the federal workforce, or what's left of it, into an arm of the president, beholden only to the president. No more oath to the Constitution, but an oath to the person of the president. A loyalty oath demanded of our federal employees. That's when the next disaster, whether it's a pandemic, a financial collapse, or a natural disaster, becomes unmanageable because the very institutions designed to respond have been gutted. Because that is their end goal. Not just to shrink the government of the people, but to sabotage it, to make it dysfunctional, to make it ineffective, to paralyze it, and then to turn around and say, hey, see, it doesn't work. The government of the people doesn't work. Because, of course, they don't want it to work except to the degree that can be used to take the resources of the American people and give it to their wealthy friends and to large corporations to distribute every possible dime amongst the privileged few and not working families. This is why they are elevating Russ Vought. Because when you need someone to dismantle the very machinery of governance, to turn the government of the people into an engine of destruction rather than an agency of stewardship, Russ Vought is your guy. And now he has a second chance to make sure that when that mother in the Central Valley reaches for help, there is nothing there. We're seeing, of course, Head Starts around the country, the Head Start program. Wonder whether they're going to be able to open their doors the next day. Wondering what's going to happen to their support. And of course, all the parents that have their kids in Head Start are wondering what the future holds for their kids. But the view of this administration is, hey, that Head Start's getting valuable money. They'd rather give to themselves and to their wealthy friends. And if it means the sacrifice of those kids in the Head Start, well, that's just the price you have to pay for oligarchy. Russ Vought is your guy. A second chance. He has a second chance now to turn Social Security and Medicare into bargaining chips in a political game that none of us have agreed to play, keeping seniors up at night worrying whether a Social Security check might not make it to them after all. He has a second chance to rewrite the rules in a way that ensures the wealthy and well-connected are taken care of while everyone else is left behind. We should be clear about what this nomination represents. Russ Vought wants to oversee the erosion of the very services that millions of Americans rely on every single day. To lead the charge to remake the United States into a country where people are left to fend for themselves, where the government doesn't work because they don't mean it to, they don't want it to. They don't want a government of the people or a government by the people or a government for the people. They want a government of them. They want a government by them, and they want a government for them. But let's be very clear. It does not have to be this way. We can reject this vision. We can reject this nominee. We can reject the idea that our government exists only to serve the powerful or to punish the vulnerable, and we will reject it. Because if we do nothing, if we simply sit back and let Russ Vought take the reins of OMB once again, then we will be complicit in the destruction that follows. So let's take a closer look at the last few weeks. Let's take a closer look at Donald Trump and Elon Musk's hostile takeover of the federal government and the targeting of our institutions one after another over and over again. Let's take a closer look at this effort to gut critical programs to pay for their enormous tax breaks and what that means for all of us. And let's start with access to your personal data. As of today, Elon Musk, an unelected billionaire, I think maybe the wealthiest man in the world, with a vested financial interest in this administration's success. You would think that being the wealthiest man in the world, or one of the top wealthiest people in the world, that would be enough. But no, he has a vested interest in the administration's success and billions in government contracts, because apparently the billions he has already are not enough. And he has deployed a team of loyalists to infiltrate government agencies to help with the plunder of the public fisc. So let's think about that for a moment. Let's try to take this in. The world's richest man has brought in his loyalists, some of them apparently just teenagers, to breach federal departments, to access sensitive data, classified information, and who knows what. And are we supposed to think that's okay? Are we supposed to pretend this is normal? To have the wealthiest man in the world run roughshod over private data, over our agencies? Are we supposed to act like this is anything other than what it is, a blatant and unconstitutional grab of power and our personal data? A takeover of government by a billionaire who has decided that the rules and laws don't apply to him. Our national security doesn't matter. But why? Why go to these lengths? And again, we have to follow the money. Trump's 2017 billionaire tax cuts, the ones that handed corporations and the ultra-wealthy an unfathomable windfall while exploding the deficit, are set to expire this year. And Elon Musk and his buddies want to keep these tax cuts in place. And if they're going to do that, then Donald Trump and Elon Musk, Donald and Elon, have to find $4 trillion somewhere. So where do they look? Not to the billionaires who profited from these tax cuts, not to the corporations that benefited the most. No, they're going to go after money where the cuts will hurt the most. They're going to go after what they consider low-hanging fruit. After all, what is the power of the poor? What is the power of even the middle class compared to the power of the oligarchs? They're going to go after where the money is easiest to grab. So they're going to go after Medicaid. They're going to go after Medicaid. After all, it's just seniors, or folks who are disabled, or folks who are working class or struggling to get by and reliant on it for their health care. What is that weighed against more money for Elon Musk and his friends? What is that in the balance with Donald Trump and his desire to enrich himself? There was a press conference about a week and a half ago. It kind of got lost in the blizzard of everything happening. But I found it very striking. At this press conference, the president was asked by a reporter whether he was going to stop trading in his own personal interests and his meme coin. And what followed was this discussion between the president and this reporter while the cameras were rolling, where the reporter says, "You know, you're making a lot of money," and the president asks, "Well, how much money am I making?" from this meme coin? Well, a lot. Now, I don't know what the exact language of this dialogue was, but it was blatant. It was so out in the open. I mean, it takes your breath away. I'll remember, because it seems quaint, the beginning of the first Trump administration, when you might remember he had that press conference and he was talking about how he was, I don't know, going to make sure that his business interests were somehow separated from his interests as president or the country's interest, and he had those stacks of, I don't know, binders or white paper. And I don't think anybody knew what was in those stacks of paper, whether it was just blank paper, but at least there was a superficial effort to suggest that he was going to have some walling off of his personal financial interests. Of course, what we saw those 4 years was there none of that walling off. There were Gulf nations that were essentially paying tribute by staying in his hotels and all kinds of other graft going on, but now there's no effort to even hide the profit-taking with this meme coin or the distribution from his social media platform to people like Kash Patel. I mean, the grift is out there right in the open. But that's really still small potatoes compared to the ability to raid the Treasury, compared to the ability to take all the money that goes into providing health care for sick people and Medicaid and using that to enrich yourself. Now, that's where the money is. Now, part of what they're targeting is also USAID. And they're targeting federal workers. They want federal workers to resign. They sent federal workers a letter that says basically, hey, you can reply to this message and say you quit and have basically a paid vacation until September. Of course, there's no money to pay for that. It's unlawful what they're offering. But if people respond to that message, well, then they're on a list. Why does Elon Musk and Donald Trump want all these federal workers to quit? That's more money for them. That's more money for those tax cuts. They've got to find those trillions somewhere. So let's see if we can push people who work for the government of the people out the door. Education of our kids, let's close down the Department of Education. Okay, comparatively, you look at the Department of Education, you look at the Department of Defense, not a whole lot of money already in the Department of Education, but hey, if it helps to pay for one more of those tax cuts, let's do away with the Department of Education. Essential public services. Okay, federal grants for firefighters or firefighting equipment. What's that in the scale of things when we're talking about another tax cut for very wealthy folks? Take it from those who need it to fund giveaways for those who need it least. It's kind of your reverse Robin Hood. And who is leading the charge? A billionaire with billions in government contracts, who stands to benefit financially if this administration stays in power and these cuts go through. That's what's happening. That's what they're trying to do. That's what this is about. This is about consolidating power, doing away with the checks and the balances, consolidating power so that you can raid the Treasury. If we saw during the financial collapse banks that were too big to fail, this is a caper. It's too big to stop. But only if we don't do our jobs in this building. Strip government to the bone. Funnel money to people who already have more than they could ever spend. How many lifetimes would it take to spend all those billions? And use the federal government as an instrument of personal gain without accountability and without justice. And tragically, one of the things that makes this whole caper so possible now was something that took place in a building just across the street from here, when the Supreme Court of the United States said to the President of the United States, you can commit criminal acts while you're president, and they can't touch you. If you use the Justice Department, you have absolute immunity. If you use other departments, your immunity is so strong, you can argue the presumption is pretty much irrebuttable. They gave the president immunity to commit crimes. His pardoning of all these violent criminals that attacked this building is a message that says, hey, can't hold the president accountable, not anymore, not after this Supreme Court gave him that get-out-of-jail-free card. You do things for me that are unlawful, you do things for me that are unethical, got your back. There's a pardon waiting for you at the end of all of this. But let's turn to USAID. What is the deal with USAID? Now, USAID has been kind of a favorite issue, agency, idea, theme that conservatives have loved to attack for a long time. And why? Because I think reflexively, the idea of providing assistance around the world isn't the highest priority for many people. And I totally get that. Of course, what we don't realize unless we dig into what that money goes for is a couple of things. One, the money we invest in development around the world ultimately helps the United States a great deal. So if we're looking at this just from a purely selfish point of view, the money we invest in USAID helps us a great deal. And why is that? Well, if there are diseases halfway around the world, like Ebola, like other potential dangers to the United States if they were to get to our shores, if we can work with our friends overseas and we can stop these viruses where they are, it means we don't have to deal with them here. If we can stop the instability in places around the world, it means less fertile soil for terrorism and terrorists who might attack us here. It improves our security, improves our health. It wins friends for the United States around the world. Now, I realize the administration has an America First policy, which I think the way they're executing it means everyone else last. Of course, not a policy, everyone else last, that is terribly endearing to your allies, but this administration doesn't seem to think we need any friends around the world. But even as we, through this administration, decide, well, we're done with development around the world, guess who stands to benefit? Certainly not the people around the world, not the people fighting HIV/AIDS, not the people fighting malaria, not the people fighting poverty, not the people fighting starvation. No, our adversaries benefit. Probably the biggest beneficiary, China. So why does China benefit from our abandoning the field? Because it opens the field for China. China is already around the world investing in other countries and doing so with strings attached. It is making debtor nations of other countries. It's making them obligated to China. Countries that are rich in rare minerals, it is giving China the foothold, or even more explicitly, giving China military bases and naval bases. And they're using development assistance to leverage other countries. Now, these other countries, so many of them, will tell us, we don't want to work with China. They're not doing this for altruistic reasons. We know what China is all about. But if America is going to abandon the field, if we have no choice but to seek friends elsewhere, we will do what is necessary to to feed our people. We will go to where we need to go to get help when we confront disease. And if America abandons the field, we will go to China. China is winning so much in these last 2 weeks, it is getting tired of winning. Just today, we learned that apparently some list, according to public reports, of officers at the CIA was sent to the White House in an unclassified email. Now, I remember a time, it seems very quaint, when Donald Trump was always talking about Hillary's emails. What about this email that potentially exposes the identity of people who are working at the CIA or want to work at the CIA? And according to public reports, the administration response is, oh, don't worry. That unclassified email only contained their first name and the first initial of their last name. Well, I'm sure that China, with all of its big data analytics, will have no trouble with that at all. With an answer like that, the administration may think they can pull the wool over our eyes, but they can't. And what's more, they cannot pull the wool over the prying eyes of our competitors, our adversaries around the world. So USAID. First of all, let's start with a rather mundane point, it would appear, in this administration. What they're doing is illegal. Now, I guess if you've got absolute immunity, you don't worry about those things. But we in this body should worry about that. We should worry about whether the president and some wealthy billionaire are violating the law. We're in the business of making laws. We used to cherish our institutional prerogative. We used to think it was valuable in the scheme of things. We used to believe the founders were quite brilliant in how they established each institution as a check on the others so that none would have absolute power. But here we are faced with something which I think we have to acknowledge is plainly unlawful and not a peep about that by those who could most strongly resist this. It's harder for us in the minority. We don't control anything in the Senate. We don't control anything in the House. If this administration succeeds in neutering the Congress of the United States, there is little we in the minority alone can do without the help of others who cherish this institution. We just cannot do that alone. Now, we will do all that we can. We're here all night. We'll be here as many nights as it takes. We will raise public awareness of this unlawful scheme. We will use litigation, and we are. We will use every tool at our disposal, but it shouldn't be just us. It shouldn't be just us. I think a lot of Americans are wondering now whether the Constitution is so brilliant after all, whether it is adequate to meet this moment, a moment that our founders really anticipated, when we would have a demagogue who would ride the whirlwind of the confusion that he sows. Well, I think it is a brilliant Constitution. I think it's the best in the world. But it's not self-effectuating. It depends on all of us. To work, it depends on all of us. The genius of the Constitution is not that we are today where we are, where we have a Supreme Court that said the president is above the law. We have a president acting like he's above the law. We have the administration bringing in unelected billionaires to take data and who knows what else. We have terrible national security breaches and not a murmur of dissent about them. The genius of the Constitution is not that this is happening, but that it was forestalled until now, that we got through these more than 2 centuries without confronting this. But this is where we are, and this will be the real test of our Constitution, what it will mean in this moment when the president and a wealthy billionaire, the world's richest man, are engaged in things that are plainly unlawful. Doing away with an agency like USAID, plainly unlawful. And even if you don't care about what USAID does, even if you're content to let China take over development around the world and win over friends and mineral rights and turn our allies into debtor nations, even if you're okay ceding global leadership to China, which I am most certainly not, the moment you say it's okay for them to violate the law to shut down this one agency, you have said it is okay for them to violate the law and shut down anything. Anything. If they can do this with USAID, they can do this with the Department of Ed. If they can do it with the Department of Ed, they can do it with Head Start. If they can do it with Head Start, they can do it with Medicaid. If they can do it with Medicaid, they can do it with the Social Security. They can do anything. USAID was established by the United States Congress. It cannot and should not be eliminated on the whims of a president or his unelected billionaire friend. Shutting down USAID or pausing its work will have devastating global and potentially irreversible consequences, but the biggest consequence will be to us. It is the world's largest provider of humanitarian aid, and through it, the United States saves countless lives every year. I have to say, as I've had the opportunity as chair of the Intelligence Committee, and even prior to that position in the House, to travel to some of the most dangerous parts of the world, to Iraq, to Afghanistan, to Pakistan, to Yemen, you name it. I've met these USAID employees, the ones that just got this order, you need to get on a plane and come back, you're on leave, whether you like it or not. I've met these folks. They're so patriotic and passionate about their work and such dedicated public servants. I remember being in Afghanistan fairly early in the war, and I met this young man with USAID. He looked to me to be in his early 20s. His deployment was for 1 year in Afghanistan. He'd only been there for a few months. And these folks were operating without much of a safety net. In order to be effective, they needed to be out in the villages. They couldn't just stay on their base. They had to be out, exposed. And this USAID worker, this young man, he'd been there only for a few months of a 1-year deployment, and he told me he'd already signed up for his 2nd year. And I remember saying, wow, that's pretty impressive. You like it here, you like your work that much where you've only been here for a few months and you've already decided you're going to re-up for another year? And he said, no, it's not that. We're in the development business. You really can't see the fruits of your labor in a single year. I want to be here long enough where I can see the result of the projects that I'm working on. I can see them come to fruition. This was the kind of public servant that populates USAID all over the world. This is the kind of public servant, I don't know if this young man is still with USAID, but if he is, wherever he is in whatever part of the world where he's doing God's work, just got an email saying, you're on involuntary leave. Thank you for nothing. Don't let the door hit you in the backside on the way out. Sincerely, Uncle Sam. What a hell of a way to treat people. These folks at USAID, they're stopping diseases from spreading. They're helping to feed communities that are starving. They're showing the United States cares about people around the world, cares about others, that the most powerful nation in the world hasn't forgotten about the most powerless communities in the world. USAID represents decades of soft power that the United States has built, that has shown allies in developing nations that we stand by them in crises, building partnerships that last, protecting our national security. I remember visiting Pakistan. Now, Pakistan probably doesn't have a lot of great things to say about the United States much of the time, which I think and I recognize is frustrating. When you're trying to help and doesn't seem like anything you do is enough. I get that. I totally get that. But I remember when an earthquake struck northwest Pakistan, and American helicopters were helicoptering in relief. And a toy became very popular in Pakistan, and it was a replica of an American helicopter, because we suddenly became associated with helping people in their time of need. Probably the single most valuable diplomacy we had done in years. I guess we're not going to do that anymore. All that effort to show that the United States is concerned about the well-being not just of ourselves, but of others all over the world, all that is at risk. Well, there are champagne bottles being popped right now in Beijing, probably quite a few in Moscow, at the idea tonight that we are abandoning the field and that we are poised to confirm the architect of that abandonment, an otherwise obscure man named Russ Vought. Alliances, decades of work going out the window, Russia and China's influence on the rise, and for what? USAID represents less than 1% of the federal budget. But that 1% gets Elon Musk and Donald Trump closer to the $4 trillion hole they need to fill to give another tax cut to the wealthy. So it's on the chopping block, plain and simple. So let's look at some of the other events of the last couple weeks and put them in perspective. Let's look at the firing of these top Department of Justice officials. Within hours of Donald Trump's order, the Justice Department fired more than a dozen prosecutors, many career public servants who had worked on criminal cases involving the people who attacked this building. Or maybe they'd worked on criminal cases involving the one who incited the attack on this building. They weren't removed for incompetence. They weren't removed for corruption. They were removed because they did their jobs patriotically. They were removed because they had the audacity to try to hold a powerful man accountable. The official justification for their firing, that these prosecutors, many of whom had worked under Special Counsel Jack Smith, could not be trusted to implement Trump's agenda. Let's think about that. A president of the United States who spent years railing against the so-called weaponization of the government, which is the expression he would use for holding him accountable for law breaking, That president, who railed against the department for weaponizing government, has now purged his own Justice Department of the very people who investigated his many crimes. This purge was a product of the White House. The order came from Donald Trump himself. The firings were executed by his appointed allies in the Justice Department. And when it was done, his administration made the end game clear. The Justice Department no longer represents the American people. It no longer enforces the law. It enforces Donald Trump's will. This is not a department that can be counted on anymore to investigate corruption, but to defend Donald Trump. A Justice Department that doesn't prosecute certain criminals, it protects them, as long as they serve the president's interests or are the president himself. This is the new normal in Donald Trump's second term, a government that exists not a check on his power, but an extension of it. The message was unmistakable to prosecutors, to judges, to anyone working in law enforcement who still believes in the rule of law, or an idea now which seems quaint that no one is above the law. Do your job, protect the person of the president, not the people of the country, or you and your job may be next. Because in Trump's America, there is only loyalty, not to Constitution, not to country, but to the person of the president. And now, with the firings complete, the vacancies will be filled not with independent prosecutors, but with loyalists. With lawyers who will spend the next 4 years reshaping the very foundation of the Justice Department, ensuring that the next time Donald Trump or anyone like him breaks the law, there won't be anyone left to prosecute it. They will be there to go after Trump's enemies, whether they are real or just perceived. We are not inevitably headed towards authoritarianism or one-man rule. But firing these top prosecutors takes us one step closer. If we don't stop it now, if we don't draw a line here, there will be little justice left in the department to save. I spent almost 6 years with that department. I was an assistant U.S. attorney in Los Angeles. One of the best jobs I ever had. I worked with a cadre of prosecutors who were just top-notch. Some of the brightest lawyers in Los Angeles, they gravitated to that office. Some of the most capable and idealistic young lawyers who wanted to do justice. The office was completely apolitical. I had no idea whether my fellow prosecutors were Democrats or Republicans. And yes, when U.S. attorneys changed and presidents changed, there might be different priorities in the office, but they were broad policy priorities. There might be more of an emphasis on drug cases, or there might be more of an emphasis on white-collar crime cases, but it was a difference of policy. It was never about the politics of vengeance or retribution. No one in that department had any, in that office had any misunderstanding, misapprehension of what their role was, and their role was to do justice. Now, I think the department made a mistake after this building was attacked, after our police officers were savagely beaten, after this president sat in that White House dining room and watched that violence occur. I think the Department of Justice made a mistake, not by investigating that massive crime on this building, on our police, on the peaceful transfer of power, on our democracy, but in taking so long. I think they made a mistake in focusing on the foot soldiers of that attack who broke into this building rather than those who incited it and organized it. But I understand why that mistake was made. That mistake was made because there was a desire, after the first 4 years of Donald Trump and the terrible politicization of that department by Bill Barr, there was a desire to restore the independence of the department. There was a reluctance to follow the evidence where it would lead. And that reluctance, that desire to insulate the department from criticism resulted in justice being delayed and ultimately justice being denied. Now, one of the biggest culprits in that failure of the justice system was that building across the street, and indeed the entire court system, because that court system, and most particularly the High Court, understood what was happening, understood the endless delays in bringing to justice the one who incited those attacks. They understood exactly what was happening, and they permitted it to happen. And more than that, the High Court not only permitted it to happen, but by countenancing these endless delays, by letting the president play rope-a-dope in the courts, they ensured that justice would be delayed so that justice might be denied, and in fact it was denied. That was the mistake of the department, excessive caution. And that mistake meant that a court that has become a partisan court could use delay as a weapon to defeat justice, and it did. But in this Alice in Wonderland world in which we live, Donald Trump would make that desire to move the department away from the politicization of Bill Barr, restore a reputation for independence, that laudable goal, would turn that in some Alice in Wonderland way into a weaponization of the government. And why? Because it believed that the rule of law applies to everyone, even the most powerful man in the world. So why get rid of these prosecutors? Why purge the FBI agents? Why, after promising and their nominees, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, we've learned how much we can rely on the promises, the commitments they made, and their confirmation? Zero. But why is this firing of the FBI agents such an important piece of this whole effort by Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and their enablers? Because if they're going to take money from the public fisc, if they're going to enrich themselves with their meme coins, if they're going to raid the Treasury, if they're going to take people's private data, if they're going to try to illegally shut down agencies, they don't want a department, God forbid, to say no, that violates the law. They don't want an FBI that's going to examine anything they're doing. So stripping the department of its independence, instilling fear in thousands and thousands of FBI agents, telling them you are just one wrong step away from being fired. This is the way to ensure that when they raid the Treasury, there is no one there to call out what they're doing. This is also part and parcel of what these pardons were all about. What role do these pardons play in this effort to bring about one-man rule and to enable that one man to raid the public fisc? So, on his first day, and with the stroke of a pen, pardoning 1,550 people who violently beat law enforcement, the President wished to make something abundantly clear. If you use violence in my service, I will have your back. And so people that came in through these doors and bear-sprayed police officers and beat them with flagpoles, took apart metal barricades and beat them with that, crushed them in the doors. Officer Daniel Hodges, I'll never forget the images of him being crushed in that revolving door. Well, the people who did that, they got a pardon. Pardoned the ringleaders or gave them clemency. Leaders of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, violent, unrepentant white nationalists who conspired to overthrow the peaceful transfer of power. I mean, how did we get here where a president of the United States would pardon people for doing that? Some were convicted of seditious conspiracy, one of the most serious crimes in our legal system. Others were convicted of dragging police officers into violent crowds and of beating them, of bear spraying them, of crushing them. We witnessed it. We were here. I was here, not on this side of the Capitol, but on the other side. I was here. I was here when they were breaking windows to get in. I was here on the House floor. One of the floor managers that day opposing the efforts to overturn the election. I was here when the Speaker was whisked out of her chair. I was here when the Capitol Police first informed us there were rioters in the building. I was here when the Capitol Police told us that we needed to get our gas mask out. I was here when we struggled to open the damn things that were in these sealed plastic pouches. I was here when those masks were deployed and it was a polyurethane bag you were supposed to pull over your head with an elastic band around your neck. I was here when the fan that circulates the air in those masks so that you don't asphyxiate, when the sound of those fans was everywhere on the House floor and in the gallery. I was here when Capitol Police told us that we needed to get out, that they cleared an exit route. We needed to get out. I was here when some of my Republican colleagues in the House, as I waited on the House floor, and we could really hear those people banging on the doors to get in, said, "You can't let them see you." One of them said, "I know these people, I can talk to these people, I can talk my way through these people. You're in a whole different category." And I have to say, at first I was oddly touched by their evident concern for my safety. But my next impression was, if they hadn't been lying about the election, I wouldn't need to worry about my safety. None of us would. Donald Trump pardoning the folks who were attacking police officers that day, this wasn't about mercy. This wasn't about justice. These people hadn't made restitution or shown any repentance, far from it. This was about power. This was about a hope to erase the crimes that had been committed in his name. This was a message to his supporters that the violence and illegal acts aren't just to be tolerated, but be rewarded, because that's what this was. This was a message. A message that if you fight for him, if you storm the Capitol, if you brutalize police officers, if you try to overthrow an election, you will be protected. You'll be hailed even. They'll make choirs with you, like Kash Patel. You will be absolved because he, the president, so desperately wants to be absolved. He wants to somehow remove the stain of his impeachments, of the violent attack in his name. So what's happened to some of these criminals since they've been pardoned by Donald Trump? One of those pardoned was killed in a shootout with police in Indiana. Model citizen, I'm sure. One of them was arrested 4 times between storming the Capitol and being pardoned by Donald Trump. Another was rearrested for unlawfully possessing a gun as a felon. That was for his 2017 conviction for domestic violence battery by strangulation. Seems like a worthy candidate for a pardon by Donald Trump. One rider who attacked police with bear spray and a metal whip on January 6th is now grappling with unresolved charges of soliciting a minor, a third-degree felony carrying up to 10 years in prison. Maybe he'll be pardoned for that. These are the people that Donald Trump pardoned, that he celebrated because they showed loyalty to him. And in Trump's world, nothing else matters. In order to carry out this plunder of the Treasury, to make the whole of government the vehicle for his self-enrichment and self-aggrandizement, he must have a loyal cadre willing to do even the most violent acts in his service. Stand back and stand by. So let's turn quickly to the funding freeze. How does that fit into this effort? There was a memo, as we know, to freeze all federal funding, federal loans and assistance. We saw the reports, the days of chaos. We saw hospitals wondering whether they would get funding to keep their clinic doors open. We saw parents wondering whether their child care would be available, seniors wondering whether they would have the services that they needed. And for what? Once again, this is an effort to prepare to raid the Treasury, to take the resources that belong to the American people and use them to fund a massive tax cut for those who don't need it. Now, I represent a state that has been battered by natural disaster. So I take this very personally, this freeze on federal funding, because my constituents need the help of FEMA, they need the help of the SBA, they need to know that as the government has been there for every other state natural disaster, it will be there for us. And the idea of freezing that funding and inhibiting that recovery so that there can be just a bit more money for Donald Trump and Elon Musk and his allies is anathema to my constituents. And it should be unacceptable for all the rest of us. Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, along with my colleague from California and so many others tonight, I rise in opposition to the President's nomination of Russell Vought to lead the Office of Management and Budget. My colleagues and I are here, it's now shortly before midnight, to go through tonight to make this case because this nominee has already demonstrated exactly how dangerous he would be if confirmed. We know that from the last time he worked in the Office of Management and Budget, and we know it because of his work in the last few years. And despite not even being in the office yet, he has already, through his work on Project 2025, driven a reckless budget decision that created immediate chaos and uncertainty across the country. The duty of the Office of Management and Budget Director is to assist the President of the United States in faithfully executing the laws passed by Congress. Notably, this does not include single-handedly turning off federal funding. It was just a few weeks ago that Donald Trump was inaugurated, and that day, as chair of the year-long inaugural committee, I made the point that there are 3 branches of government. Otherwise, we would have had the inauguration at a some countries, a presidential palace or in some gilded executive office building. In fact, that inauguration was in the Capitol for a reason. And that is because in our country, we have three branches of government, three equal branches of government. And Article 1 of the Constitution makes it clear that the Congress makes decisions about funding, the Congress. And in this case, on a bipartisan basis, year after year after year, and it's not easy, and it's always can be a mess to the end, but we come together, Democrats and Republicans, and make a decision about funding. And it is the job of the executive branch, in addition, of course, the President of the United States, signing off on this, but the executive branch then implements it. But in this case, things are backwards and upside down when the Office of Management and Budget comes in with a plan that had actually been devised by this nominee to freeze the funds. Millions of Americans awoke to find that vital federal funding had been frozen, not by Congress, not by a confirmed official in an administration, but by an unelected advisor acting from the shadows. And yes, it was chaos, big surprise. People lost access to essential services. Agencies scrambled to interpret conflicting statements. It was in, 24 hours later, it was rescinded, and then the press secretary to the President of the United States put out a post that no, all the funds were still frozen. Even the administration itself had to walk back its decision after a federal judge ruled it unconstitutional. That this whole mess that hurt regular people, and I still wake up every day and say to myself, has Donald Trump brought down costs for housing or child care? Has he created more housing or child care that a number of people who voted for him thought they were going to get? Has he brought down the cost of prescription drugs? Instead, what do we see? We see this chaos. This wasn't an accident. It wasn't even a decision made by an official with legal authority. Let's be clear about exactly what happened. Russell Vought was not in the administration. He's before the Senate right now. That's why we're here tonight. He was not in the administration, but his fingerprints were all over this scheme. According to reports, he was a driving force behind the administration's decision to freeze federal funding. Stephen Miller even credited, someone very close to Donald Trump, even publicly credited Vought with coming up with the idea. It was Vought's plan that led the administration to take an action that hurt millions of Americans. Now, I have heard from constituent after constituent terrified about, is this federal funding freeze that clearly the administration wanted to do, and then a court stepped in, and it's only temporarily paused. But I've heard from my constituents, because for some of them, their funding is still in trouble. Others don't know what's going to happen next. So here are some Minnesotans, regular people, what they had to say following the decision to unilaterally, unconstitutionally cut off support that families across the country rely on. One constituent wrote to me saying, the late night decisions, the freezing of federal funds already appropriated by Congress from an undisclosed group of entities is outrageous, illegal, and gross mismanagement. It is the throwing of lives of your constituents into fear and chaos. She continued, the administration is offering conflicting information and no real answers as to what is going on. Even more money will need to be spent. This is going to be challenged in court. It's going to be a mess. Instead of just working it out, what a waste. That's right. There's a budget coming up. There's decisions to be made about taxes. There is time to debate this and decide, even if I don't agree with what the president wants to do, but there is a very clear way that this should happen, and this is for the upcoming budget. But instead, want to make a big scene, want to hurt a lot of people, that's what happened. Another constituent wrote in, concerned about her client, someone works in the area of mental health, and she talked about how her clients rely on some of this funding. She said executive branch interference with this funding not only creates massive economic harms, but also directly violates the Constitution's delegation of spending powers to Congress. Now, I will say there's a silver lining here. Regular people are actually looking at the Constitution. They're saying, how can this happen? How can an unelected billionaire come in and try to get data? How can you just stop funding in the middle of one day with one single memo from someone that's not even elected? So like, maybe I should go look at the Constitution. What does it say in Article 1? What's my role in this as a citizen in electing people? Another Minnesotan wrote, I am a parent of a pediatric cancer survivor, and our family relied on the Katie Beckett program to survive before we moved to Minnesota. This program runs through state Medicaid, she explained, and it affords all families whose children have life-threatening diagnoses financial assistance as a secondary coverage, regardless of income, while they make their way through treatments and while recovering from the significant impacts of these treatments. Without access to this, she asked, what will happen to these kids? But then again, acting in this way does seem to be a pattern. And people are figuring it out. And believe me, there are a number of people in my state who voted for Donald Trump and voted for me, okay? And why did they vote for Donald Trump? Well, they wanted change. They were worried about their costs. They thought, okay, maybe he's going to do what he says he's going to do. Maybe he's actually going to do something and work with people, try to bring costs down. And now they're seeing this chaos, in my mind, which will be leading to, which I've already seen with the firing of the inspector generals, this corruption, these constitutional grabs at power, unconstitutional. One constituent who teaches a class on cancer research at the University of Minnesota wrote about this research funding. And our state has a lot of research between Mayo and University of Minnesota, cutting edge research. She says the students I'm teaching are dependent on National Institute of Health support. The patients I'm seeing are helped by National Institute of Health funded clinical trials. Our cancer center trial organization and the core facilities at the U of N that help conduct these trials. Cancer patients on clinical trials may die because of pausing of federal support for these trials. Another cancer patient, please do everything you can to restore National Cancer Institute funding immediately. I'm in treatment for 4 different cancers. It's the 5th time. Why would you stop the funding? It's even impossible to contemplate. They're referring, of course, to this memo that was sent out with the blessing of the Trump administration under their administration, sat out there for 24 hours, then gets repealed, but then the White House says, no, we still want to freeze all the funding, and then a federal judge has to come in, but of course that's only temporary. A different Minnesota worried about her niece who's being treated for triple-negative breast cancer in an NIH-funded trial. To have the funding cut off could have deadly consequences for my niece, she wrote. This is her 2nd round with this very aggressive cancer, and she is getting results from the clinical trial. She has 3 small children at home and is fighting as hard as she can, but without this trial, I'm not sure what her physicians would do. Someone else from my state, the havoc that the administration is causing with the on-again, off-again freezing of federal aid and the freeze on the work of essential public health agencies like the NIH and the CDC will have devastating consequences for our economy and citizens if allowed to stand. She continued, I know you will do your best to protect and stand up for Congress's constitutional rights. Again, my constituents, I do see this as a silver lining, are looking at what is the role of Congress? What did our founding fathers want? What is the role of the courts? Can the executive just stand in there and do anything he wants? And of course, the answer is no, which is why you've seen litigation, which is why I've urged my constituents to write emails to me with these stories, because actually we will create a record of exactly what is going on as these court cases continues in states all over the country. Because right now we have an administration, a president that took the oath to follow the Constitution, to support and defend the Constitution, but doesn't seem to be reading it. So She writes this: I know you will do your best to protect and stand up for Congress's constitutional rights. My family and I appreciate the work you do as our senator, and I like that you work across the aisle, she says. During this critical time, however, we urge you to do everything you can to be in Congress to thwart these illegal acts. The extra constitutional games need to stop and the rule of law must stand. The president is not a king and cannot be treated as one. Another constituent, like many others, is worried about what this freeze will mean for seniors. As you know, she said, our adult day center relies on federal funding to provide essential services to seniors in our community, specifically Title III caregiver respite. These funds support a wide range of programs, including health care, social activities, nutritional support, all of which are crucial for the well-being of our participants. The sudden pause in federal funding has put these vital services at risk, and we are worried about the impact on our seniors. She continued, many of our participants depend on our center for daily care and support, and any disruption in our services could have severe consequences for their health and quality of life. We are particularly concerned about the lack of clarity regarding which programs will be affected and the timeline for resolving this issue. She concluded, we urge you to advocate on our behalf and work with your colleagues to ensure that federal funding for programs supporting seniors is restored as quickly as possible. Our seniors deserve stability and continuity in their care. More on seniors. Another woman. My next door neighbor is 81 years old. She has to get injections into both of her eyes every 13 weeks. Without the injection, she will go blind. Good Day Foundation has helped pay for the injections. As of yesterday, they are broke. My neighbor had to pay $1,000 and $1,028 out of pocket yesterday. She is on a fixed income. How can Good Day Foundation get their funding back? My friend can't afford these shots. Another constituent, a senior herself, wrote, I am 73 years old and I live in housing that is covered by a voucher. I eat with SNAP funds. I am disabled and dependent on my CADI waiver to keep myself going. I can't be homeless at my age. Another Minnesota senior, I am currently enrolled in the Senior Community Service Employment Program through National ABLE Network. National ABLE is a nonprofit organization that helps job seekers learn their skills and connect with area employers to fill their job openings. Each year, they help hundreds of seniors like me get a job, and I want to make sure this program continues. I know age discrimination and not having the necessary skills have been a problem for me in getting a job in the past. He went on to say, the funding freeze would stop the payments that this program needs to operate, and that would negatively impact me and the organization I'm training with. The wages I earn while in training help me pay for bills that I otherwise wouldn't be able to afford. And you know, this is part of a pattern. When the president ran for office this time, he talked about bringing health care costs. He told us how beautiful it would be. Yet, what do we see when they come into office? In one of the first executive orders, different than this funding freeze, was stopping one of the key programs, a pilot for generic drugs at $2 a pop, to try to encourage more generic drugs. And when the nominee for HHS secretary was before our Senate committees, he would not commit to actually implementing the prescription drug negotiation bill that I had spent years trying to get passed, and we finally passed it. We finally ended the sweetheart deal that Big Pharma had because of congressional action that locked them into high prices and high profits at the expense of regular people, where Americans were paying, in many cases, twice as much as people in other countries. It's part of the reasons why there were bus trips from Minnesota to Canada to get less expensive drugs. My colleagues here all know that bringing down the cost of prescription drugs has always been a top priority, because in the United States of America, no one should be forced to choose between filling their prescriptions or filling their grocery carts. Taking on these big drug companies was not easy. They had 3 lobbyists and still have 3 lobbyists for every member of Congress, and spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to stop us. AARP with us, in the fight. So many seniors with us in the fight. What they didn't have was the power of 50 million American seniors who came together to say enough is enough. We passed our bill. There's a $35 cap on insulin per month, which the companies now, because of competitive pressures, have had to offer to non-seniors. There's a $2,000 cap for Medicare for people that that are paying for services, $2,000 cap on prescription drugs. And then we have the first 10 drugs that have been negotiated with the prices taking effect in a bit over a year. Those first 10 drugs are done, but this administration, as the torch was handed over by the American people, this new administration is going to have to implement it. What was the result of the drug negotiations in the last administration? They picked the first 10 drugs and they picked blockbusters. I would have done a lot more than 10, but that was the compromise that has been reached. What are the first 10 drugs? They are drugs like Eliquis and Xarelto and Jardiance and Januvia, blockbuster drugs. The negotiated prices for those drugs, the pharma companies agreed, even though they were suing in court and still are and losing every single case they brought to question the underpinnings of this bill. Republican-appointed judges, Democratic-appointed judges said, no, Congress has the right to make that change. Those 10 drugs, the prices down 60, 70%, and this is my favorite number. It's going to save 9 million seniors in 1 year and out of pocket $1.5 billion. $1.5 billion with a B. That's not even counting what it saves for taxpayers. But now this program, this change in the law, is in the hands of this new administration. This new administration is going to have to make sure those 10 drugs with the negotiating prices, that happens. But now, the Biden administration, at the end of this year, as they were on schedule for 15 drugs, that's what our law that was passed in this chamber says, 15 new drugs, they're going to have to now negotiate that with the pharma companies. Well, that's going to go real well when they're already talking about getting rid of some of the other drug programs that take on pharma when their nominee for HHS won't even commit to doing it. And those drugs are blockbusters too. Diabetes, weight loss drugs like Ozempic, Rybelsus, Wegovy, all those drugs, Wegovy, all those drugs, they are on the line for negotiation. 2.3 million Medicare Part D enrollees take those drugs alone. In his confirmation hearings, as I noted, the President's Health and Human Service Secretary nominee, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., did not give a clear answer on whether or not he would uphold drug price negotiations. That's unacceptable. Make no mistake, these actions aren't going to lower costs. They're going to raise costs. And instead, what do we see? The chaos and confusion of all of these freezes. So, what else? Talked about health care. Next on to education. Here's what a Minnesotan wrote me after the memo came out that was later rescinded, but then the White House said, no, we want to freeze all these funds. Minnesotan wrote, I am reaching out as a constituent and a proud advocate for TRIO programs, which serve thousands of students across Minnesota and Wisconsin by providing academic, financial, and personal support. I'm concerned about the recent directive from the Office of Management and Budget to temporarily pause all activities related to federal financial assistance. He went on to say, this action could significantly impact TRIO programs' ability to serve low-income, first-generation students and students with disabilities who rely on our services. Please work with your colleagues in Congress to ensure that these programs continue. Another Minnesotan called the funding freeze extremely upsetting for me, as I am someone who works in this field and spends my time working to help students, to help those less privileged than me. He said one of those programs include TRIO. Each summer I teach students, I help them, they're extremely bright, and they don't have enough support. I write to you, he says, as a frustrated citizen and instructor, to air my grievances, as I am no longer sure what to do or how to proceed. Yeah, I don't really blame him, because one bureaucrat can just write a memo with a plan that was laid out by Russell Vought, laid out by that guy, laid out and consistent with what was in Project 2025, and now we're actually debating him, putting him back in the Office of Management and Budget again. One, again, of the things that I am quite astounded by is how much American citizens are looking at the Constitution. Listen to this letter. All these in just the last few days. I am writing to express my deep concern regarding the White House's recent decision to unilaterally freeze congressionally approved federal funding. So let's look at that sentence. Very clear. This constituent understands that it's Congress, Democrats and Republicans, that agreed on the funding, amounts, and that unilaterally this administration thinks they can just come in and take it away. That's not true. That's illegal. This action, the writer says, not only disrupts essential services and institutions that rely on federal grants and loans, but also represents a troubling overreach of executive power that directly violates our Constitution. This practice is an abuse of power that must be met with swift congressional action. So that's why we ask our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to listen to this constituent from the state of Minnesota, who's not a constitutional law professor, but all you have to do is open up the Constitution. And this constituent is wondering, why won't everyone stand up and say, no, we're willing to work with you, Donald Trump, on efficiency measures, on making government work better, but we're willing to do it only if it is consistent with the Constitution. She continued, I urge you to take immediate steps to hold the administration accountable. I appreciate your leadership and look forward to your response on how you plan to address this pressing issue. Please stand firm in upholding the Constitution. A different Minnesotan, I'm writing to you to express concern over the pause of federal loans, grants, and foreign aid and ask you to take all possible action to block the confirmation of the nominated OMB Director, Russell Vought. She continued, Russell Vought stated in his confirmation hearing that he would not guarantee that we would follow the laws. Now they're even watching the confirmation hearings. I think this is kind of good for democracy when people realize that these guys are serious, that it's not just a campaign commercial. It's not just something you say at a rally. It's not just something you put on X. This is real. She says, Russell Vought stated in his confirmation hearing that he would not guarantee he would follow the law in expending funds Congress appropriated. And in other words, he seems to believe he and the president have authority to selectively decide to make these pauses permanent, regardless of what Congress has appropriated. This is a grave violation of the constitutional authority granted to Congress and shows brazen disrespect for the American people's elected representative. I actually couldn't write it better. I like that. Brazen disrespect. And what I want to see is people understanding that this is brazen disrespect. It's brazen disrespect of the people that work in the United States Senate and in the House. But okay, put that aside. It's brazen disrespect of the people that sent us here. As I said on the day of Donald Trump's inauguration, in that beautiful rotunda, when he brought that inauguration inside, that there were some pretty powerful people in that room. I think people saw the photos of the oligarchs and the like. But when it comes to the elected officials in that room, whether they're representatives, senators, or the president or the vice president, their power actually didn't come from the people in that room. Their power comes from the people outside of that room. So when this constituent says that this was brazen disrespect in freezing the funds or in devising this plan that Russell Vought had, she gets it. She gets it. This is brazen disrespect of our democracy, no matter what party you're in. She goes on to say, please begin educating constituents on the severity of this issue. I'm trying to do it tonight. Hopefully some people are watching on C-SPAN. Please also tell them how they can reach out to their representatives in the White House to voice their disapproval. Most people do not understand the power and leverage that the Office of Management and Budget Director has. I think that's true. Most people don't understand it. That's why we're here tonight. They need to understand the direct action, the impact these actions will have on day-to-day life for them and their neighbors and what their options are for making their voices heard. So this chaos and corruption and this just assault on our constitutional powers, we have been seeing this since day one. Chaos is up, corruption is up, and yes, egg prices are up. Because none of this is going to help people with their bills. One great example of this, when you look at everything that's been going and say, how do I tie this together? We know it's distraction, talking about things that aren't really going to help people. One of the things that was also hard to understand, but is all connected when you connect the dots, was the firing, the illegal firings of the nonpartisan inspectors general. This was, remember, it was just about 10 days ago, the middle of the night purge of government watchdogs, and it was a serious abuse of power. These are the people that are watching over the taxpayer money. These are the ones, no matter if the president's a Democrat or Republican, they go in, they look at what's going on in the agency, they often discover things like fraud, they discover things like paybacks, they discover things like bribes, because they're looking at all the books, and they're not just people sitting inside the agency. Those were the people that were purged. Those were the people that were fired. Those were the people that have been appointed during both Democratic and Republican administrations. What is it Shakespeare said? The first thing you do is kill all the lawyers. Well, with this administration, the first thing they did was kill off the inspector generals. Congress passed the Inspector General Act in 1978 to establish independent, nonpartisan inspectors general in each agency to investigate waste, fraud, and abuse and prevent improper political influence and favoritism. Inspectors general also save taxpayer money. They investigate corruption, as I just mentioned, and waste under administrations regardless of party. And studies have shown that for every dollar invested in federal inspectors general, America has saved approximately $13, because that's what they discover. They discover problems. To protect inspector generals from political interference, Congress has passed safeguards into law, including specific requirements that must be followed if they are going to be removed from their positions by a president. The law, which can be found, and I'm doing this for my very informed constituents, have been writing the office. Now they can look at a new law, because we care about the laws. That's what we're supposed to do here. We pass laws. The law, which can be found at Title V, Section 403B, states, if an inspector general is removed from office or is transferred to another position or location within an establishment, the president shall communicate in writing the substantive rationale, including detailed and case-specific reasons for any such removal or transfer to both houses of Congress, including the appropriate congressional committees, not later than 30 days before the removal or transfer. Congress wrote these requirements into law to provide inspectors general protection from political interference, to let Congress know what was going on. The president's decision, in which he just completely ignored these requirements and fired them in the middle of the night, is a violation of law. Firing these critical watchdogs, just like freezing the funding from an unnamed bureaucrat with a plan that was put in place with Russell Vought, just like, as my colleagues have been talking about tonight, firing Justice Department officials or asking for a list of people who work at the FBI just because they were assigned to a certain case. This is not consistent with democracy. I'm a former prosecutor. I always believed that my job was to do my job without fear of favor. No matter who we were prosecuting, no matter who was working with me, we followed the law. That is what has gone amok here. And that's why Americans are reading the Constitution. That's why they're calling this Senate so much that they shut the phone lines down the other day. That's why they're writing emails. And by the way, the benefit of that is we also have a record of the harm that is being caused. More than ever, the responsibility will fall on Congress and the people that elect us to conduct oversight and to ensure that the people in our government are working for the American people, not their unelected billionaire friends. More. Federal aid, now foreign aid. Why would people in my state care about that? Well, we actually do a lot with the world around us. We've got a number of businesses that do business all around the world. We have one of the highest rates of adoption from foreign countries. We have a number of refugees that are come to our state, Somali, Liberian, Hmong, that are a big part of the fabric of the state of Minnesota. We have one of the lowest unemployment rates in the nation. We are a successful economy in our state. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that we didn't close down our doors, that we brought in people to work in the jobs, to work in the farms, to work in our manufacturing companies. So that's one of the reasons we care about the world around us. But there's another. My constituents actually see that if you just shut off foreign aid, as what's happening right now in our country, in the world around you, you're going to have a less secure America. You're going to create this huge opening for countries like Russia and China, which have been expending money in developing nations, to come in and fill the void. One Minnesotan wrote, "The freeze on U.S. foreign aid will prevent many vulnerable people from accessing critical resources, including clean water for infants, help for farmers to feed their families, medication for kids. People will needlessly suffer and die." He continued, "The freeze also risks irreparably damaging our country's reputation and credibility and gives opening to malign governments and terrorist groups. Further, it may increase irregular migration both in the Western Hemisphere and beyond. In short, a halt of programs will create instability, undermining the administration's important foreign policy goals to make the U.S. safer, stronger, and more prosperous." And could I say, a number of leading Republicans in my state have come out very strongly against what's going on with USAID for two reasons. One, they care about the world around me, maybe three. Two, they understand the impact it has on America. And three, they figure if he's going to start cherry picking one agency and just decide to shut it down in violation of the Article 1 and all these things I've talked about of Congress's right to have the decision of funding, if he can do that, what agencies are going to pick next? He could just cherry pick anything. Someone else said, "I am deeply concerned that any cuts to U.S. foreign assistance programs that save lives, promote global stability, and keep Americans safe will be a bad thing." She continued, "U.S. foreign assistance is not only the right thing to do, it's a smart thing to do. At less than 1% of the federal budget, it's a cheap and effective tool for improving global stability, gaining U.S. allies, and reducing the need for more U.S. aid in the future. Without this support, millions of people will face devastating, in some cases deadly, consequences." She's exactly right. Yet yesterday, as our colleagues know, the administration announced its intent to end USAID. The decision to abruptly end this when it counters extremism, fights diseases, and creates more markets for U.S. exports. My state, for instance, is the fourth biggest ag exporting state in the nation. That decision was reckless and it was dangerous, just like the decision to suddenly assess our allies of Canada and Mexico, 25% on tariffs. 25% tariffs. This is not good for our economy. When I think about the importance of USAID, I always think about a story that former President Bill Clinton used to tell about how at one point he went to an African nation and he toured some new factories that America had helped invest in, and they were making shirts, and he got a shirt and he put that shirt in the front of the closet so that every single time he opened the closet, he saw that shirt and he thought, they don't hate us. They actually like us. They like our country. And when they grow, as we've seen around the world, they're going to want to do business with America. They're going to want to buy American goods. They're going to stand with us when we have foreign enemies that attack us. All that, just pluck all that out of there. That is exactly what the Trump administration is doing right now. When we turn our backs on our friends across the globe, they will look elsewhere for support when they need it, including countries like China and Russia. It isn't only about being there for countries in need. It's also about our national security. Then other constituents of the thousands and thousands and thousands of emails and calls that we've gotten in just the last few days are concerned about what this is going to do for jobs. One Minnesotan wrote, I had a meeting with the nonprofit canceled this morning that is working on energy projects in southwest Minnesota. It was funded by a Department of Energy grant. At least half a dozen people will stop working on a project because of this. Due to the freeze on approvals, I could be laid off with thousands of other people I work with. A different constituent who runs another nonprofit was shocked this grant was only a drop in the budget bucket, but this is just a tiny example of the ripple effect that this pause in funding will have throughout Minnesota, where no doubt hundreds, if not thousands, rely on some funding. This pause will not harm us as an organization, but I can imagine how services will be impacted. Other Minnesotans fear that the freeze could upend their entire family's livelihood, just to have this happen so suddenly. As of today, they write, my wife and I will both lose our jobs. I will be unable to make phone calls as a deaf person using the video relay phone systems. We will lose our house and be unable to care for our disabled son. It will also affect the hundreds of thousands of disabled people my small U.S. Department of Education grant serves. Another constituent, a reverend, wrote, we are a family that has a disabled son. He is 15 years old, a freshman in high school, and is active in the community. She continued, we urge all leaders to protect programs essential to individuals who are often excluded. We especially want people with Down syndrome, autism, or other developmental disabilities and their families to be recognized as valuable and important for their role in the world. So what this is chaos, and people are starting to think of how will this work in my own family. Just today, we had a hearing of the Agriculture Committee. As you think about jobs and you think about the effect on people, we had the witnesses of the head of the National Farm Bureau and the head of the National Farmers Union there as our witnesses. Both of them had submitted pretty pointed letters that completely set out the alarms on this administration's plans to put in these tariffs. And I'm a fan of targeted tariffs. I think you can do it. I've seen it with steel dumping from China. I've seen that once we did that and fought back, that we were able to keep the iron ore mines open in northern Minnesota, and I've supported other tariffs as well. But that's not what this is. This is a cross-the-board tariff. The day after imposing these tariffs, again, more chaos, just like we saw with the funding freeze, the administration decided to delay them. It's only created more uncertainty for Americans. But one thing is certain, these tariffs aren't going to lower the price of groceries like the president promised in his campaign. They're going to raise the price of groceries. They're not going to lower the price of gas, they're going to raise it. They are going to lower the price of housing. In fact, the Builders Association came out against them. They're going to raise it. Tariffs are taxes, and the new tariffs would be a tax increase on families of over $1,000 a year. Beyond the higher costs, these tariffs would threaten our critical trade partnerships with our neighbors, like Canada and Mexico. The U.S.-Canada relationship is particularly important for my state. President Harry Truman once said, Canada's relationship with the United States was compounded of 1 part proximity and 9 parts goodwill and common sense. I couldn't agree more. Our two countries share the world's longest land border, more than 5,500 miles, and almost 400,000 people, and about $3 billion in goods and services cross it every day. Minnesota exports more goods to Canada, ranging from ag products to machinery to medical devices, than we sell to our second and third largest markets combined. Minnesota exports about $7 billion worth of goods to Canada each year, and overall Canada imported over $354 billion in American goods in 2023 alone. That trade relationships with an ally that at one point on their embassy draped their embassy with banners that said friend, ally, partner. That strengthens our economy and our national security. It supports our manufacturers, farmers, and ranchers. It creates jobs. But the administration's announcement unravels these ties. When you look at the groups that came out against the new tariffs within 24 hours of the announcement. You could see why the president had to scramble back and get a pause. But again, damage done, because if you're a business in another country, you think, I don't know if I'm gonna, there might be a tariff on that. If you're in Canada, you're like, maybe I should get my next shipment from somewhere else, because I don't know if I'm gonna be able to depend on the United States as a trading partner. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce said the tariffs will only raise prices for American families and upend supply chains. Then you have both the National Association of Manufacturers and the International Association of Machinists saying they would put American manufacturing jobs at risk. The American Farm Bureau, as I just noted, warns that these tariffs threaten to deliver another blow to the finances of farm families. And the National Association of Home Builders said they would increase the cost of construction, and consumers will end up paying in the form of higher home prices. So you have complaints from the worker side, you have complaints from the business side, and you have complaints from the farm side. I'd say you're in trouble. And it's not only these groups, which do represent thousands and thousands and thousands of businesses and workers. It's people right in this building. And it's not just the Democrats who are here speaking tonight about what this chaos is doing to American families. Senator McConnell put it pretty well, and he talked today about this at the agriculture hearing, but he said it will be paid for by American consumers. He's absolutely right. Slapping new taxes on American families while planning more massive tax cuts for billionaires is not how you strengthen our economy. Lives and livelihoods are at stake. When I look at these constituent letters, and I literally have only read a fraction of them, I see that people are waking up. They are energized. They are starting to see that, you know, I don't feel like I have much control over my life. Maybe that's why I voted for change in this election, but I actually wanted it to happen. And the other thing they say is I actually wanted Democrats and Republicans to work across the aisle. Like we do so much in this Senate. But what they didn't vote for, was chaos. What they didn't vote for was corruption. What they didn't vote for was an unelected billionaire deciding he's just going to come in and run the government. They actually said, okay, I want to tip the scales a little. I want to see what can happen. Someone else in there. And then they thought we were going to work it out. They thought we were going to work on how to make government more efficient. They thought we were going to work on how to get them more housing with all these things I've seen that are incredible around my state, with incentives for private entities to work to do things like expand child care, or a bunch of businesses get together. We could do some things to create more incentives to make that happen, to expand existing private child cares, or this idea of creating more smaller child care facilities so that they're all ones in a row, apartment after apartment, so that they can bring in kids into smaller businesses. Or they thought maybe they're going to do something about consolidation, or maybe they're going to do something so my kids, when they look at the internet, they don't see pornography and they don't get fentanyl dealers online. But instead, what do they see? Well, I guess talk about Panama and Greenland and talk about all kinds of things that really aren't relevant to their lives. They want us to do things that are relevant to their lives. And they do not want some unelected guy to come in and make all these decisions for them. Mr. President, these Minnesotans are only some, but not all, of the lives that this administration is playing with. They deserve better. The people of this country deserve competence, not chaos. We have already seen what happens when Russell Vought's vision for the Office of Management and Business is put into action. It leads to disorder. It leads to uncertainty. It leads to unconstitutional power grabs that hurt Americans. And that was even before he had the job. Because you see, this was his plan from the very beginning. I implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to vote no on this nomination, to stand up as our constituents have asked us to stand up, whether they're Democrats or Republicans. No to chaos, no to corruption. Uphold the values of our Constitution. When you look at these nominees, fulfill your duties of advise and consent. Why rubber stamp every single one of these nominees? Why would you do that? Instead, look at what they plan to do. Are they truly qualified, or do they actually have the interests of the agency they're supposed to run and the interests of the American people at heart? Then make your decision. We cannot put someone in charge of the Office of Management and Budget, which, by the way, has now become a household word, an agency that many people had never heard of in my state, but they're now writing in letters in droves about the fact that they don't understand why an unelected bureaucrat could issue that memo and why we could put someone in place that devised this strategy, someone who has already demonstrated that he will abuse his power. Article 1 of our Constitution, which so many of my constituents are now reading up on, makes it clear that decisions about federal funding belong to Congress, not the President, and certainly not the Director of the Office of Management and Budget. Russell Vought has showed blatant disrespect for the Constitution and the American people. He is not the man for this job. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Oh, yeah. Senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, I rise today because we have a crisis of confidence in our government. It's a crisis that's being driven by the Trump administration with one goal in mind: to let the well-off and the well-connected play by their own set of rules, while you, the American people, continue to scrape by. It's a crisis that puts us at a crossroads. Will we take the steps necessary to address the corruption and restore trust? Or will we break our institutions even further and usher in a golden age of corruption? In order to answer those questions, we need to have a real understanding of a few things. One, how deep is this crisis in confidence? Two, in what ways is the Trump administration putting their thumb on the scale for the well-off and the well-connected? Three, how is that impacting the rest of us? And how will it impact America's future? Four, and finally, how can we fight back? Now let's start with the crisis that we're in. When I talk about this crisis in confidence, what we're talking about is the belief that your government is working for you, that it's working for the American people, all of its people. A belief that no matter the challenge you face or the ambitions that you have, that your government has your best interest in heart. That is the fundamental credence of our democracy. That is of, by, and for the people. And that belief is always important. But when times are tough, it's even more critical than ever. Now let's be clear. These are tough times. I don't think there's a single person in America that would disagree with that. We have challenges before us. We have challenges with the high cost of living, affordability problems. It's a top issue that I hear about in my home state in New Jersey. We have a lot of crisis of confidence in this moment about whether or not we can step up as a nation and be able to rise to the challenges that we face. And the challenges we face are significant, and we have to acknowledge that. Over the past couple years, as we've recovered from a generationally defining pandemic, I've heard from so many families who just don't believe that they can get ahead. They don't believe and think that they'll do better than their parents, and that their kids won't do better than them. And I think about that in my own family situation. My parents coming here, immigrating to this nation 50 years ago. And I remember asking them why they did it. And my parents, they said to me just one simple line. They said, "We did it because we felt that here in America, we could guarantee that the family that we raise, that you and your sister, would have a better life and more opportunities than we did." That was it. That was that simple. They weren't driven by greed. They weren't trying to take it all for themselves as if this was some zero-sum survival of the fittest. It was a sense of America and a sense of the opportunity that it can bring for everyone, including 2 immigrants from South Korea who were born during the Korean War into poverty and came to this nation. And now, as they get older, the challenges that they face, being seniors, the elderly, their health care, and other challenges that they face with their budget fixed. And now myself, as a father of a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old, wondering what kind of America are my kids going to grow up in? And I know it's not just my family that worries about this. Because when the costs of basic goods go up, it makes it harder to save for everybody. And when families can't save, it makes it harder to achieve that crown jewel of the American dream, owning a home. Something that my family has struggled with over the years. Something that so many other families are facing right now as we see the cost of owning a home skyrocket. It puts that dream even more out of reach. And for those that can't own, even the cost of rental prices are going through the roof. Demoralizing people. I mean, I remember hearing from this young man, a recent college graduate, and he just came to me with just feeling so deflated. He said, I don't think I'm ever going to own a home, is how he put it. And I have to tell you, just hearing that from him, just how pessimistic he was, just how demoralized he was about his place in our society. But it wasn't just about his place, it was about this moment for this country and the fact that he doesn't see us moving in a trajectory where someone like himself and people in his generation are going to be able to have that opportunity and that chance that generations before had. So you throw in that rising cost of higher education that he's struggling with, trying to pay off the bills, trying to keep up with student debt. And you have that general sense that we're losing, that sense that we're part of something bigger than all of us. And it's easy to understand why people just don't think the system that should be working for them is working for them. And that's the place that we're in right now. That in this moment, we find ourselves living through the moment of the greatest amount of inequality in our nation's history. Even worse than the robber baron age that we studied about in history books. That somehow we see just such extraordinary wealth, but for just a few. Whereas the vast majority of Americans are struggling paycheck to paycheck, won't be able to step up if they face some type of crisis, a car accident or something else that could just lead them into catastrophe. That lack of trust is very clear in the numbers that we see from the American people. A Pew study from last summer showed that public trust in the federal government is at approximately 22%. And in 2023, only 16% said that the government, quote, always or most of the time is something that you can trust. According to Pew, that was amongst the lowest tally in nearly 70 years. That number was reflected in a survey conducted by the Partnership for Public Service in the spring of 2024. Their research shows that only 23% of Americans trust the federal government. That's down from 35% the year before. We're just seeing it go down and down and down. Only 15% think the government is transparent, down from 21% the year before. This erosion that we're continuing to see in our country and in the public trust has to be at top of mind. Because how can a government function? How can a democracy function with that much distrust? Alarming in that group is trust amongst people age 18 to 34, that age group of that young man I told you about who had such pessimism about his future. And in that group, we saw trust decline by half, from 30% to 15%. Now, you might think this is just maybe a red state problem. But let me tell you, it's a massive issue in my home state in New Jersey as well. In May of 2023, a poll by Fairleigh Dickinson University showed that over 80% of New Jersey residents, believe that their state's politicians are corrupt. That shows you just such a devastating number of the distrust that is out there and how widespread it is. I remember, we've certainly had our challenges of late in New Jersey, and when you see the corruption, when you hear about the news of indictments and convictions, I remember one time I went to a neighbor of mine, asked him what he thought about the state of corruption in New Jersey, and he just said, "That's New Jersey." Just threw up his hands. This sense of helplessness, this sense of apathy, this sense that that's just how things are now. There's nothing we can do about it. Now, there are a variety of reasons why this is the case in New Jersey, but it all comes back to the same thing. A singular question: are the people in your government working for you, or are they working for themselves? Are they trying to lift up their own personal wealth, or look out for their friends or their associates, their families, for special interest? I always often felt like one of the most important questions you can get a sense from the people is this question of, do your elected officials, do your government officials care about you? Because sometimes it just feels like we're in this moment in this country where we have this crisis of empathy right now. That we are losing touch with that idea that we're part of something bigger than all of us. We're having trouble. We're struggling to be able to see the world through someone else's eyes and walk in their shoes. And in this nation of over 330 million people, how can we continue if we continue to only think about ourselves and lose sight of that which is around us? Now, obviously, this is all the more important in times like these, when we need our government working to solve the problems that we face. And as we said, we face significant challenges. So what happens when we have a government where the people aren't working in the public interest, when those that are charged by the people to take up the public common good are not following through? What happens when we have a government where those people working to protect the public interests are fired, are pushed out, or marginalized. Luckily for us, history may not repeat, but it certainly rhymes. The Founding Fathers established the federal workforce to be one built on merit. It was something that they took quite seriously. So seriously, in fact, that during debate in the weeks after Washington's first inauguration, James Madison stated that, quote, wanton removal of a meritorious officer is an impeachable offense. George Washington himself wrote that appointments into public service would be the most difficult and delicate part of his work. In A History of the Federal Service, a report published by the Office of Personnel Management, the evolution of this debate from one of merit first to one of political gain becomes very apparent. As political parties grew, so did the pendulum swing of retaliation and actions that further politicized public servant positions. But the dam broke just a generation after the founding of the Republic. The Tenure of Office Act of 1820, not exactly a household name, was one of the first dominoes to fall that led to what was eventually called the spoils system. By limiting the terms of many officials to 4 years corresponding to the president, it basically meant that public servants would come in and out with the tides of the presidency, and not based on need or qualifications, just the pendulum swing of partisanship, the qualification being that of loyalty rather than skill or merit. And the impact of the spoils system became very apparent, which was wholesale patronage and corruption, and a rejection of the status quo that looks very familiar to what we see today. Senator Henry Clay on the Senate floor called it, quote, a detestable system. George William Curtis, one of the leaders in the fight to reform the civil service, said that the spoils system, quote, presents a most ridiculous, revolting, and disheartening spectacle. He said that through it, the United States, quote, seethes with intrigue and corruption. Over time, the pushback against this system and the damage it did to the United States government and its people built a reform movement that eventually resulted in the passage and enactment of the Pendleton Act in 1883. In many ways, the Pendleton Act brought our public service back to its original roots, codifying it, protecting it, by calling for an open selection of government employees and creating a civil service commission, our modern civil service. And it required that the applicants pass the civil service exam. The bill was the first domino in several that helped to restore trust in government by ensuring that those that served the people and not themselves. Serve the people and not just some loyalty test. In so many ways, the battle that led to the passage of the Pendleton Act continues today and answers the first question I posed. How deep does our crisis in confidence in our government go? In short, it goes back to a friction we've seen for most of our history. It's a friction between those who want to use power for their gain, to enrich themselves and their party at the expense of other Americans. And on the other side, those who seek only to swear an oath to the Constitution and to deliver on the promise of making the next American generation more prosperous and secure. To have that sense of progress as a nation, which we know we cannot take for granted. We have to work for it. So when you look at Donald Trump, or look at Elon Musk, you're not seeing something new. You're not seeing the disruptors they tell you that they are. You're not seeing an innovator. You're seeing something that's very old. Just another power-hungry politician, elite figure seeking to hoard power at the expense of real American families. In this moment right now, as I said, that is the moment of the greatest amount of inequality in our nation's history. And doing that by attacking the very people who work for the people. They are not beholden to the well-off and the well-connected. Another person leading the charge to bring us back to the golden age of corruption of the 1800s is a man named Russell Vought. Now, Russell Vought was born to make corruption safe again. As a staffer in the House and the Senate, he worked members of both chambers who attacked and demeaned civil servants in order to get them out of the way and let big corporate interests through. He worked for nearly a decade at the Heritage Foundation, taking dark corporate money and translating it into a systematic takedown of the same protections those corporations were lobbying against. When the Trump administration came into office in 2017, Mr. Vought was one of the first in the building at the Office of Management and Budget, OMB. Then, like now, senators had serious concerns when he was nominated, then for deputy director, and eventually director of OMB. Now, this brings me to my second question. In what ways is the Trump administration putting their thumb on the scale for the well-off and well-connected? Well, let's look at it. Let's look at Project 2025, Mr. Vought's guidebook for attacking the core of the very principles that our founders wrote into the Constitution. Our founding fathers wanted to ensure checks and balances. They wanted to make sure we didn't swap one monarch for another. Vought believes that the president has the right to stop funds that Congress has approved from getting to the places we approve them to go. That means that even if your elected officials approve money to go towards building a road, or investing in a school in your community, or trying to get your kids child care, Russell Vought believes that Donald Trump should be able to just stop it from getting to them just because. Now, I say Donald Trump because Russell Vought is a champion of something called the, quote, unitary executive theory. Now, I know that may sound like a half-baked physics idea, but Vought believes that all of the power in the executive branch belongs to the president and the president alone. Mr. Vought even said in an interview just a few months ago that, quote, there are no independent agencies. Now, warping the power of the presidency to supersede Congress and the independence of agencies that have massive authority given to them, by the way, by Congress. And they have these massive authorities to protect the American people. This is core in clearing the field for the well-off and the well-connected by warping that and trying to change the fundamental balance of our government across three branches. Finally, by weakening the ability to fund the work that they do and to operate independently, it is Mr. Vought's attacks on civil servants, the very positions put into place more than 140 years ago to stop rampant corruption and patronage. It is his attacks that threaten to bring us back in time. In a speech last year, Mr. Vought said he wants civil servants to be, quote, traumatically affected. He said, quote, when they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. He went on to say, we want their funding to be shut down so that the EPA can't do all the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so. We want to put them, our public servants, in trauma. Trauma. He used that word, trauma. Now, I want you to think about that for a second. This is an American who is asking for our vote here in the U.S. Senate to be confirmed as a senior government official. Someone who will lead an incredibly important part of our executive branch, be a top advisor to the president. An American who will take an oath to support and defend the Constitution. An American who is actively saying he wants to traumatize his fellow Americans, other Americans that have also sworn that oath to our Constitution. Now, Mr. President, I may disagree with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but I don't wish to traumatize them. I don't wish them harm. How is it that we have found ourselves in this place where Americans call and see other Americans as the enemy? I talk with Democrats and Republicans across New Jersey. They may have disagreements, but they don't want to traumatize each other. This is not who we are as Americans, but it's what Mr. Vought wants to inflict on the people who show up to work each and every day to serve you, the American people. These are people who are trying to serve you, not themselves. But they're being demonized. They're being attacked, disrespected. And for those he can't traumatize out of a job, he's going to try to change their status as employees of the federal government so that he can push them out. Maybe you heard of something called Schedule F. Even if you haven't, let me put it into simple terms. Russell Vought wants to basically bring back the same policies that started the chain of events that led to the spoils system. He wants to make it so that civil servants have their protections removed, giving partisan leaders the ability to fire them and put in their own political staff. We're already hearing and seeing this. Reports that those at the White House and elsewhere are asking civil servants, asking those in jobs or seeking jobs who they voted for in the last election, about campaign donations, about party affiliation, rather than just their commitment to the Constitution. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would say that a president should have the ability to appoint their own staff, and I have agreement with that in broad strokes. But there's a reason why we have different kinds of government workers. It's because the government is meant to do the work of the people, not be completely bent to the will of a particular political party. I speak from personal experience. I was proud to be a civil servant. I believe I'm actually one of only a handful of members of Congress that currently serve that worked as a civil servant. I worked under President Bush and President Obama. I served a nation, not a party or a specific president. And that's the way it should be. And frankly, the oath that I swore as a civil servant is the same as what I recite here in this chamber. And we could all be better off if we take the mindset and approach of our civil servants. And if we just let President Trump fire civil servants and replace them with people like Mr. Vought or the people that Mr. Vought deems loyal enough to the president to bring on board, the protections our founders envisioned to prevent the corrupting influence of power and the corrupting power of that influence will completely override any ability to make change for the rest of us. And we are seeing this in real time right now. This leads me to my third question. What is the impact of this corruption and these attacks on our neighbors and our national security? Mr. President, the number of calls and emails and visits to my office I've gotten over the past weeks has been overwhelming. First of all, I want to thank everybody who has reached out to express their opinions and their concerns. We would be better off if we have that kind of consistent engagement from the American people, paying attention to the work that is being done in government and having their voices heard. And I want to thank my team for their service in being responsive to those concerns. Now, starting with a memo from OMB freezing federal funding, there has been panic across New Jersey and, frankly, the country about the funds that we approve as Congress, funds that are your funds as taxpayers. And they have been taken away from you by the Trump administration. I want to share a couple examples of the notes I've gotten from people in my state who are being hurt by the systematic attempt to fire civil servants and strip away programs that help working families, to clear the way for the Trump administration to let the well-off and the well-connected take control. As they get ready to plan for their big tax giveaway to the wealthiest Americans and the biggest corporations, taking that away from the rest of the American people. I got a letter from Julia, a community leader who runs an organization in Central Jersey that helps kids and seniors and people just trying to get by. She said, quote, "The new administration's pause on all activities related to obligations or disbursements of those funds for federal grants to non-governmental organizations would have an immediate and negative effect on the low-income working folks we all serve across New Jersey." She went on to say, quote, "Children in Head Start and early Head Start, quality child care and after-school services improve the physical and cognitive development while their parents pursue employment and training, that these programs would struggle. WIC, nutrition programs that provide essential access to healthy foods for pregnant women and young children, leading to lifelong health benefits, that this would be on the chopping block. Pregnant women in our maternal health programs are less likely to have preterm or low birth weight deliveries with immediate and sustained health benefits and cost savings, that would be a detriment. Medicare navigation services for seniors on fixed, low incomes are helpful and enable them to live independent and longer. And that's something they won't be able to count on. For every child raised by a kinship caregiver, our state saves thousands in foster care payments it would otherwise incur with public dollars. It matters that these programs are delivered by nonprofit organizations that provide a continuum of services that support economic activity and make our whole community more resilient. This is one organization helping tens of thousands in our state. And I want to share one quick figure that stuck out to me. One of the approximately $13 million in grants they received, they estimate an economic benefit to New Jersey of around $52 million saved. So for my colleagues not convinced by our attempts to feed children and provide health care to seniors, you might be interested to hear that providing these services is the fiscally responsible thing to do as well. Let's look at the other impacts these draconian cuts could have on New Jersey families. We should work to keep our communities safe. If these cuts persist, grants to law enforcement and homeland security activities will be cut off, putting us in danger. We should work to be prepared for disasters like wildfires and hurricanes. Public assistance and hazard mitigation grants from the Disaster Relief Fund help communities quickly respond to, recover from, and prepare for major disasters. It might not go to the many communities that are struggling after severe natural disasters. As our neighbors in New Jersey continue to recover from storms from even more than a decade ago, as Superstorm Sandy shattered so many lives, continued to wreak havoc, and many of those families still not back in their homes. Our government should never abandon them. We should work to build the best infrastructure, roads and bridges and public transit and more. Take it into the next generation with universal broadband and connectivity on so many fronts that are necessary for all families. We should be able to work together to build that infrastructure so that your families can get to work and your kids can get to school and our businesses can thrive. But that funding is at risk. We should work to combat the fentanyl crisis and the mental health crisis by investing in proven programs that save lives, programs that could be on the chopping block if these cuts persist. We should invest in life-saving medical research so that this is the last generation that will have to suffer through cancer, Alzheimer's disease, diabetes. Cutting this funding means cutting clinical trials at NIH clinical centers all across the country. The American people deserve better than that. We should work to provide the best education for our next generation. As a father of a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old, I see every day the impacts a good education has on them. I'm myself a public school kid from New Jersey. Something that we're proud of in New Jersey. But knowing that we still have so much more work to do to make that available to everyone, this is a process we have to continue. You cannot take it for granted. Right now, Head Start programs that provide comprehensive early childhood education for more than 800,000 kids are being frozen. With teachers and staff not getting paid, programs may not be able to stay open. Child care programs could also be next to close without funding being delivered. And our K through 12 schools will lose critical funding from Title I, IDEA, Impact Aid, and other programs that can keep their doors open. Lights on in the middle of the school year. From healthcare to small business support to protecting our veterans and providing support to those suffering through hunger, the examples of the kinds of impact and the people impacted by these cuts are almost endless. And they're a reminder of who is on the losing side when corruption and corporate greed win out. And beyond the impacts of our communities, on our communities, the impacts on our national security is real. And these stories of Mr. Musk and his band of 20-somethings raiding government agencies and making threats to workers isn't some example of brave tech disruptors innovating their way to efficiency and better results. In fact, what we're seeing from this administration is quite the opposite, stories of dangerous incompetence. Late yesterday, the New York Times reported that the White House ordered the CIA to send an unclassified email listing all the employees hired over the past 2 years. Many of these new employees were hired to help us deal with the rising challenges of China and Russia, of other threats that we face out there. Now they're effectively being exposed, made vulnerable to our adversaries because Trump administration simply wants to traumatize public servants. We are doing the work of our adversaries for them. One example of this are the attacks that we see against USAID. And as I've seen what's unfolded this week at USAID, it actually reminded me of my first moments in public service. A little over 20 years ago, I started my very first day working for the U.S. government. I remember walking up to the doors of the Ronald Reagan building because I was starting my first day at USAID. I had just graduated college, and I was proud to have a chance to serve this nation and proud to serve at a place like USAID. And it was the public servants there that showed me what community meant, showed me that someone like me has every bit as much right to represent and to work and serve our country. Because it was something I wasn't sure about. When I first showed up to this town, I remember stepping out at Union Station, seeing the beautiful dome of the Capitol. And I was simultaneously inspired, but also terrified. I felt an imposter syndrome. Who am I to be able to represent and serve this country? I'm a son of immigrants, from a family of political nobodies. Serving this country, working in government, wasn't for me. And I worked alongside public servants at USAID who helped with the rehabilitation of ex-child soldiers in Uganda. Others that worked on combating malaria and helping save millions of lives. I was working at USAID around the time of the Indian Ocean tsunami, if we remember that catastrophe, a 9.1 magnitude earthquake, killing an estimated 240,000 people in 14 nations across 2 continents. And USAID stepped up, helping support those families living in dire conditions, having faced a catastrophe unlike anything we had seen in generations, but also building towards the future, creating early warning systems across the world. It was USAID that helped deliver that to countries all across this world to help better prepare for the next disaster. Later in my career, I worked at the White House National Security Council. I was working on helping coordinate the counter-ISIS fight about a decade ago. I remember one particular moment in August 2014 where we saw ISIS going and attacking a religious minority of a people called the Yazidi people. And the Yazidis were forced out from their communities, and they fled up on top of a mountain called Sinjar Mountain, trying to take refuge there while they were surrounded by ISIS terrorists who were hell-bent on committing genocide and a mass atrocity. And we in the U.S. government were trying to figure out, what can we do? What can we do to try to help save these people, tens of thousands of people trapped on a mountain deep in enemy territory on the other side of the world? Can we help them with humanitarian airdrops? So is there a way we can build a humanitarian corridor off that mountain? Are there ways in which we can try to protect them from being annihilated? And you want to know who the first Americans were that went there? Under dangerous circumstances, deep in enemy territory. It was a USAID DART team, a disaster assistance response team, there with alongside our military, that helped the President of the United States make decisions in the Situation Room about what to do next, about whether or not we were going to decide to protect these people or not. And the President, based off of the information provided by USAID, made the decision to conduct humanitarian airdrops, be able to provide overflight coverage and be able to provide support and security to those people when we were able to get them off of that mountain. And it was one of the finest moments I had ever seen in government. On those days, I saw the best of us. And I saw a government that can inspire. We see USAID working on disease eradication, on agriculture, global health, humanitarian aid and economic growth, food security, clean water, helping with the eradication of smallpox, saving countless lives through simple oral rehydration therapies, things like that that had immeasurable, countless benefits. It was a legacy that excited me when I walked up on my first day of work as a recent college grad. And then just this past Monday, I walked through those same doors at the Reagan building yet again, only to find it empty, apart from a security guard who I went up to, and he told me that he had instructions to bar and prevent any USAID employee from entering the building that day, to bar public servants from going to the office to do the work that they are entrusted by the American people to do. It was just despicable, the demonization of public servants. Now let's remember why USAID exists. That American global leadership has always been hand in hand with our foreign assistance from the Marshall Plan forward, under both Democrats and Republicans. Kennedy in 1961, he said, quote, "The program requires highly professional, skilled service, attracting substantial numbers of high-caliber men and women capable of sensitive dealing with other governments, with a deep understanding of the process of economic development." He went on to say, in the face of these weaknesses and inadequacies of the previous system, that is it proper that we draw back and ask with candor a fundamental question: is a foreign aid program really necessary? And the answer to that is that there's no escaping our obligations, our moral obligations as a wise leader, a good neighbor in an interdependent community of free nations. And he said, to fail to meet those obligations now would be disastrous and in the long run more expensive, for the widespread poverty and the chaos lead to a collapse of existing political and social structures, which would inevitably invite the advance of totalitarianism into every weak and unstable area. Thus, our own security would be endangered and our own prosperity imperiled. So Kennedy went on and called for an effort to, as he said, unified administration and operation, a single agency in Washington and the field, equipped with a flexible set of tools. And this was going to be drawing upon the most competent and dedicated career servants, now in the field and attracting the highest quality from every part of the nation. And he went on to say that he wanted to ensure that this was separate from our military assistance, for instance, because he said our program of aid to social and economic development must be seen on its own merits, judged in the light of its vital and distinctive contribution to our basic security needs. And he was clear in saying this was a bipartisan legacy, one that had moved forward under the leaderships of two great presidents, Harry Truman, Dwight Eisenhower, drawn its support from forward-looking members of both political parties in the Congress and throughout the nation. And he said it's about American global leadership. Now, there's a reason why the USAID headquarters is at the Reagan building. Reagan continued that emphasis on development and humanitarian aid. He said, quote, "The ultimate importance to the United States of our security and development assistance programs cannot be exaggerated." Another quote that's actually quite apt for this moment, he said, "You know the excuses. We can't afford foreign aid anymore, or we're wasting money pouring it into these poor countries, or we can't buy friends. Other countries just take the money and dislike us for giving it." Well, all these excuses are just that, excuses. And Reagan says they're dead wrong. Now we have a Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, saying USAID takes taxpayer funds and, quote, spends it as a global charity, irrespective of whether it's the national interest or not the national interest. But you know who else said that the work of USAID isn't charity, like Kennedy, like Reagan? It was Marco Rubio just a few years ago. Quote, "Foreign aid is not charity," he said. "We must make sure it is well spent, but it is less than 1% of budget and critical to our national security." Rubio went on to say, quote, "We don't have to give foreign aid. We do so because it furthers our national interests. That's why we give foreign aid." He said, quote, "Anyone who tells you that we can slash foreign aid and that will bring us balance to our budget is lying to you. Foreign aid is less than 1% of our budget. It's just not true." Look, there can always be space to review our foreign assistance. I worked in these organizations. I know there are places that we can try to fine-tune, make more efficient, make more effective. If there are programs that Congress and members of Congress have questions about, that's ripe for our oversight role. But to undermine USAID as a whole is flat wrong. We see this with Secretary Rubio's first trip this past weekend. He went to Panama, complained about Panama accepting support from China through the Belt and Road Initiative. Yet he then goes on to help Trump and Musk gut USAID, a critical tool that we have to counter Chinese influence. And it very much exposes that this America First foreign policy really means America only. And if we continue down this path, we will find ourselves alone. Over the years of our global power, our strategic advantage has always been in building coalitions. And in this dangerous global environment, this America First approach leaves us distracted from the real threats and challenges. This is about American global leadership. I think about my own family. My parents, born during the Korean War. They grew up, the very first Americans they ever met were American service members and other Americans that were there to try to help Korea rebuild. It wasn't just America's resolve in the war, it was about what happened afterwards in terms of helping provide assistance. Americans taking action to feed kids like my parents. As I said earlier, 50 years ago, my parents decided to come to America. They knew nobody here, not a single person. They didn't know anybody in the entire Western Hemisphere of planet Earth, but my parents moved here to America because America meant something to them. It's because they met the best of us. Americans abroad, willing to work in dangerous places, in tough circumstances, wanting to try to live out the values of our country. And we learn it's not just the GDP of our nation that makes us a leader. It is the projection of our values, and ultimately, it is our people. Now we are pulling back our foreign assistance. We are closing the door to immigrants like my parents. This is, unfortunately, a moment of American withdrawal. That is not what the American people want. They wanted a government that was focused on them instead of billionaires and the biggest corporations, but they understand the importance of American leadership. When I talk to leaders and officials in other countries, I remember there's one situation where I talked to one, and he said something to me that really just stuck in my mind. He said, "I just want you to know, when I talk to other leaders around the world, when we talk about America," this official I was talking about, he said, "we ask ourselves the question, is America a reliable partner?" And he asked that question knowing full well what the answer is, and we know what the answer is, which is we are not the reliable partner we should be. And this isn't just about USAID. We know USAID, that these attacks, it's only just the beginning. It's the canary in the coal mine. Next, there will be the Department of Education or Justice or FBI or elsewhere. Schedule F, an effort to kill the civil service, return to the spoil systems of 200 years ago. And it goes back to Russell Vought. I want to emphasize that quote I said earlier because it's worth emphasizing in this moment. He said, quote, "We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down so that the EPA can't do all the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so. We want to put them in trauma." When you listen to those words, doesn't that sound like exactly what happened over the last week? When I get these phone calls and texts from people at USAID, people that I worked with, texting me, telling me, quote, things are very grave, talking about how disrespected they feel. And it saddens me greatly to think that Trump and Musk and Mr. Vought and others are relishing in that anxiety, fear, and pain that they are purposefully trying to create. In an interview with Tucker Carlson, Vought says Trump, quote, has to move executively as fast and as aggressively as possible with a radical constitutional perspective to be able to dismantle that bureaucracy and their power centers. Now, why do you think they need to move so fast? It's because when you want to grab as much power as you can, you want to do it before the American people understand and see what's happening. They feed off the apathy and the helplessness. They want people to be disengaged. They are intentionally using terms like shock and awe, a term of war that we had used, now they're using that against the American people. I've been saying this line a lot lately where I say I believe that the opposite of democracy is apathy. We have to stay engaged. There is a massive division in our country, no doubt about that. It's not just between Democrats and Republicans, it's between those who are engaged and those who aren't. And these actions are built to paralyze you with anger, fueled by disinformation and distraction to make you disengage. But don't let them. So what comes next? All we have to do is look at Mr. Vought's past statements to know exactly what's coming. He said, quote, what we're trying to do is identify the pockets of independence and seize them. When he was talking about the Federal Reserve, he went on to say, quote, it's very hard to square the Fed's independence with the Constitution. That quote of his led me to ask him directly in a confirmation hearing if he believes that the president has the right to set interest rates in our country, and Mr. Vought refused to answer. Couldn't answer something as simple as that. The answer should be very easy. It should be clearly no. And I talked to a number of leaders at the Fed recently. They really emphasized the long-standing bipartisan agreement that we do not want someone approaching critical decisions about fiscal stability in America based off of what's best for the next election for that leader. We don't want to see that kind of politicization. The goal always needs to be towards the stability of our economy and the responsibility towards growth and prosperity. Vought, he just believes in power. It's not just any kind of power. He believes in an all-powerful president, something our founding fathers specifically avoided. We don't want a monarch. We have co-equal branches of government. But is that what the American people have seen since January 20th? No, we've seen blatant power grabs, illegal actions, disregard of laws passed by Congress, chaos. But remember, as you see this, chaos is their plan. It's Trump's plan. It's Mr. Vought's plan. It's the reason why they're going after public servants, and it's the same reason that happened 200 years ago, because public service is about serving the people, while corruption, we see, is about serving themselves. Public service was the answer to countering corruption in the 1800s, and it is my belief that it is the answer to the current threat to our democracy. When you see these attacks on public servants, when you see what is unfolding before our eyes, that's not the golden age that Trump tried to talk about in his inaugural address. It's not the Make America Great Again slogan that he's been using. It goes back to another phrase that he used over the campaign where he talked about, quote, the enemy from within. Those three words, the enemy from within. That's what this is all about. Painting our public servants who swear an oath to protect our Constitution as the enemy. Earlier, I talked about my parents coming to the United States 50 years ago. Now, my family, we think about the next 50 years. Now I'm a parent of a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old, 2 little boys. And I'll be honest with you, I worry about what kind of America my boys are going to grow up in. What will it look like? What will this country look like when they are my age? So that's why I'm here. That's why I stand here on the floor of the Senate. I'm here because I refuse to believe that my kids and their generation are doomed to grow up in a broken America. I still believe in the America that inspired my parents 50 years ago to travel halfway around the world for. And I know we're not the only family out there that believes in this. There is a hunger in this country for reform and change. People don't want to see the status quo, but that doesn't mean they want to hand over our country to corruption, hand it over to patronage, hand it over for another generation of the worst inequality our nation's ever seen, where every day it gets worse. As I mentioned before, we just took on and fought against machine politics in New Jersey. I heard it straight from the people. They don't want to see that kind of rise of broken machine politics across our nation. Corruption is the quickest way to take the strongest, most powerful nation in the world and send it into decline. In just a little over a year, we will have our 250th anniversary as a nation. And as I close here, I want us to reflect on that. 250 years. I hope we can commit as a nation to have that more than just about fireworks. That we use that as a moment to try to rededicate ourselves to the mission of this country, to the purpose of this nation, and why it began. After the January 6th riots, the way I framed it is I said I was going to dedicate the rest of my life to trying to solve one singular question, which is how do we heal this country? I believe the answer to that question is service. That we need a new ask not what this country can do for you moment, a reminder that we're part of something bigger than all of us. Instead of attacking public service, we should be promoting and encouraging this. And I hope on our 250th anniversary, we rededicate ourselves to this project. Build a national service program. Invest in civics education. We need to reject the divisiveness that is infecting our nation and restore a sense of trust. We start by rejecting this dangerous nomination to do just that. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The senator from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say how much I have come to admire in a short period of time the junior senator from New Jersey. That was a real speech. You know, we're obviously spending 30 hours on the floor to oppose Russ Vought's nomination, and you know, a lot of people have to come here and speak for 60 minutes or 30 minutes or 90 minutes, and we'll take anything, right? You know, some people just read whatever they've got, and we appreciate all of it because we have to take the floor and we have to maintain presence on this floor. But that was a beautiful, well-crafted speech about American democracy, about his life story, about his dedication to public service, and so I'm very honored to work alongside him. Last week, without any advance notice, OMB issued a memo freezing all federal funding in order to end, quote, wokeness, Marxist equity, transgenderism, and a Green New Deal social engineering policies. Like, I just want to, we can pause right here, right? This is not the kind of thing that the OMB is supposed to say, right? It's the Office of Management and Budget. They're not supposed to have an opinion about wokeness or not wokeness or anything like that. It's just it's a very odd way to view what is otherwise a kind of technocratic position. And that's what's very important about this particular OMB and this particular OMB director. He does not view it as merely administering the budgets and the spending bills within the government. He views it as a power center through which all of his ideology and all of Project 2025 is going to be implemented. Like to think of the Office of Management and Budget as a place to fight wokeness and Marxist equity, I don't even know what any of that means, but I think a lot of us know the previous OMB director. She was really well regarded by both sides of the aisle. I think the presiding officer actually knew her from Louisiana. And, you know, like she was left of center, but she would never say anything other than what is sort of straight down the middle as it relates to the Office of Management and Budget. And that's why would we take the floor for the OMB director? Well, it's because he's the author of Project 2025. He's essentially the architect behind the federal funds freeze. And in Project 2025, among all the things that they talk about, they also devote a huge passage to how important OMB is and how powerful the next OMB director should be. Just so happens that the author of that section saying the OMB director should be pretty close to all powerful and essentially representing the president in all things, policy and budget. So happens that the guy that wrote that passage is the guy that's going to be in the job to do that. So, I mean, that seems kind of neat. I think OMB should be all powerful. Also, I think I should run OMB. So that's what we're talking about. But just understand what happened last week was not some attack on wokeness, whatever the hell that actually means. It was an attack on all of us. It really was an attack on all of us. All federal funding was suspended. Millions of Americans around the country were in the dark how they would access basic things: healthcare, education, childcare, small business loans, VA loans, disaster relief, opioid treatment, everything from road repairs to cancer research were shut down across the country. And you have to ask, aside from the very obvious fact that withholding funding from Congress that has already appropriated funding is plainly illegal, you have to ask, what on earth does so-called wokeness have to do with repairing a road? Or letting people fill their prescriptions at a community center? Or helping survivors of a flood or a wildfire to try to rebuild their lives? Is a child having a healthy meal wokeness? Is that DEI? Is that, I don't know, gender ideology? Or is that the Green New Deal? Seriously, what the hell are we doing here? A president is allowed to make policy. A president is expected to make policy. But they can't take a law and repeal it by executive order. And especially as it relates to a spending law, those laws are not actually optional, right? And there's a very simple way for a president to get his way in the spending context. They can influence. Listen, the Republicans control both chambers of the Congress, the House and the Senate, and the presidency. They had a big victory. I didn't love it, but they had a big victory. So if they want changes in spending policy, they can just do it the American way. And so this is like a combination of laziness, impatience, a not inconsiderable splash of illegality. But, I mean, this is amateur hour. You want to change something, you want to fight wokeness, whatever, again, whatever the hell that actually means. If we got to the point where shutting down a construction project is like attacking wokeness, then the actual word has ceased to mean anything. And DEI is this other like epithet that they throw at things, but the dragnet has caught all of Indian country, most native people everywhere. And you know what they did? They literally Control F, searched for keywords, and then pulled those things out. If they don't know anything about these programs, they pulled these things out if it said gender in it, or if it said equity, or if it said inclusive, or if it said climate. And they just like pulled it out and said, we're not funding that. First of all, what a goofy way to make policy. Seriously, what a goofy, like childish way to make policy. Second of all, just to reiterate, you don't get to do that. If you want to make a change in a law, you have to make a change in a law. You can't just write a memo saying, I don't like the law, therefore it no longer exists because I won. It is true that the president won. Free and fair election. Absolutely a free and fair election. I didn't like the result, but I was absolutely prepared to tolerate policy outcomes that I didn't like. But this is not that. This is then like skipping a step. And by skipping a step, I mean literally skipping the legislative branch. And so there's been a lot of consternation on the Republican side. I mean, a lot of consternation. Right-wing Republicans, moderate Republicans, all of them are a little like, I don't know about this. But you can't stand up for the legislative branch in secret. You can't uphold the Constitution privately. At some point, you have to stand up for your prerogatives. And I mean, listen, there's a lot of very talented people here, actually. I don't agree with them. Some of them I don't even like. But super talented people, high-achieving human beings who could be doing something else. And my view is, like, if you're going to forfeit your constitutional prerogatives, like, go be a, I don't know, whatever. Do something else. Do something more interesting. Do something more lucrative. Do something more easy. But if you're going to be here, and you're going to go through all the pain of running for election, of getting beat up by everybody left, right, and center, of people complaining about you, of putting your family through challenges. I'm serious. Why would you do that and then forfeit, like, I'd say 2/3 of the power that you're in possession of? You ran presumably to achieve some measure of influence so you could actually change things. And now there's just a collective shrug of the shoulders. So the problem with Mr. Vought is twofold. One, we have a government with 3 co-equal branches, and Congress, as the Article I branch, holds the power of the purse. And we decide what to fund and at what levels. And in the face of an illegal, pretty clearly, Mr. Vought is who will give us a different interpretation. And so the reason that that's an important thing to say is not just for me to be another Democrat saying, I can't believe he did this, but to understand Donald Trump is not the only person in the world who's not constrained by federal law. We saw last week the federal funding freeze was found to be illegal, and it was suspended, and there's an injunction against it. Last week, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago, the birthright citizenship nonsense was rejected by a federal judge. Even what's happening with the access to the Treasury payments is being constrained in the court system. So I'm not like Pollyanna about the status of the court system. I'm very frustrated, especially with the Supreme Court, and I do not expect, if it's at all a close call, for it to break our way. But these are not close calls. These are clear violations of federal statutory law. And so we don't want to give up in advance. The roots of democracy are still strong. And like my old, now friend, one-time adversary, the former Speaker of the House in the state of Hawaii, Calvin Say, he used to say, be like the bamboo, bend but don't break. And so we all have to understand that Donald Trump is a disruptor, and it's going to be rocky. But this idea that he's just going to rack up wins and there's nothing anybody can do about it is a dangerous premise because it can become self-fulfilling. People out on the streets, people in the courts, people in the legislature. We are out of power, but we are not powerless. And so everybody needs to understand that Russ Vought represents a very specific view of presidential power, which is essentially unitary executive, whatever you want to call it. But it's this view that once you win, you're basically a monarch. And that all those niceties, rules, I mean literally rules, right? You make a law and then usually the agency has to make rules to kind of explain specifically how to implement any law. And they view that as just an impediment to the inherent constitutional power of one man. And this is also consistent with the way that the tech bros view government, right? They view government as like unnecessarily slow, right? Too many checks and balances. Why doesn't the government run like a business, right? And let me tell you why. Because if you ran government like a business, you would shut down every rural hospital. If you ran government like a business, you would actually not have a national transportation network. You wouldn't have a library in Keao. If you ran government like a business, by the way, most of the money would be spent in the cities. And so we have a system of government that we all have to be committed to defending. I want to spend a little bit of time with some letters that I received from constituents last week. And I just wasn't expecting it all to go sideways so quickly. After the OMB memo came out that said federal agencies must temporarily pause all activities related to the obligation and disbursement of all federal financial assistance. What a crazy, can you imagine being a person who previously was at OMB? This person is not new to this. Issuing a memo saying, pause all activities related to obligation or disbursement of funds. I knew immediately, I was like, oh my God. There's these portals, right? Then they're basically websites. And if you're the Department of Hawaiian Homelands or the Hawaii Department of Transportation, almost daily, you're doing draws. You have your little code words, you send your little invoice, and then there's an electronic transfer of money to a clinic or a construction project or the Veterans Administration or whatever it is. And those portals were shut down and everybody was in an actual panic. And I'm not exaggerating. People voted for Trump for all sorts of reasons, but one of the reasons that kept coming up over and over was they thought he would bring down the price of eggs, the price of groceries, the price at the pump. What they did not vote for was their ability to lose their ability to get a home loan or health care or child care or a healthy meal or a good education for their children. I want to read a couple of letters from constituents. I'm reaching out with a heavy heart as a program planner and student advisor who works directly with students across several Maui County schools. I also want to include representation of our sister programs which collectively provide vital support for low-income first-generation and Native Hawaiian students. This year has been one of the most difficult in recent memory for our students and their families. The devastating Lahaina wildfires have left deep scars in our community, and many of our students are still working to recover from the emotional, physical, and financial toll that disaster caused. For many of them, this catastrophe was a breaking point where they saw their homes, their schools, and even their sense of safety and stability go up in flames. Despite overwhelming loss, these students are still resilient. They are fighting to stay afloat, to keep their dreams alive, and to continue their education, despite the trauma that they've endured. These support programs have been there for them every step of the way, offering them emotional support, academic assistance, and a safe space for students to process their grief and focus on the future. Through our programs, they have found a sense of community and hope. Our academic advisors and mentors have been working tirelessly to ensure that even in the wake of the fires, these students know that they are not alone, that there is a path forward. But now we face a crisis that could further jeopardize these opportunities for these young people. OMB has imposed a federal freeze on funds set to take effect at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. This freeze will halt the disbursement of federal funds, including those essential for our programs. Without access to these funds, we will be unable to continue providing services that our students need to heal, thrive, and succeed. The support that they so desperately need, academic tutoring, mentorship, college prep, and a strong network of peer support will be in jeopardy. For many of our students, this isn't just a program, it is a lifeline. These students are not just looking for a way to finish high school, they are looking for a chance to rebuild their lives, to break the cycles of poverty and hardship, and to find their footing in a world that has been turned upside down. To take away the programs that have supported them through the wildfires, and their ongoing recovery would be devastating. Is this program woke? Is it DEI? Is it Marxist? What the hell are we doing here? What the hell are we doing here? Why would we cause this amount of pain? Some sense of like fiscal discipline? We're not saving the money. On top of everything else, thousands and thousands and thousands of employees, not just at USAID, but at the Small Business Administration, at the CIA, were sent home. And by the way, because of civil service law, we can't lay them off. It's not a private sector situation. You can't lay them off as a matter of law. So we sent them home to not work. We're shutting people out of their emails to not deliver service to the public. Awesome. Let's run the government like the worst business ever, where we're just going to like pay people not to work. I'm an 8th grade student at Halau Kumana in Honolulu, Hawaii. I am writing to ask for your support in protecting federal funding for Native Hawaiian education. The proposed freeze on federal financial assistance under Executive Memo M2513 puts programs like ours at risk. Without them, students like me will lose access to the cultural education that connects us to our identity. At Halau Kumana, our learning is different from other schools. We don't just sit in the classroom all day. We malama our aina, meaning care for the land. We learn from cultural experts and study through real experiences. Programs funded by federal grants allow us to go on educational journeys, restore fish ponds, grow food in lo'ikalo taro patches, and learn traditional skills. These experiences teach us about our past and prepare us for the future. I guess it was too woke. As your constituent, I'm writing to express strong opposition to the White House order to freeze federal funding across all federal agencies. Millions of families will lose access to services provided by SNAP, TANF, and HUD housing assistance. Millions of students in Head Start, grade schools, and colleges will lose access to classroom funding, school resources, federal loans, and Pell Grants. Millions of local firefighters and public safety officials would lose federal grants and resources needed to protect communities. Millions of veterans would lose access to VA mortgages and home loans and suicide prevention services. Is that woke Marxist ideology? See, what's happening is they want to dismantle the public services that we all rely upon. Can you imagine a week ago, a little more, I guess it was a little more than a week ago, air traffic controllers were told to quit. And we got like a 30, I think it's a 30% vacancy rate. We are short of air traffic controllers. And this is not some, look, I understand, like I've been in politics, I've been an appropriator for a while. Sometimes people cry wolf. If you don't give us this money, it's going to be dire. But the air traffic controller situation is quite dire. And we saw the impact of being understaffed last week. And so the language about woke and Marxism and all that stuff is a smokescreen. What they truly want to do is dismantle whatever the federal government does. If it's firefighting, if it's the CIA, if it's the National Weather Service, if it's VA home loans, their project, Project 2025, is to, they call it dismantle the administrative state, but really what they want to do is provide less service to people. And the reason that they want to do that is they got a yawning $1 to $1.5 trillion gap that they have to fill because they want to provide a $1 to $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthiest corporations that have ever existed, literally have ever existed. And they've got a bunch of kind of hardcore fiscal conservatives on the House side that just won't do it on a deficit finance basis, so they have to find savings, and that's what this is. They really are cutting the stuff that matters to regular people, and then they're going to book that as savings, and then they're going to shove it in the direction of billionaires and billionaire corporations. I see my friend Senator Murphy is here, and you know, it's a little bit like old times to see you on the floor at 2 a.m. And it used to be easier when I was on Hawaii time, but I've been here for a couple of weeks, so this is actually late for me. And I just want to recognize that, you know, we've got most Democratic senators speaking at some point through this 30-hour period, but Murph decided to take the 2 to 5 a.m. shift, so I hope you haven't had too much Mountain Dew at this point, but I'd be happy to yield to the senator from Connecticut, and with the permission of the chair, I ask unanimous consent to engage in a colloquy without having to go through the chair every time.
Without objection.
Just for the record, Senator Schatz, it's Diet Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew is disgusting. Diet Mountain Dew is acceptable.
Can I just say one thing about I did not know that this whole Senate is powered on Celsius. I've never had Celsius before, but I was walking around offering people coffee, and everyone had a Celsius.
Yeah, I think it's like 2 or 3 times the amount of caffeine that a Red Bull has. So there's a reason why the conversion is happening. Not that I have an intimate understanding of which beverages have which amounts of caffeine, but I am motivated to get up at this point because I think you hit on something really, really important. There are a number of different lanes that the policy we're talking about and the agenda of Russ Vought occupies. But I thought you just talked about a really important one, which is the effort to take anything left in the common space and shift it off to the private sector to become a commodity, right? So much of what we are discussing today is an effort to raid services that help poor people and kids and middle-class families and just bank that money so that they can afford this giant tax cut that's going to go primarily to the very, very wealthy and the corporations because Mr. Vought and the other folks who wrote Project 2025 and the other people that are populating this administration still believe in this long discredited theory of trickle-down economics in which if you just give a ton of money to the very, very richest, then eventually that money will trickle its way down to everybody else. That's not how economics work. It was a fraud from the beginning. It's just intellectual window dressing for the rich and the powerful to get more rich and powerful. But there's this other lane that you're talking about, which is finding the last remaining elements of public services that we decide to do together, not for profit, and turn it into a source of profit. TSA is one of those targets. So Project 2025, written in part by Russ Vought, says TSA, this is the Transportation Security Administration, this is the agency responsible for the security at our airports, should just be outsourced to the private sector, that some private equity firm should be running security at our airports. To a lot of Americans, that idea is frightening. The idea that we would just turn security at the airports over to an entity that is doing it only for profit. It seems like we should have a public mission at the heart of airport protection. But you are reading this letter from, it sounded like a student, who may not see what's coming for our school system. This is, I was going to talk about this later, but I'll bring it up now. And without objection, I'll enter this article called "Back to School, Investors Are Bullish Again on Education" into the record.
Without objection.
This is a pretty long article on a massive play being made by private equity into education, and in particular into elementary education. It's kind of hard to think about this, but it may be coming. And that is a private equity firm or a hedge fund or an investment firm owning your child's elementary school. Right now, private equity investors are lining up to put money in funds because they believe they are going to have a chance to bid on your child's elementary school, to bid on your child's middle school, that we are literally going to outsource the education of our kids to investment firms. And if you read this article, it is absolutely chilling because the folks that cover the private equity industry, they're kind of, used to being unapologetic about the fact that the only thing that matters is money, right? So if you read this article, there's not a single word in here about quality or about making sure that there aren't 50 kids in a classroom. It is just about the private equity industry realizing that, oh my gosh, there is a ton of money that we can pull out of our elementary schools and our middle schools. This is a wonderful source of profit for us. They're not mission-oriented, they are profit-oriented. And so, in addition to this agenda about stripping bare services in order to create the illusion that you're saving money so that you can pass along a tax cut to the very wealthy, this is also just a simple play to take every element of public services that haven't been commoditized and turn them into a commodity so that somebody can get rich. And I don't know. I get sick at the idea of my kid's middle school becoming a source of profit. I'm a capitalist. I believe this country is great because we allow people to get fabulously rich off of entrepreneurship and great ideas. But man, I just think there should be like a couple things that we don't do for profit. I just think there should be a few things that we do because it's just the right thing to do. Whether it's police protection or fire protection or building a road or educating our kids or protecting our airports, like not everything has to be for profit. And so I just wanted to pick up on this really important element of the 2025 plan and the Trump administration's agenda.
Well, let me just, I just want to drill down on why the profit motive is so dangerous to public service. if you're in the business of trying to figure out where to drop a Starbucks or whatever, you got to figure out where the people are, right? And you would not drop a Starbucks in a place where it's a 300-person town. Fair enough. You don't have to drop a Starbucks there. But you do need a health clinic somewhere around there. And you do need a public library somewhere around there. And you're going to want a fire station somewhere around there. And if everything becomes a question of profitability and arithmetic and ROI, what's going to happen is that rural communities are not going to get what they need. Because if you do that arithmetic as if you were a private sector investor, I promise you, the only place anything makes any sense to do it is in the cities. And that's what they're going to do. They're going to eviscerate public service across rural America. I think the senator from Connecticut knows this. I care very much about NOAA and the National Weather Service. And part of Project 2025 is this idea that we should privatize NOAA. Like, these people launch satellites, provide us with data, and then people can make, basic plans, what they're going to do that day, but aviation depends on it, farming depends on it, shipping depends on it. And the backbone of this is like a pretty expensive data collection enterprise and satellite launching and maintenance enterprise. And in the back of that, right, like there's AccuWeather and these private sector companies, and they'll put a skin on it and give you an app that tells you what the weather is, but they're all using the NOAA data. They're using the National Weather Service data. What they want is to be able to monetize this public service, and it is always that. It's socializing the losses and privatizing the gains. And I think that's what these folks want to do. But they've always kind of wanted to do this. They've always had this point of view. And some of our Republican colleagues have a point of view where at the edges we could have an argument about what ought to be a private sector enterprise or what ought to be a public-private partnership. Like, those are all kind of within the bounds of normal political discussion. But that's not what this is. This is like arson.
Yeah, and to your point, when profit is the only motive, somebody loses out. Your example about a health clinic in a rural area is true also of education, right? I mean, it's pretty costly. It is not monetizable to have a school in a very rural area where teachers have to drive long distances, where there isn't a high volume of kids. And so if you live in a world in which the private sector gets to run our schools, then you're just going to have haves and have-nots. You might have in-person education in the cities or in the suburbs, but those private equity firms will figure out pretty fast that it just doesn't make a lot of sense to run a bricks-and-mortar school in a rural area, and those kids will just be constantly tele-learning. Those kids will just be staring at their screens all day long.
If there's any internet.
If there's any internet. And so, there are places when it comes to government and government services where there's a proper role for the private sector. We have long had public-private partnerships inside the Department of Defense. I think we have very well married together a fundamental public mission, right? We don't privatize the Army, right, with a private sector mission. The technology for the Army gets developed a little bit faster if the private sector has a role to play. But what we have realized is that there are limits to the degree to which the private sector wants to own unprofitable services. One of the grants that got turned off before the court injunction was issued was grants to community health centers. And community health centers, which are not-for-profit health care centers that are primarily funded by the federal government, often exist in the places where there is not a profit motivation to run healthcare, either in rural areas or in very low-income areas of cities. They run on very, very thin very thin margins at all. They don't make profit, very thin margins. And so when they miss one payment from the federal government, they are talking about immediately laying off workers.
I used to run a social service agency. We had a couple hundred employees. We delivered mental health services, and we were a Medicaid provider. And it was back in the day when we weren't yet receiving electronic payments. And I would I would wait for the mail every Wednesday and Thursday to see if we had to dip into our line of credit to make payroll. And we ran a successful agency, and we were one of the bigger social service agencies on the island of Oahu, the most populous island in Hawaii. But that's what this is like. Even if you're a pretty solid social service agency or health clinic, it's always hand to mouth. You don't have some like cash reserves. And so when they turned off that spigot, it was instantaneous, right? And I think part of what's happening with 2025, and excuse me for maybe diverting our conversation slightly, is that there's just a lot of very ideological people in cubicles that haven't been outside of Washington, D.C., and are actually thinking in abstractions. And they truly believe in their heart of hearts. It's the billionaires, first of all, but it's also some other people who wrote the document who believe, deeply, that no one's going to miss the federal government if it doesn't deliver these services. And I think one of the things that has given me some comfort in the last couple of weeks, and it's been a rough couple of weeks, is that, boy, it was instantaneous, right? People were freaked out across the country, red states, blue states, rural, urban, suburban, exurban, like everyone was like, what the hell, right? Like I might have voted for Donald Trump, I might not have, but like nobody wants this. You're at the helm of the federal government. You're at the helm of the federal government, and then you just like within the first 2 weeks go like, I'm gonna destroy this place. Isn't that what you wanted? No, people didn't vote for Donald Trump so he could destroy the federal government. They like that he's a disruptor. They like that he, doesn't talk like the rest of us. They were pissed about the cost of eggs and groceries and gasoline and all the rest of it. I understand all that. But I don't think this is what people signed up for. Like, I would like this guy to shut down the Medicaid portal. I would like for Head Start to have difficulty making payroll. I would like for construction projects to be staged and then send everybody home because there's no money to pay them. Like, this is not the kind of disruption that people thought they were getting. They thought it was going to be like, I'm going to make those Democrats uncomfortable, or I need a businessman to like not, to quote unquote think outside of the box. But this is not that. This is arson, and people saw it for what it is. And it wasn't one of those things where we're arguing about the impacts, and then 3 years from now, everybody figures out what the impacts were. It was instantaneous, and it was pretty violent, right? I don't mean physically violent, but I do mean like, whoa, what are you doing to us? Across society, right? And all under this like Marxist ideology, woke DEI, like it's just like you put a bunch of like please say cliche stuff about Democrats into ChatGPT and it like spit out an executive order.
And listen, we, if not for lawyers who brought lawsuits, if not for judges that issued injunctions, we would be in a different kind of crisis today. So we are talking about public outrage at an executive action that was midwifed in part by the nominee that only existed for about a day before it was enjoined, before it was stayed. But if that executive order had actually been fully implemented, there literally would be today rural health clinics that would be shut down. There would be hundreds of thousands of children who would not be in preschool tomorrow morning. There would be a national catastrophe because whether or not these billionaires who don't need many government services unless their house catches on fire, even though they don't understand that people actually rely on government-funded services sometimes, this would have been an absolute nightmare and disaster. So we need to remember that, well, we feel like we are in a constitutional crisis right now. That crisis would be fundamentally different if not for the courts stepping in at this moment. And let me, just raise another issue with you, because I think you started by talking about the assumptions that, the young men in these cubicles made when they were writing Project 2025, when they're implementing these orders. I mean, there is this wild assumption about people who do public jobs, right? The contempt that this administration and these billionaires and the authors of Project 2025 have for public employees is just extraordinary. And who are public employees? Okay, you can, envision somebody sitting in a cubicle at a desk in Washington, D.C. pushing papers. That's a public employee, but so are teachers, and so are police officers, and so are firefighters. Here's what Russ Vought said about the federal workforce. He said, when they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want to put them in trauma. Like, he's talking about researchers at NIH that are trying to cure cancer. He's talking about, people who are trying to just get special education funds to our schools to make sure that our kids get a fair shot at learning. He's talking about the people at NOAA that are, just showing up to work every day, trying to make sure that we're prepared for natural disasters. The contempt that they have for people that get up every day and don't go work for a bank or a hedge fund or a private equity company, but instead go to work because they just want to make the world better, or their community better, or their country better, is absolutely extraordinary. It's if these folks have never actually spent any time with a teacher or a firefighter or an NIH researcher.
I think about my, my constituents in the IFPTE who work at the Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard, right? Like about 20 years ago, I guess, the Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard was low performing. Like, it was not great. And there was the BRAC commission to determine, if we were going to get rid of some of these bases and installations. And quite reasonably, people were looking at Pearl Harbor as one of those to possibly get rid of it because it was so low performing. They have, in the great tradition, by the way, of after Pearl Harbor was bombed, and they quickly built a fuel storage facility and rebuilt ships in like months when they were expected that it would take a couple of years. What they did was literally like miraculous and caused us to win the war. Without it, we wouldn't have won the war. And those guys dug in, understood that there was a need for improvement, and now it's the best performing naval shipyard. Are they woke? Are they DEI? Like, what are we doing here? And I really just, I want every American to share our sense of outrage on behalf of the nurses and the firefighters and the technical workers and the welders and the boiler makers and the TSA agents and the Coast Guardsmen and women. These are patriots, right? And by the way, someone also in a cubicle pushing paper, that paper probably matters. It might be your VA benefits. It might be your Social Security benefits. It might be your ACA subsidy. And so, like, nobody likes a big bureaucracy. Like, I'm a Kaiser member, and God bless everybody who works there, but I have my frustrations, like getting through to someone, navigating the system. And so it's easy to hate anything that's big, whether it's, Verizon or Comcast or Kaiser or the federal government. Like, you don't have to love everything that happens in any big organization, and you don't have to think it's perfect. It's not perfect. Federal government needs reform. I actually think there's some really interesting opportunities to provide better service using AI. Like, I'm all in if you want to make the government work better. But DOGE is kind of dressing up what they're doing as some sort of effort at efficiency and a better delivery of service. That's actually not what they're doing. You don't terrorize your employees. I mean, like, anybody who's run an organization larger than 2 people knows that if you're going to get stuff out of someone, then you can be tough, but you can't actually terrorize them.
We want to put them in trauma. Like, what CEO says that about their workers?
They'd get, I mean, well, I was about to swear. It's the Senate floor. I will not. But they'd get canned. They'd get immediately sacked.
Their board of directors would get rid of them.
Like, this guy's nuts. Get rid of him. Yeah.
Right.
Even in the private sector, just so we're clear, because there are also differences between the public and the private sector in terms of civil service protections and unions and all that, and I'm happy for that. Because, by the way, the unions are some of the people that are standing up, not just for the rights of the workers, but the services they provide. And I think this is a little bit of a, look, I know not everybody's paying super close attention to all aspects of this. But I think in the abstract, people might have gone like, yeah, maybe you should cut the federal workforce by X, and there's probably a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. And like conceptually thinking, yeah, who cares? And then suddenly you realize, oh, no, that's a VA home loan. Oh, I actually don't want a shortage of air traffic controllers. No, I don't want a private company collecting my biometric data as I go through the airport, right? And so there's kind of a broad recognition, there's a waking up to the idea that destroying the federal government is doing damage to the United States of America. It's not doing damage to woke something. It's not doing damage to the left. It's just the federal government has an important role in society, whether you like it or not. And we can argue about the size and the scope of that federal government, but that's not what we're arguing about anymore. They're out to destroy it. They don't want to make it 4% smaller over a period of time or 20%. They want to commit arson. They came in, I mean, I just want to talk about USAID. And I understand USAID is not an animating issue for like most voters. Fair enough. You've got your own problems, and imagining money going elsewhere is sometimes hard to swallow. But I want to set that aside, whatever your view is of foreign aid, which you and I both strongly support because instability elsewhere is dangerous to the United States of America. But set all of that aside. They literally just shut everybody out of their email, told them all to go home. Like, we were standing there trying to enter USAID to just conduct some oversight and say what's happening, and we were told by the security guard that no one's there. No one was there. So this isn't like some efficiency effort. They're sacking everyone. And now I think it's 1,400, it might be more, Foreign Service officers across the planet got an email. They're everywhere. They're at the embassies in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, in Central America, everywhere. And they just got an email saying, come home. You have 30 days. If you want an exception for any health reason or any specific circumstances, you can submit to us. But otherwise, you're out. These people have their kids in school. These people are there to respond to disasters. These people are there to build relationships on behalf of the United States of America. Like, imagine the kind of person who takes the Foreign Service exam and then says, I want to work in Ghana. I want to work in Ecuador on behalf of this country. Like, those are legit patriots. And they get deployed wherever they get deployed, or sent, I shouldn't say deployed, they get sent wherever they get sent, and they try to dig in, and their kids go into the American school in whatever city it is, and it's challenging, but it's exciting, and it's important, and then they just get an email saying, we're recalling you, and there's no choice. That's not an efficient way to do anything. That's just arson.
And they dressed that up for like 2 days, suggesting that they were reviewing USAID for efficiencies. For 1 day, they said they were folding it into the State Department because it would be more efficiently run inside the State Department. That was never the plan, right? I mean, we just sort of have to call out the fabrication, right? The plan clearly from the start was to eliminate USAID, and they willfully pretended for a handful of days that the agenda was efficiency, when the agenda was, in fact, the wholesale elimination of the agency. And the stated on-the-record reason for the elimination of the agency is bananas. Bananas. They are calling USAID a, quote, criminal organization. I mean, it's extraordinary. I was on a radio program the other day, and the interviewer wanted to talk to me about the constitutional crisis and whether legally the president can dismantle USAID. The answer is no, he cannot. But the interviewer was like, you know, they say it's a criminal organization. You know, let's just set that aside for a minute. And I was like, no, wait a second. Like, don't let them get away with the idea that USAID has to be shuttered because it's a criminal organization. Apparently, the conclusion that they have come to, the allegation that they are making, is that because many of the USAID employees on their free time may support Democratic candidates for office, that it is a criminal enterprise because you are apparently not allowed to have any political views. There are certainly many other agencies and departments and public functions in which the majority of employees support Republicans. Public services are staffed by people who have a variety of views. But the rationale on its face for getting rid of the agency is just absolutely
too many Democrats.
Is absolutely absurd that it's too many Democrats. And so I guess we're going to shut down any agencies that have 50% plus one Democratic affiliation. We're going to hold on to agencies in which the employees are 50% plus one Republican. It shouldn't matter. I don't care whether a Republican or a Democrat is teaching my kid. I don't care whether a Republican or a Democrat is staffing the domestic violence shelter or putting out the fire at my neighbor's home. And most Americans don't care, but this war that has been waged, I mean, that's what woke means, right? Woke really just means that a service is being provided by somebody who's got views or a lifestyle that I don't agree with. And we have never approached public service like that. We have decided as a country that we're going to have these things, these people called civil servants that get up every day to serve the country, no matter what their background is, their ethnicity, their race, or their political views, or their religion, right? That their reason for getting up in the morning and going to work is to just serve everybody, to serve everybody. And we are now retreating to this world in which, no, the only legitimate people to work for the federal government are people who share the political views of the president, right? Because the purge is happening so many different ways.
Well, I just want to just sort of pause on that because, Chris, you're right. This is a purge. And I was sort of yelling in the press gallery, maybe not the best idea, but it was at a press conference. And I just basically pointed at all these people, you know, whom I have a lot of respect for in the media. But I'm getting quite frustrated because this is actually not that hard to see if this were happening somewhere else, right? Like, we're both on the Foreign Relations Committee. We do a lot of travel. And a lot of times you sit down with some foreign leader, a minister, or the prime minister, or another legislator from another country. And if you can see, like, autocratic behavior like that, then it's literally on your talking points to encourage them to, you know, not engage in purges, to maintain a free media, to the importance of an independent judiciary, blah, blah, blah. But when it happens to our own country, we just can't see it, right? If this were happening in Belarus, we would be like, creeping autocracy, right? If this were happening in a Middle Eastern country, we would know what this was. And so I think you're really hitting the right point as it relates to public service. And I think about the United States military, which has been always a bastion for integration, right? And for
all sorts of integration.
All sorts of integration. right? And now we're deciding some people are not eligible to serve, not because they can't meet the requirements, but because somebody finds it weird. Like, we're going back not 5 years, but 20 or 30 in terms of, and by the way, this anti-DEI and anti-woke thing, I just want to like drill down on it just for a moment. If what you don't like about DEI is like the whole consultancy where someone comes into your workplace with a PowerPoint or whatever and like makes you feel guilty for your personal like ethnic background, like I've been in some of those like meetings and there's a lot of eye rolling and they are very ineffective and they do not increase diversity, equity, or inclusion. I'm sure there's good versions of it. But there's a lot of people who got frustrated with DEI because when they think of DEI, they think of a kind of goofy like consultant guy telling everybody how to divide everybody in the workplace and how to be sensitive in the workplace. And a lot of people are thinking, I'm fine. I'm nice to people. I don't harass anyone. I don't discriminate. Why are you hectoring me about this issue? But what DEI has become is anything that's related to civil rights, right? And so as these people, mostly kids, are getting access to the federal payment system, they're clearly just looking for words like gender, right? So I think in the NSF, National Science Foundation, or CDC, I forgot, research, they're like no longer allowed to say gender and
They can't use the word female.
yeah, so the problem is though, you gotta do research on females in order to understand what's happening with females.
No. That's DEI.
Yeah, well, so this is the crazy thing. And by the way, people of different, I'm Ashkenazi Jew, right? I do actually have, there's a thing called, I think it's Tay-Sachs or something, that I have a proclivity to having it, so we gotta have a special check. And the reason we know that is we actually do the kind of medical research to know how people of different ethnic extractions and different sexes will respond to medicine and what they may need. African Americans need certain things that Jewish Americans don't need, and this isn't some woke DEI thing, it's like a biological fact. But now, because these guys are, childish, right? They're not just saying, hey, we should have a colorblind workplace. They're saying you can't say sex, the word sex, in medical research.
You can't say female, you can't say gender. I have the list here. It's absolutely patently absurd, right? Do you remember, so that's an element of DEI, but there's another element of DEI. So when that tragic plane crash happened, within hours, Donald Trump was hustling to organize a press conference for one purpose and one purpose only, to blame the crash on DEI. Now, what did he mean in that context? It's crystal clear what he meant. He meant that if you employ women or black people or Latinos or Asian Americans, the country is maybe in jeopardy. Maybe the country's not safe if white men aren't in charge. And so sometimes DEI means the consultancy that legitimately some people think has gone a little bit overblown. Sometimes it means we just can't discuss the differences that we actually have with each other. But sometimes it just means real old-fashioned misogyny and discrimination and prejudice, right? It stands for a lot of things, most of which are pretty sick and creepy and outdated.
And we have fair housing law, we have equal employment law. Like, you're not allowed to discriminate in housing. And so just to understand, they're not trying to just like cancel these like programs related to DEI. They're trying to cancel the civil rights movement, like in statutory law, and defund anything that mentions a woman or mentions gender or mentions civil rights, right? And these are like long settled questions. And so everybody needs to, we don't need to spend all night talking about this, but we do need to like, to me, when I saw that thing where it was maybe DEI was the cause of a plane crash, I thought, this is when the DEI thing jumped the shark. And as I see these pages, you can Google jumping the shark later on. Yeah,
I don't think they know jump the shark.
Don't Google it. Google doesn't work anymore. But anyway, but this is the end of this as a useful way to understand stuff. It is now just an epithet that you hurl when you're not sure what else to say, right? And so look, back to Russ Vought for a moment. He's part of a crew, right? And it's Homan, it's Brandon Carr, who's now trying to intimidate, at the FCC, who's now trying to intimidate the media. The Project 2025 crew is, I mean, they are really rolling. They are populating the cabinet of the president. And the president was clever enough during the campaign to disassociate himself with Project 2025, but that did not last long because about 2/3 of his senior staffers are like closely affiliated with 2025. This isn't some like ancillary thing. They're like in it. Let me read to you something from my local Fox affiliate. Hawaii's rural health care at stake in federal funding freezes. The freezing of federal funds has thrown many nonprofit organizations in Hawaii, especially those providing healthcare services, into a state of uncertainty. Amongst these organizations, the Maui AIDS Foundation, which serves some of the most vulnerable populations on Maui. Linda Popolo, executive director of the Maui AIDS Foundation, is deeply concerned about the potential consequences of this freeze. Many clients fear being exposed in other healthcare settings due to stigma, which would make Maui AIDS Foundation's discreet, non-judgmental environment crucial. We have quite a lot of clients who are terrified right now because they feel like they'll be exposed anywhere else. The foundation's operating budget is about $2 million, but a significant portion of that comes from federal funding. Some grants are directly administered while others flow through state agencies. One of the most at-risk programs is the housing subsidy for people living with HIV. And Popolo fears the worst. Without the housing grant, that's over $1 million of our housing subsidies right there. People are going to be homeless. In addition to the financial strain, Popolo expressed frustration with the lack of transparency. Quote, there's a gag order on federal employees, and we can't get any straight answers. And by the way, this has been the case. I'm sure, Chris, you've seen this in Connecticut. Like, people are actually, Russ Vought has already done it. He's not even confirmed. He's not even a government employee, but he's clearly already at the helm, and he's clearly already achieved his objective, which is to terrify and terrorize public employees. And so one of the things I've been saying, and it's like easy for me to say, I understand that, but I will tell you that the federal employees I've talked to who got that email saying fork in the road were like, now I'm not going anywhere. Right? And I know 20,000 people say they signed up for it, but I was thinking about this. 20,000 people out of 2 million, first of all, I don't know if that's true. And it's unclear to me whether that will be honored. But that's actually 1% of the workforce.
It's pretty normal attrition.
That seems like normal attrition in a 9-month period. So yeah. I think what we just did is of the people who were planning on retiring anyway, we just gave them like a 6-month payout. So we get nothing because they get paid through September, if this thing sticks, very unclear. But if this thing sticks, they get paid through September, but just retire early, and we don't achieve any sort of turnover savings. So I just think these people are trying to terrorize the workforce.
And all the federal employees who have been furloughed, from the USAID employees to all the folks who are doing DEI to the FBI agents, they're still getting paid right now, right? So for the last week, all those USAID employees were sent home. They were doing nothing to protect America, and they were still getting paychecks.
Well, and just to be clear, they don't even have their email accounts working. So they're like, think about that. If you want to send people, first of all, it's a little weird to send people home and say, we're still operational, and then they can't even get their .aid.gov email to work. and they're not permitted to use their private email to conduct public business. And so I know someone who said, like, I'm reading spy novels. Like, I'm just killing time.
It's like
And we're
almost,
paying them.
yeah, it's almost like the agenda isn't efficiency.
Right.
It's like almost like if you read about all the people who were going to quit anyways but quit and got a payout, and the people who are home locked out of their email but still getting paid, it's almost like there's a different agenda. And listen, you are right that the agenda is to terrorize public employees. They have made it absolutely clear to try to keep them silent and to try to make everybody decide that there's a different line of work that would be better for them. But you know what? I know the folks that work at Prudence Crandall Domestic Violence Shelter, and they didn't go into that line of work because it's lucrative, right? They didn't go into that line of work because it's an easy job, and you know, when they get home every night at 5 o'clock, it's just really easy to unplug. That's like the hardest work in the world, to show up every day and work at a domestic violence shelter, dealing with women mostly at the worst moment in their entire life, having just fled a home in which they were regularly abused, often to the brink of death by their spouse or their boyfriend. And so, yes, they are scared today because they got told a week ago that their funds were being cut off. And that domestic violence shelter in New Britain, Connecticut, it can't run for more than a week or so without federal dollars. Guess what? Our domestic violence shelters in America do not make a profit. They do not make a profit. Newsflash, your taxpayer dollars actually do pay for domestic violence shelters. We need to actually fund that publicly because that's not something that you can make a big profit on. The women who are fleeing violence don't show up at the door with a check to pay for the shelter that they need for a couple days. Those people are scared. They are feeling harassed. They don't know whether the doors will remain open, but they are not going home. They are not going home because they have decided to live their life in a way devoted to a mission, And so this is a moment to just say thank you, frankly, to all of the folks who work either for not-for-profits that rely on government funding, who are public employees doing the good work, who are staying on the job. I don't begrudge anybody who decides that, listen, I'm better off if I just go do something else amidst this harassment campaign. But I'm thankful on behalf of abused women in Connecticut that there are people who are deciding to stay on the job despite the fact that they are getting threatened and harassed by the Trump administration and, in particular, the nominee that we're discussing today.
Well, I think, you know, I've been, on one level, trying not to overreact, but I also think there's a little danger of underreacting. And I've been talking about this a little bit with my brother, who's a professor with an expertise in former Soviet Union countries, Kazakhstan in particular. And so, you know, in this town, and you know this, Chris, in this town, the worst thing is to be overreacting. Like, that's just very not cool for the cocktail party and pundit circuit. Everything is always going to be fine. And if you are alarmed, you're shrill, that means you're not savvy. And the savvy thing is always that this will land fine. And I feel like we're sleepwalking into a very dangerous place. And so as I think of my theory of change, just mine, I don't presume to know exactly what we should do, all of us. I know in the legislative context, we've got to do a couple of things. We've got to find opportunities. We only have 47 of us, so we have to find opportunities to find 3 or 4 Republicans. And I had some very constructive conversations with Republican appropriators who are super uncomfortable with what's going on. Now, they might not be quite ready to go public, but they are certainly trying to figure out how they're going to exert their authorities and reestablish that, you know, it's co-equal branches here. So part of our strategy has to include find Republican support where we can. I think part of our strategy has to be where we can't to not make it easy for our Republican colleagues as they try to march to the beat of Donald Trump's drum. I think we also have an obligation to just speak out and explain to the public, especially when we're powerless to stop things, what exactly is happening and why it's bad. But the rest of society has a role here too. I think the media has an obligation to stop underreacting, stop treating like super unconstitutional, illegal, thuggy acts as if it's just like the president proposed there be a AI commission or something. Like the way these things are talked about, it's like president attempts to reform U.S. aid. It's like, no, that's not what happened. They stormed in and they took over the servers. They stand over people and tell them what to do, and if those people don't do exactly what the Doge folks say, they are relieved of their duty on the spot. And then they sent everybody home, and then they got into the secure conference facility, the SCIF. Like, this is not to be characterized as something kind of mundane and, oh, this week there's a markup on the social media bill. Like, this is different, and we've got to treat it differently. And there also is a role for the federal employee, and to your point, where they can, because I don't presume to know anybody's personal situation, and a lot of people, got other personal stuff going on, and I can't ask for them to be brave on my behalf. But there are some people who are deeply committed and deeply patriotic and care about the mission and care about public service, and all I would ask you is stay if you can. Stay if you can. And if someone tries to shove you around, and if someone tries to tell you to do something that feels like it might not be permissible, don't do it. Talk to your union, ask them whether this is authorized by law. Stick, because they are counting on you sort of vanishing from the scene. And then the other thing, and Chris, you and I have talked about this, you're the one that pointed it out to me. The difference between this week and last week is that individual citizens are physically showing up to protest what's happening all across the country. I mean, we've been here in Washington, D.C., and we've seen it at the Treasury Building and at the Senate, they call it the Senate Swamp and elsewhere. But it's been a minute since people have showed up in person this organically. And I think that's a really important aspect of any mass movement to preserve democracy. It can't just be your legislators fighting in the legislative context. We only get credibility if there are people behind us. And now, I think we were in a bit of a slumber, frankly. And I think the American public was in a bit of a slumber. There was this sense of, some people were excited about the election, some people were sad about the election, but everybody was kind of not animated in the same way that they were prior to the first Trump term. And over the last week, people said, oh my goodness, this is real. And by the way, even Republicans who were sort of imagining that this was all going to be manageable and you're going to just get your conservative outcomes with some mean tweets. That's what people thought they were going to get. I really believe that. Good people that I know thought, this guy's going to be good for the economy, he's going to be provocative online, and that'll be that.
Well, and listen, and you had Trump's first term as evidence, right? Obviously, President Trump says a lot of things that he has no intent in doing. Like, newsflash, we aren't going to invade and occupy Gaza. But he says a lot of things that he does.
No on that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say 99% of Americans are no on that. And in his first term, he said a lot of things that he never even tried to do. He said a lot of reckless things that he never actually followed up on. And during the campaign, he said many things that sounded a little crazy to folks. He said, I'm going to be a dictator on day one. He said that, the number one enemy of the people are Democrats, and I'm going to use the military to take care of the enemy of the within, which he referenced as his political opposition. And I think many Americans said, you know what, I heard him say a lot of stuff like that in his first term. He's not going to really do it. And so you're right. After the election, we had an election. He won. And People assumed that things were going to be different. Things were going to be a little bit more topsy-turvy. Maybe this country needed to be shaken up a little bit. But they actually didn't believe he was going to act like a dictator. They actually didn't believe he was going to violate the Constitution so brazenly in the first month. They didn't believe that he was going to shut down funding for preschools and for medical research.
Pardon everyone in the January 6th event. And you know this, and you've talked
Right.
about this on the floor. They recommended that he pardon essentially the people who improperly entered the building. Now, I would have opposed that. But then he just said, you know what, pardon them all.
Because it was too hard, as he explained, to try to pick out the really violent ones from the nonviolent ones. Later tonight, I'm going to read through some of the very easily accessible stories of the really violent protesters. It wasn't that hard to just pick out a handful of people who literally beat police officers over the head with poles, that stuck tasers into the necks of police officers until they had a heart attack. Like, it wasn't hard to identify those people and say, you know what, those people should stay in jail, those people should complete their term. The American public didn't think that he was really going to absolve everyone who invaded the Capitol and beat the hell out of police officers that day. And so the reason that it has taken a minute for the people to rise up, and by the way, we've seen big crowds in D.C., but that doesn't really mean much if there's nobody out there in the American public. Today, there were pretty big rallies in all 50 states. This weekend, there are going to be many more. It's because people, even many who voted for him, but many who didn't and, just wanted to respect the choice of the electorate, are now realizing that this is so much more dystopian than the first term was, and a crisis that is going to immediately impact them in a real way. It's not somebody else's problem. It now seems to be my problem when a billionaire has access to my Social Security, Medicare, and tax refund data. That sounds like something that actually potentially hurts me.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right that we are. And every day I try to sort out, of the 20 outrages, how many can I even focus on? And to your point, like, the Gaza thing was deeply offensive, right? Deeply offensive, but also probably not worth devoting a ton of bandwidth to, because by some accounts, people I think who do know, it's pretty clear to me he does not have a plan. He's just literally talking. And so sometimes we're going to have to not quite pull a punch, but not hair on fire freak out, because that's not, to your point, that's not happening, right? That's not happening. They would need an appropriation. They'd probably need a war authorization. And by the way, occupying a country in the Middle East
it often
doesn't usually work.
Often doesn't go well.
Yeah.
But here's the difference, though, getting back to the nominee, right? Russ Vought is a serious person with the ability to execute on plans.
Yep.
Right? And so his plan, which is to destroy elements of the federal government and state governments and the nonprofit sector that help regular people, his plan to try to intimidate and harass federal workers, his plan to try to make folks who work in government pass a loyalty test to the administration, his plan to destroy access to reproductive health care. I mean, all of that is being put into place as we speak. So, what makes this moment so dangerous is that they kind of learned their lessons. They wanted to do a lot of these things in the first term, but it all kind of snuck up on them really fast. They had 4 years to put into place a plan called Project 2025 so that they could, starting on day one, destroy services for the middle class and poor people, root out of government anybody that doesn't swear a loyalty test, and endorse violence in a way that hopefully suppresses political dissent. That's not working right now, and I don't think it will work, but Russ Vought is dangerous because he's got radical ideas, and he actually has the means to implement them very quickly.
Dude. Yeah, he's a smart dude, and he's a serious guy, and he actually knows the government. I mean, part of the problem with the Doge folks, they don't really know what they're even looking for, so they literally just like Control F. Oh, does it say gender? Maybe this is bad. Maybe this is woke. Like that's terrible and irresponsible, but it's also incompetent. But Russ Vought is not incompetent. Like he has an actual project, not just Project 2025, but he's been like this for a while. He has a view of the government, which is that the bigger the government is, the less freedom you have. And like that's I mean, Ben Sass, our old friend and colleague who's now retired from the Senate, like he had that sincere view, right? And it was a kind of radical view, but it was sincerely held that, I mean, I would go to him and go, what about rural health clinics? And like he was consistent, nope, right? What about federal firefighters? Counties can take care of that, right? I don't want to characterize all of Ben's views, but what about the Federal Emergency Management Agency? Nope, got to get rid of that. And like FEMA's a really good example of, there are just some things that if you're going to have a country, that your federal government has to do. Because I think of two examples. When the town of Lahaina burned down, the county of Maui is kind of small. It's a couple 100,000 people. It's not a poor county. It has some tax base and all the rest of it. But it's not capable to respond to a disaster where a whole town burned down, was incinerated to the ground in like 3 hours. 2,200 structures. 2,200 structures, basically between 6 and midnight, all of them gone. 109 lives lost. And so the federal government comes in when this is how a disaster declaration works. The county or the state like submits something to the President of the United States and basically says, we can't handle this. This disaster is bigger than our ability to handle it, right? And then the President signs the disaster declaration, and then that releases FEMA to go and be on the scene. And if there's no FEMA, there's no recovery. Like FEMA prevented, I got in some fights with FEMA about the way they were doing it, but they're good humans, trying their very best to alleviate suffering. And in the immediate wake of those wildfires, nobody went hungry, nobody lacked a place to live, and it's going to be a long recovery, but people's most basic needs were met. And when I think about Western North Carolina in particular, on some level it's worse. It was bigger, it was more structures, it was actually more property damage, and it was so vast. I mean, just the portion that got flooded is like the size of some small states. And these little towns are not even as big as Maui County, right? These are 500 people, 700 people, 2,000 people, 75 people. Like, if the federal government doesn't come in and help folks like that through FEMA, then you're just leaving people, I mean, really to fend for themselves. And over the last year, these disasters keep getting worse and worse. Like I suppose we can pretend it's not climate change. Even if you want to pretend it's not climate change, you have to concede that something is out there that is causing us to have more frequent and more severe disasters. Okay? So let's set aside the question of climate and what we ought to do about it. Everybody knows my view and everybody knows your view. But the fact is we had about $150 billion worth of damage last year. And so I am not prepared to tell small states, small counties, little towns that they are on their own. But that's what Project 2025 wants to do.
So one of the things that's confusing for everybody, including us about this moment, is that it's not clear whether there is consistency or inconsistency. So you may be right that they are going to try to destroy FEMA writ large and just erase from existence the ability for our country to come together in a patriotic way to try to help out our neighbors when a natural disaster hits. But it can't be coincidental that they launched the idea to destroy FEMA in California when a very blue state was responding to a terrible disaster, right? That doesn't seem coincidental. It doesn't also seem coincidental that the first big infrastructure project that the president came out and said that he would be defunding was also in California. Well, an equally big city-to-city high-speed infrastructure project in Florida is on no one's radar screen. And so this may be a consistent nationwide assault on public services, but it also may be, or in addition may be, simply a grift in order to provide services and grants in states that are loyal to the president, meaning they voted for him, and to deny services to states that are not loyal. We have not historically cared at all whether a natural disaster hit a state that sends Democrats or Republicans to the United States Senate. We have, sometimes had fights over how much money and when we're going to authorize disaster assistance, but we have never fought over whether a blue state or a red state should get it if the other party is in charge of the United States Senate. But all of a sudden, that seems very relevant. That seems very relevant. And part of the reason why the Constitution does not allow the president to have power over spending decisions is because that leads to a fundamental potential for corruption.
Yeah, I mean, so before you came on, Senator Kim talked about taking on the New Jersey political machine. Mm-hmm. And just, political machines everywhere work pretty much the same. If you behave well, you get your stuff, right? And pork is distributed based on political alliances. And so I think you're right to notice that the President of the United States wants to sort of create a Tammany Hall vibe nationwide. I will say, just to take your own advice, that on, say, withholding disaster aid from California, that feels like he's just ranting. And he's not actually in a position to do that because the Stafford Act provides that this is a disaster and that once we fund it, they have to help, and they will help. They're not permitted not to help. Now, he may stretch the boundaries of the law, but I do not think he is in a position to withhold aid. Now, do I think Mike Johnson is going to initiate a disaster supplemental for California? No. But the terrible fact of the matter is there will be disasters going forward, and they hit blue states and red states equally. You can just never know.
But what Trump says, whether or not he ends up implementing it, sets the agenda for his party. And so what is the speaker talking about, and what are many of our colleagues talking about with respect to aid to California? Yes, they are very worried about setting a precedent in which a state doesn't get aid if they are of the opposite party of the party in charge. But they know that they have to be loyal to the basic premise of the president, and so they're talking about conditions, right? That California is going to have to change its laws to, I would assume, more align itself with Republican priorities in order for it to get money, which would be a perversion of federal law and precedent, and very dangerous.
It's not changing laws regarding disaster preparedness or infrastructure. It's changing laws on voter ID.
Right.
Like, it's just pure, and that is one of the things I've noticed about this president is, just the unapologetic, I've got leverage and I'm going to use it. aspect of it, and nobody bats an eyelash. Like if you behaved like that, you'd get lit on fire appropriately. And so I think, you know, one of the things that I have noticed over the last couple of weeks is there's people, I mean, look, Democrats need to understand this guy is unusually talented. And we used to think, oh, what a buffoon and whatever. Maybe, but he's a very talented politician in a very unconventional way. But he is also not infallible. He is capable of making incompetent decisions. He's capable of being beaten legislatively in the court of public opinion. Right now, he's in the saddle because he has all these EOs, all these executive orders. But eventually, events overtake. And a president usually is responding to events rather than creating conditions on the ground. And so part of the thing that I want everybody to kind of understand as they feel their frustration, as they kind of process and try to metabolize the flurry of nonsense coming at the American people, is just to understand it's not always going to be like this. They don't have 1,200 days worth of executive orders ready to go. And that as these things are, some of them are just like wishes and could have been a tweet. Many of them are illegal. And then in some cases, the president does have pretty raw authority. Tariffs, he can do, right? And there's not much the legislature can do about it. But a lot of these things are, I mean, my favorite EO was, I think it was a presidential memo, not an EO, but after the plane crash last week, they did a memo that was like, this was Joe Biden's fault. Right. And I was like, okay, now we're cooking. He's like, I want another EO to just say it was Biden's fault. And so that's kind of like when they admitted that what they're doing is when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. They understand that their agenda is so unpopular. Their agenda is so unpopular that they can't even get it through the Congress of their own party, right?
As happened in 2017.
As happened in 2017. They couldn't even do the things that they promised they were going to do, except for the tax cuts. And so I think they understand the fundamental weakness of their position, which is we've got a president who's likely to do very unpopular things. And although he's not unpopular at the moment, he is relatively speaking very unpopular for a newly inaugurated president, historically unpopular for a newly inaugurated president. And this is only going to get worse because everybody knows the way he conducts himself does not age well. And so they're in a hurry. But it's not always going to feel like this. It's not always going to be like this. They will lose in court. They will lose in the court of public opinion. I'm not suggesting we're not about to experience some bad public policy outcomes and that people will not suffer. A lot of bad stuff is about to happen. But the roots of democracy are deep. And like my friend Calvin said, bend but don't break. So I just want everybody to understand, bend but don't break. I'm so proud of Chris for coming here and staying from 2 to 5. I may go get a little more coffee and come and join you, or I may take a nap. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Yeah. Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Brian, thank you very much for your work in organizing this effort, and always great to be with you on the floor today. I will not hold it against you if you go take an actual nap and get some rest. You exerted a lot of effort to make sure that we were all here united, Democrats on the floor, raising the alarm. Listen, I'm going to try to go through the case as to why I do think this is a red alert moment, the reason why I was so glad to jump in and join you this evening, and why I volunteered for the 2 to 5 shift tonight. And I'm very grateful for Senator Welch. We had a gap from 5 to 6, and I may not have to go the full 4 hours. But I've certainly got 2 hours of material here because I think something really, really dangerous is happening to this country right now, something that is worthy of an overnight session on the floor of the United States Senate, something that every American needs to be talking about. And I first want to just go through all of the events and developments of the last 2 weeks that matter. Because Senator Schatz was referring to a phenomenon that I think is important. Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and Stephen Bannon and other people that advise him are pretty unapologetic about the strategy. They call it flooding the zone. The idea is that they are just going to make so much news, they are going to make so many outrageous statements every day, that it becomes really hard for Americans to understand what's real and what's not real, what's important and what's not important. I'm not saying that the president's comments last night on Gaza won't have deep impact. They will. I can guarantee you that Hamas and Hezbollah and other terrorist groups in the Middle East right now are using the president's comments to recruit. The idea that the United States is coming to Gaza to invade, occupy, cleanse, and level Gaza, that is bulletin board recruiting material for terrorist groups. Our country is less safe today than it was yesterday because that is easy recruitment material for the groups that we are fighting. It keeps them alive at a moment when they were on the run. It separates us from our allies because despite what President Trump said last night, that everybody agrees with the plan, that was not true. Not true. Nobody agrees with that plan. Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't want America coming in, invading and occupying Gaza. No Middle Eastern leader wants that. The president said it. It's not true. He says a lot of things that aren't true. It makes America just look like a laughing stock around the world because everybody knows we are not invading Gaza. So when the president announces that he's come up with this brilliant plan that everybody supports and every world leader knows that he's not telling the truth and that he's never going to do it, it undermines American credibility and reputation around the world. So I'm not suggesting that the president's absurd statements last night about Gaza don't hurt America. They do. But he's not going to do it. He won't get support from Congress to do it, and nobody in the American public wants him to do it. I can't get into the president's brain, but I suspect it was part of this strategy, this articulated, purposeful strategy to try to confuse people about what's real and what's not real. I don't think it was coincidental that the president was making this outrageous, outlandish statement about Gaza last night on the first day that you really felt like the American people had figured out the game. The people turning out to protests were bigger than they had been since the election. And all of a sudden, the president comes up with a new plan to invade and occupy Gaza. So I think one of the exercises that I want to go through in my time today is just to tell you the pieces of the agenda, an agenda set by Russ Vought, that matter, that are the most dangerous, are the ones that you should pay attention to. I wouldn't spend a lot of time worrying about the drama over the Panama Canal or Greenland, just like I wouldn't worry too much about the president's statements on Gaza. But here's what I would worry about. And I'm clearly going to cover ground that has been covered here today, but I just want to lay it out because I've got more time to do it than anybody else, so I'll be a little bit more thoughtful and comprehensive about it. At the top of my list is the president's decision to seize control of federal spending. So this was his executive order from a few days ago that suspended all federal spending. For that day, everything seemed to be turned off. Even the Medicaid program was not open for reimbursement. Head Start programs were not getting money. No state in the country could access dollars for different projects that they run. Not-for-profits weren't receiving funding. Now, the order was for 90 days, but if you believe that, I've got some bridges to sell you. But even if it was for 90 days, that's patently illegal. That is patently illegal. So the Founding Fathers spent a lot of time wrestling with a foundational question: how to preserve democracy in America and prevent what up until that point had been an inexorable retreat to despotism in countries that had tried to engage in some kind of self-determination. The Founding Fathers thought relentlessly about the kind of tools that would be available to a president that could allow him to take control and rule as a king or as a monarch. Now, some of the things they spent a lot of time thinking about feel today a little anachronistic. The Founding Fathers, for instance, were really focused on not giving the president a standing army. Now, we have moved beyond that belief that a standing army is a threat to our liberty, but that was one of the things that the Founding Fathers worried greatly about. They didn't necessarily write that protection into the Constitution, but they thought a lot about it. The protection they did write into the Constitution was the protection to reserve spending power for the branch of government most directly connected to the people. That's Congress, the branch that gets elected every 2 years, the branch that has different factions, different geographies represented. They wanted the spending power to be invested in the most democratic body so as to make sure that the compromise on spending ended up benefiting the whole country, every geography, but also every political affiliation. So they said Congress has the power to spend, Congress has the power to decide how money is spent. And so for 240 years, courts and the Supreme Court has broadly recognized that a president cannot decide by himself what money to spend and what money not to spend. A president also cannot decide for himself to apply new conditions to spending beyond what the democratically elected Congress selected. And the reason for that, the reason why that power is vested in Congress, is primarily a check on despotism. Because if a president has the ability to unilaterally decide how to spend money, then of course the natural temptation is to only spend money in a way that benefits, preserves, and advances your political power. Spend money on people who support you, deny money to people that don't support you, in order to pressure more people to support you. I wasn't here for Senator Kim's speech, but it sounded like he laid out the corollary that still exists, unfortunately, in some closed political systems in this country, where you have party machines that give out favors and money and privilege based upon loyalty. Okay, we decided in this country the president is not going to get to do that because it is inherently subject to fraud and abuse and corruption. And as we have talked about, as Senator Schatz and I talked about, this president has been pretty unapologetic. Russ Vought has been pretty unapologetic in their insistence that, yes, in fact, people that are loyal to the president should be treated differently. It isn't as if we don't understand what the president is trying to do by capturing federal spending power. He's criticizing projects in Democratic states. He's saying we may not fund disasters in Democratic states. They are targeting agencies that they believe are populated by people with different political affiliations than the president. They are firing FBI agents that engaged in any kind of law enforcement action against Republicans. And so maybe this conversation would be a little bit less frantic, the moment would feel a little bit less urgent if you thought that the president was seizing control of federal spending for some halfway legitimate reason. But in fact, it looks as if President Trump is trying to seize control of federal spending for the exact reason that worried the Founding Fathers so much that they were explicit in the Constitution: no, the president cannot seize control of federal spending. It will lead to fraud, corruption, and ultimately the erosion and perhaps destruction of our democracy. The Founding Fathers worried every single day about writing a document that prevented a slide to despotism. And you can laugh that off as hyperbole. You can say that Democrats are crying wolf. Of course, America is always going to be a democracy. Every democracy dies. It does. Every democracy has an expiration date, just like every civilization has an expiration date. There is an end, and there are a series of events that lead to that end. Maybe this isn't it, but boy, when you package the list that I will give you together, it looks suspiciously like the roadmaps that caused other democracies to fall, and it looks suspiciously like the set of things that our Founding Fathers were clear about protecting against. The second thing that matters is the president's decision to shutter certain departments. It has started with USAID. We spent some time talking tonight about what has happened at USAID. Absolutely extraordinary. This is the nonpartisan agency that fights for the United States abroad. Our military leaders, I suspect, most of which are Republicans, I don't really care, are fond of saying, if you get rid of USAID, if you were ever to stop paying for foreign aid, you'd have to double the number of bullets you buy us. Our military leaders consistently make the case for USAID because USAID is a partner with our military in preventing chaos and instability that ultimately leads to war and threats to U.S. troops. The Army and the Navy, the Air Force, they chase Chinese influence. They try to protect us from Russia, but so does USAID. China's power in the world is not just military power. Every nation's power is multifaceted. China, frankly, gets more influence in the world from its non-military tools than it gets from its military tools. China doesn't have the number of military partnerships that the United States does. In fact, it has very few. Its partnerships are information partnerships, technology partnerships, economic development partnerships. Those are the kind of tools that USAID has. And so when USAID just vanishes from the playing field, China wins, Russia wins, non-state terrorist groups win. One of the things USAID was doing in Lebanon was running a bunch of programming trying to depress Hezbollah's influence and trying to help stand up a government that was independent and free of terrorist influence. What was USAID doing in Mexico? Trying to build up the capability of law enforcement so the drug gangs that send fentanyl to the United States didn't control areas of Mexico, which allow them, without interruption or harassment, to be able to send fatal drugs like fentanyl to the United States. So there are things our military can do to advance U.S. power, but they can't do everything. And so USAID was doing those other things. And now that they are off the playing field, America is fundamentally weaker. That's the merit-based case for why it is a disaster for the United States and a gift to China and Russia and terrorist groups that USA has disappeared. But there is a clear legal and constitutional case. USAID is an agency established by statute. We passed a law establishing USAID. We pass a budget every year funding not just USAID, but specific accounts in USAID. A president of the United States cannot, by fiat, eliminate a statutorily authorized agency. That's what a monarch does. And you are already hearing that the Elon Musk crowd that so happily got rid of USAID is now talking about USAID as a verb. They're going to USAID the Department of Labor. They're going to USAID the Department of Education. They can't eliminate those departments from the statutes, but they could just send everybody home. That would be illegal. But they could just send everybody home. What a disaster it would be if the people that make sure that our factories are safe, that workers aren't abused by greedy corporations, all of a sudden don't show up to work. That's great for the companies and the corporations. That's terrible for workers. Pay attention to this effort to shut down agencies, because these agencies, well, certainly you can have a conversation about making them more efficient, provide essential services. The Department of Education provides essential services. 2/3 of our schools run on funds from the Department of Education. Disabled kids are protected because of laws administered by the Department of Education. The Department of Labor protects workers to make sure that they don't get run over and abused by companies. USAID protects America all over the world. There is a cost to Americans' pocketbooks, to the quality of life, to the defense of America when these agencies get shuttered. So you should pay attention to that. The third thing that you should pay attention to is the corruption that's happening inside the Department of Treasury as we speak. The Department of Treasury pays the bills of this country. And those bills range from contracts we have with companies and non-for-profits to, your tax refund or your Social Security check or your Medicare benefit. That's really sensitive stuff. And so we historically have had totally non-political people running that payment system. Congress decides how that money is spent, what the level of your benefit is, but a bunch of civil servants, people who are not loyal to Democrats or Republicans, who just want to make the payments, run that system. What really caused this public tempest in the last few days was the disclosure that Elon Musk, a billionaire with all sorts of interests when it comes to the federal government, he became a billionaire based off of federal policy and federal contracts, has been given access to the Treasury's payment system. Not just him, but a bunch of kids that work for him. So a bunch of 20-somethings fresh out of college with absolutely no expertise in payment systems have gotten access to these payment systems, and they are apparently inside these payment systems right now fiddling around with them. They broke one payment system as soon as they got access to it in the Medicaid system. Now, I'll be honest with you, we don't know why they want access to the payment systems. We don't know what they're doing inside the payment systems. But there aren't a lot of benign possibilities. Are they getting ready to turn off payments to individuals and entities that they don't like? Are they just sort of looking under the hood so that they can get your tax information or get the tax information about Elon Musk's competitors? I mean, this is unheard of. This is a private sector individual, an individual who actually cannot get a security clearance because he is deemed to be a security risk, who is inside the most sensitive part of the Department of Treasury with access to every single American's personal data. That is a corruption. That is a perversion of norms and rules. And it matters. That matters. You should pay attention to it. The fourth thing that matters is the darkness that is descending over the federal government. A few hours, maybe it was a day, 2 days after President Trump was inaugurated, he fired, I believe, every single inspector general. What's an inspector general? Inspector general, again, is an independent, nonpartisan individual who's got an office and staff that work for them that sit inside each of our agencies. Our federal agencies are big. They are. They spend billions of dollars. They do really good work, but there is always the chance for fraud and abuse. And so we historically, Congress historically, has authorized a little bit of money inside every department to have a watchdog. We call them inspectors general because they're inspecting how taxpayer dollars are being spent to make sure that the dollars are being spent in accordance with the law. And the inspectors general normally have the power to intervene when something has gone wrong. At the very least, the power to issue a report to tell the public and Congress, hey, guys, you know, the money was supposed to be spent on, trying to fight wildfires, and instead it's being spent on something else. Those inspector generals are gone, and Donald Trump didn't get rid of them because he thought they were doing a bad job and he wanted to replace them with somebody else. He just got rid of them illegally. You can't do that. You have to, at the very least, give notice to Congress. At the same time, they have begun issuing what we call gag orders to federal employees. The most notorious one happened at USAID. As the purge started beginning at USAID, when they started at first just sending all the supervisors home, when they suspended all USAID programming all around the world, a corresponding order went out to employees saying, do not talk to anybody about what's happening. Now, I can understand being sensitive about rank and file employees talking to the press, but they didn't just say the press. They said, don't talk to members of Congress. Don't talk to elected members of Congress who are in charge of spending the taxpayers' money. Don't even talk to them about the purge that is happening. And so that all sounds a little suspicious, right? Like, that's a little worrying when, with intention, all the watchdogs are fired. With intention, an order goes out to employees, shut your mouth, don't say anything. That probably doesn't mean that good legal stuff is happening inside these departments. That probably doesn't mean that this administration is really focused on rooting out fraud and corruption and tackling inefficiency. When you get rid of the watchdogs, that normally means that you are preparing to engage in some pretty bad stuff. Pay attention to the fact that the watchdogs are no longer there. The fifth thing that matters, and I wrote it on my list here, is the fifth thing, but it probably matters the most. And I'll spend some time later talking more about this, is the legitimization of political violence in this country. There's something special about force. The thing that matters most to us in life is the physical safety of ourselves and our kids and our family, right? I talk about this a lot because I do a lot of work on gun violence, and I try to explain to people that, this is the issue that matters the most to people, the physical safety of their family. I mean, you would give up anything in life to defend your family from physical harm. You would give up your house, you would give up your savings You might even give up your life to protect the life of somebody that you love. Physical harm is really, really scary. And the threat of physical harm, because physical harm is so traumatic, the threat of physical harm is impactful. It makes people do things and change behaviors if they think there's a chance that they are going to be hurt. Every single person knows this because at some point in your life, you were threatened with physical harm. And yeah, maybe once or twice, or maybe for some people more often than once or twice, you stood up to that bully or you fought back, but for most people, there are plenty of other times in which you just changed your behavior. If the bully was on this street, you went the other block. I stood up to bullies a handful of times in my life, but I also changed my route home a bunch of times as well. There can be no place for physical violence in politics. There just can't. Because it does change behavior when somebody is subject to the threat of physical violence. You are no longer making a decision based on what is best for the country or for your constituents. You are instead making a decision based upon what keeps you physically safe and what keeps your family physically safe. Democracies do not exist when the party in power, when the individual in power, gets to use the threat of physical violence as a tool to try to influence behavior. That is, by definition, not a democracy. I am pretty confident none of my colleagues really thought that Donald Trump was going to pardon every single January 6th protester. But he did. But he did. And I will just tell you, subsequent to that decision, the threats of violence to my office, and I suspect the same is true for Democrats, have risen. Republicans have been subject to threats of violence before. They will continue to be, but this is different because Donald Trump has not immunized violence writ large. Neither has he immunized political violence writ large. What Donald Trump did by pardoning all of the January 6th protesters is say, if you commit violence in my name against people who are trying to stop me from advancing my power, it's cool. It's cool. What were the police officers doing? They were defending the Capitol from an attack that was designed to keep Donald Trump in power. Those people were storming the Capitol because they believed that the election had been stolen from Donald Trump. They were coming here to install him in power permanently. The police officers who were defending the Capitol, they weren't political, they weren't Democrats, but they were engaged in an effort to try to stop the seizure of power by Donald Trump's supporters. And when every single one of those rioters got pardoned, the message was clear. If you commit violence against people who are trying to stop Donald Trump's political agenda, it's cool. Do it. There will be no consequence. And so it is not shocking that threats of violence have increased to me and my Democratic colleagues, because right now we are trying to frustrate or stymie President Trump's political agenda. And Donald Trump has said, if you beat the hell out of people that are trying to stop my political agenda, I will let you off the hook. The legitimization of political violence, the endorsement of political violence, that matters. And the final thing that has happened over the course of the last 2 weeks, really it's been happening since the election, that matters is the effort by Donald Trump to try to co-opt and control the media. Obviously, the Founding Fathers thought a lot about the independence of the free press. They knew that one of the bulwarks against despotism was a free and independent press. And so even though they didn't get around to it until a little bit later in the Bill of Rights, they guaranteed the freedom of the press. And as we have watched other democracies fall in the last 240 years all around the world, as we've watched countries like Hungary slide away from democracy, a key facet of that slide, that purposeful slide engineered by a would-be autocrat, is the seizure and control of information. And it's obvious why you would want to do that, because if you can control information, then you can make sure that the dominant narrative is your spin, and you can suppress any criticism. Already, one of the nation's biggest information platforms, Twitter, is effectively an organ of the White House. Donald Trump announced that he wanted to take a 50% ownership stake using taxpayer dollars in TikTok, maybe the most influential of platforms today. He has apparently cut deals with the owners of other platforms, most notably the CEO of Facebook right after the election came down to Mar-a-Lago, and Trump openly bragged that Facebook had decided to do what he wanted, which was to stop fact-checking all of the lies that get put online by Trump's supporters. And Trump said, yeah, he probably did that because I threatened him. He was probably worried that I was going to do something to hurt him. Maybe not coincidental to the fact that there's a FTC lawsuit pending against Facebook. We'll see what happens with that lawsuit. But would it be surprising that that lawsuit disappears after the owner of Facebook said, yeah, Mr. President, I'll do what you want. I'll take down my fact-checking to make sure that your misinformation, and all misinformation, frankly, because the misinformation doesn't only come from the right, misinformation gets to exist freely on my platform. So pay attention to the hard work that Donald Trump is engaged in to try to control, to the best he can, the information infrastructure in this country. I mean, it wasn't a coincidence that not every billionaire was sitting up there on the dais with Trump during the inauguration. It was primarily the billionaires who control information companies. Facebook is an information company. Apple is an information company. Amazon is an information company. They have other business lines as well, but they are controlling huge amounts of information in this country. It's not a coincidence that those are the companies that Donald Trump is trying to gain the most influence over. So those are the 5 things that I've identified as the things that should matter. The seizing of control of federal spending, the illegal shutdowns of departments. And by the way, I mentioned USAID, but as I said, labor and education seem next on the chopping block. The infiltration of Treasury's payment system by Elon Musk and private sector individual who can't get a security clearance. The firing of the IGs and the gag orders shedding darkness on our agencies. The legitimization of political violence, the endorsement of political violence. And the attempt to put the president in a position to control the flow of information in this country. And why this matters tonight is that Vought is going to occupy a space at the nerve center of all of those policies. That's what OMB is. The Office of Management and Budget is essentially the government's nerve center. It's the place where all the departments of the federal government and all the accounts and all the policies, they all connect. In many ways, the director of OMB is the most powerful person in government, often one of the least well known. The job tends to exist behind the scenes, but OMB is the place where all the pipes connect, where all the regulations and policies and executive orders have to be vetted, the place where all the department heads have to get sign-off before moving forward with policies. And so none of this can happen or will happen, the seizure of federal spending, the shuttering of departments, the infiltration of the Treasury payment system, the firing of the IGs, the legitimization of political violence, or the influence of information platforms without the director of OMB being in charge. And by the way, it isn't coincidence that that comprehensive document that Trump swore he had nothing to do with, Project 2025, was authored in part by Russ Vought. Russ Vought was one of the primary authors, one of the primary organizers of Project 2025, which was this document that explained exactly how you would do many of these things to push American democracy towards autocracy. It isn't a coincidence that one of the authors, one of the primary authors of the Project 2025 document is now the nominee to run the agency that perhaps has more influence than any other agency in the federal government, the Office of Management and Budget. Okay, so having talked about the things that matter versus the things that don't matter, I want to talk about the why. And I want to talk about how all of the 6 developments that matter fit together. Because this isn't a random set of priorities, events, or developments. All those things that I mentioned serve 2 major purposes. And this is what I want to spend the remaining time that I have on. The first goal is to enact a massive, massive transfer of both money and power from poor people and the middle class to the corporations and the billionaires and the millionaires. Senator Schatz and I talked about this long discredited economic theory called trickle-down economics, in which if you just cut taxes for the very, very wealthy, the economic elites, the masters of the economic universe, eventually all that money will spill down to everybody else. That was a fraud as a theory. It was a fraud. It was essentially made up in order for rich people to just pretend like there was some intellectual underpinning to their greed. When people get really, really wealthy, they tend to just want to get more and more wealthy. For many people, being a billionaire is not good enough. You have to have 2 billion and 3 billion. And so they came up with this idea that if you just continue to give us money, it'll eventually find its way down to everybody else. But everybody knows that that's not how it's worked. Because people in this country, in the middle of the economy, are miserable. They're miserable because they're working harder and harder, and they're not getting anything back in return. Wages have gone up a little bit, especially over the last 4 years, but they're not keeping pace with prices. They have not for decades. And even though this country is becoming much more productive, every worker is way more productive than they were 10, 20, 30 years ago, in part because of technology. The gains from that productivity are not accruing to workers. It's accruing to the owner class, to the capital class. And so there's this separation happening in this country whereby everybody in the middle is just kind of like treading water, and then you have this set of super elites, people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg, the people that were on that inauguration platform, that have more money than they know what to do with. And very little of it is actually ending up trickling down. They are hoarding much of the money that they are collecting. And so this theory has never, ever worked. But greed is powerful. It's powerful. And so that crowd, that economic elite crowd, there aren't any poor people walking around Mar-a-Lago. Everybody that Trump hangs out with at Mar-a-Lago, those are really, really rich people. Really, really rich people. Trump's not, playing golf with, he's cleaner. The people that Trump is talking to are people who are immensely wealthy, and they see a real opportunity. It's not just good enough to have low taxes, they want them lower. And they also want the ability to squeeze as much as they can out of the federal treasury for themselves. So what Project 2025 is all about and what the Trump agenda is all about is first and foremost about a massive transfer of wealth and power from the middle of America to a very handful of elites. And so I want to try to walk you through that for a second. So the first thing that they are doing is trying to set up another round of massive tax cuts for the billionaires and for the corporations. They're going to try to get money other ways, but the most important thing to them is for their taxes to be much lower, for the corporate taxes to be low or non-existent, for them to be able to pass along all their wealth without any taxation to their kids so that you have these permanent billionaire families where nobody ever has to work. The money just gets handed down from generation to generation. For regulations to be gutted so that they can abuse the environment or workers in a way to pile up more money. And they're going to do that in this bill that will be considered later in the year through a process called reconciliation. Now, when Republicans did this bill in 2017, they made no attempt to try to pay for it. It was almost all borrowed money. And it was one of the reasons that the piece of legislation was really unpopular. People hated that tax cut because fully enacted, that tax cut would have sent about 80% of the benefit to the very, very wealthy, but it also was just all put on the American credit card. There was, again, this argument that, A, if we cut taxes for the wealthy, it'll trickle down to everybody else and it'll result in a magical increase in tax revenue because of all the economic activity caused by the tax cut, and that magical economic activity and the tax revenue from it will pay for the fact that we are now collecting less in taxes from the very, very wealthy. That didn't happen. It just didn't happen. We lost a ton of revenue because the rich and the corporations were paying much less. The economic activity that they predicted did not happen, and the deficit grew. The deficit grew. It was a massive explosion in our deficit. No president, up until Donald Trump, had added more to our deficit than he did during those 4 years. So this time, knowing that that tax cut was really unpopular for a lot of reasons, but not least of which the fact that it wasn't paid for it was all borrowed. Republicans are trying to create the illusion that they're serious about savings. And so part of what is happening with the cuts at USAID, the evisceration, the elimination of USAID, and the next round of cuts at the Department of Education or the Department of Labor, is about gutting a series of programs, or at least creating the illusion of cuts that then create a pretext that, hey, we've saved a lot of money. We've cut a lot of government services. We can afford that massive tax cut for the rich and for the corporations. Now, as I talked about with Senator Schatz, a lot of those cuts are illusory. All those USAID employees that have been sent home, they are still getting paid. I mean, it's insane. We have thousands of federal employees right now who are home or are about to be recalled, many of which have lost access to their emails, so they can't even work from home, that are getting paid to do nothing. So some of these cuts are illusory. They don't exist. It looks like you're saving money, but you're not really saving money. But eventually, if you do shutter the Department of Education and you do shutter the Department of Labor and you keep USAID illegally closed, then, yeah, some savings will appear. But where do they come from? They come from a retreat of American power. They come from our decision to stop contesting the rise of China. They come because we've decided to hand Ukraine to the Russians. They come from our decision to stop fighting terrorists. If you close the Department of Education, you'll get some savings, but it will only be because we have abandoned children with disabilities. We have stopped trying to fight bias and discrimination in our school. We are no longer helping kids afford college. If you destroy the Department of Labor, yeah, you will get some savings that you can apply to the billionaire tax cut, but it's because you have shut down OSHA, which makes sure that our factories and our workplaces are safe. It's because you are no longer helping workers collectively bargain so that they can get better wages and better benefits. USAID protects this country. The Department of Education and the Department of Labor help regular people. It's easy for the billionaire class to say, let's shut down the Department of Education. All their kids go to private schools. They don't need the Department of Education. And even if their kids are discriminated against, they can hire fancy teams of lawyers. So some of the savings are illusory, some of them are fake. But many of the savings, if you shut down USAID and Department of Labor and Department of Education, they are real, but those savings are gleaned by hurting real people. Shutting down schools or withdrawing from a fight for civil rights and protections for kids with disabilities, or stopping trying to protect workers from harm done to them by corporations, or a retreat from the world, a decision to just pack up and let China own the world. There's a cost to all of that. And the cost is borne not by the wealthy and the billionaires, but by regular people. Why does the military say, military leaders say routinely, I'll say this again, I mentioned it earlier, that if you eliminate USAID, if you stop soft power, right, you got to buy us twice as many bullets. Because they know that USAID helps keep really dangerous places, places that matter to the United States, like the Middle East, stable. And if you stop focusing on stability in parts of the world that matter to the United States, conflict breaks out. And the United States often gets dragged into that conflict. And when the United States gets dragged into that conflict, it is not the billionaires' kids that are fighting. By and large, we all know this, the people that sign up for our military are middle-class families, are often poor families. And so the billionaires and the corporations, they won't have much to lose if the evisceration of USAID leads to American troops being sent into conflict around the world. It'll be regular folks, the non-billionaire class, that'll get impacted by that when their kids are sent overseas, when their kids don't come home. So this attack on agencies, this illegal shuttering of departments, it's all in service of trying to make it seem as if there are savings happening so that we can afford that tax cut for the very, very wealthy. But then there's this other thing that's happening. And again, we don't know what it is yet, but man, it looks really worrying. So why is Elon Musk inside the Department of Treasury? Why has Donald Trump given him access to this incredibly sensitive payment system? I'm going to admit to you, we don't know yet. It just is unprecedented. And you saw the longtime Treasury employee, I mean, this is a non-political guy. This is just the guy who shows up to work every day trying to make sure that you get your Medicare benefits and you get your refund check. He left. He left because he'd never seen anything like this. He had never seen a billionaire with a political agenda come in and take control of this payment system. And so what's the agenda there? I don't know. But could it be in the same service as the elimination of USAID and the potential elimination of other departments? Could it be that they want to take control of the payment system so that they can strip benefits, admittedly expensive benefits for the middle class so that they can afford their tax cut? If you have control of the payment system and you don't care about the law and you don't care about the Constitution, you can decide to reduce payments or shut down payments. For a day, they stopped paying Medicaid claims. So it's not like this is beyond them. For a day, they shut down the Medicaid system. If Elon Musk has control of the Treasury payment system, and there's a need to save some big money so that you can claim that you passed along the big tax cut to the billionaires and the corporations and you didn't increase the deficit, then maybe those Social Security benefits get turned off for a day. Maybe those Medicare benefits get turned off for a day. I don't know what the hell he's doing inside that payment system. And you can say, well, you shouldn't believe the worst, or you shouldn't just hypothesize, you shouldn't guess, but we haven't been given a good explanation for something that looks like a fundamental perversion of precedent and the law. Remember, Elon Musk can't get a security clearance. Can't. But apparently, he can have access to all of our most sensitive information and data. And maybe it is in service of trying to rearrange payments to save money for that tax cut. I mean, it's stunning the number of programs that he has access to. Social Security and Medicare benefits, salaries for all federal personnel, payments to government contractors and grant recipients, tax refunds. The system holds a lot of sensitive information, including Social Security numbers, all of our Social Security numbers, all of our names, all of our addresses, much of our private banking information, much of our private tax information. News broke today that Musk now has access to even more. He didn't just get access to the Treasury payment system, but now he has access to CMS's payment system. CMS runs Medicare and Medicaid. So now Elon Musk has access to all of the payment and contracting systems that run Medicare and Medicaid. Literally has control of hundreds of billions of dollars in payments to healthcare providers. They got access to that payment system. Today, they also showed up at the Atlanta headquarters of the CDC. They met with Labor Department leaders to begin the process of getting access to those payment systems as well. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Well, it could be that they are trying to save money so that they can afford the billionaire's tax cut, but it also may be so that they can direct payments to the companies and the individuals that have pledged support to Donald Trump, and they can deny payment to people who have not pledged loyalty. And again, I understand that that sounds a little fanciful, but just look what's happening right now at the White House. The president is saying he's going to shut down a high-speed rail system in California, while saying nothing about a high-speed rail system in Florida. He's proposing eliminating FEMA because there was a series of devastating, deadly wildfires in California, but he wasn't, and Republicans weren't talking about eliminating FEMA when there were disasters in Republican states. It seems as if there's a pretty unapologetic preference for political friends. And if Elon Musk has control over the payment system, then why should we assume that he wouldn't use that control to turn on money to people he likes, or maybe even entities that he is affiliated with, and turn off money to entities that he's not affiliated with, or to his competitors? That's why you don't allow a billionaire, that's why you don't allow somebody with massive financial interest to be in charge of the Treasury's payment system. That's bananas. We don't do that because it opens up the opportunity for fundamental corruption. But if you understand one of the key reasons for all of these early actions to be a transfer of power and wealth away from regular people to the billionaire class, then it makes sense. Because you can either use your control of that payment system to bank money that you can use to cut your own taxes, or you can just use control of that payment system to pay people that are affiliated with you or help your business and deny money to your competitors. This is where the firing of the IGs matters. Because if we had inspector generals in these departments, then we would actually be able to have a view as to whether the access to these information systems are being used for corrupt purposes. Here's the list of the inspectors general, or inspector generals. I get confused. I know it's attorneys general. I'll say inspector generals. Here's the list of inspector generals that have been fired. The Inspector General at the State Department, the Inspector General at the Department of Energy, the Inspector General at the Interior Department, the Inspector General of the Defense Department, the Inspector General at the Department of Veteran Affairs, the Inspector General at the Department of Transportation, the Inspector General at the Environmental Protection Agency, the Inspector General at the Small Business Administration, the Inspector General over Social Security, the Inspector General of the Department of Labor, the Inspector General of the Department of Health and Human Services, the Inspector General of the Department of Agriculture, and the Inspector General of the Department of Housing and Urban Development. All of those watchdogs are gone, and they are being replaced with no one, because the complaint wasn't that these Inspector Generals weren't good enough watchdogs of the federal taxpayer dollar. The complaint was that they were watchdogs. The complaint was that somebody was looking and watching. All of these inspector generals were fired and replaced with no one for the purpose of darkness descending. Elon Musk got access today to the entire Medicare and Medicaid payment system. Why, we do not know, but it is certainly plausible to believe that there are nefarious purposes afoot, that his access to that system is part of a design to harm our democracy or enhance his economic interests. But we will have a really hard time figuring out, because the Inspector General at the Department of Health and Human Services coincidentally was fired days before Elon Musk was given unprecedented access, an unaccountable, unelected billionaire with tons of business interests inside this government was given access to the most sensitive payment systems in our government. It is not a coincidence. I was being facetious. It is not a coincidence that all the inspectors general were fired right before Elon Musk got access to these payment systems. The intent is darkness. And if your intent is to steal from the American people, if your intent is to use that access to be able to divert money from legal purposes to illegal purposes, if your intent is to transfer resources that are supposed to be due to the taxpayer instead to the millionaire, billionaire, and corporate class, then you can't have sunlight. You can't have pesky inspector generals, because the public would hate that if they knew it was happening. There are thousands of people showing up to riots, but there would be hundreds of thousands showing up to protests. But there would be hundreds of thousands of people showing up to protests if they knew, through the reports of these inspectors general, that there was thievery happening. We don't know what's happening because darkness has descended upon these agencies. The other part of this plan, related to the shutdown of these departments and the infiltration of these departments by people like Elon Musk, is that another way for the billionaires to get richer, beyond cutting services, influencing the economy by giving themselves payments and denying payments to their competitors, is to just privatize more and more of the federal government so that they get to take it. To privatize more and more of state and local services so they get to take it. Project 2025, written by Russ Vought, amongst others, is very clear about that intention. They, sort of look at the remaining parts of the federal government and our government writ large that are still done just for the common good, not done for profit. And they say, to hell with that. We want every public service to be a source of profit. I think that's a disaster. I think there's an important public-private sector partnership in a lot of parts of our government, right? I think it actually does work pretty well, for instance, the Department of Defense to have the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, to have our military service members be a public service, right? We don't have a mercenary army, right? Our army is run by the government, by generals, by officers who work for the government, but they are supplied with equipment that comes out of the private sector. Because in the private sector, you're maybe going to get some more innovation than you would in the public sector. I think that's a very legitimate public-private partnership. Same thing in healthcare. I don't like how much of our healthcare system has gone to the for-profit sector, but I understand that it is important to have a profit motive, for instance, in drug discovery, that private companies probably push a little bit harder to commercialize a breakthrough therapy than might a government laboratory. So I think there are plenty of places in government where public-private partnerships work. There are plenty of places in government where maybe it should all be in the private sector and we just flow money from the public sector to the private sector. But I don't think that works for law enforcement. I don't think that that works for protection services. I don't think that works for our public schools. I do not want a private equity firm to own my kid's public school. I don't want the motivation of the administrators of my kid's elementary school to be sucking as much profit out of the school as possible. I want my kid's school to be a place where they only care about quality and performance. And does that mean that there might be a little redundancy built in? Does that mean there might be a little inefficiency built in? Yeah, but I just want the mission to be doing good for my kids. But that's not how Russ Vought sees it. That's not how the Trump administration sees it. They see every existing remaining public service, from the security at our airports to the administration of our schools, as a lost opportunity for the rich to get even richer. I referenced this article earlier, but I'll do it again. This is from a publication called Buyout Insider. It's a pretty long article entitled "Back to School." Cute little heading. Back to school. Investors are bullish again on education. Private equity's appetite for the sector is strong, is the subheadline. And while a lot of this article is admittedly about private equity's interest in ed tech, the technology that surrounds schools and is used by teachers, it also talks about private equity's interest in just buying schools, buying and running schools. It talks about some of the schools that are already being bought and run by private equity. Remember Betsy DeVos, the first Secretary of Education during Trump's first term? She ran for-profit schools, schools where the goal every day was not to educate kids, but to make money for Betsy DeVos and her family. And so part of the agenda here is not just to pass along a tax cut to the billionaires and the millionaires and the corporations, but also just ship big parts of our public service infrastructure into the private sector. I'm a capitalist. We're all capitalists here. I believe in the genius of the private sector. I just do think there are some things that we should just do for the common good. There are some things that shouldn't be about how much money can I make. The billionaires and the corporations, the private equity firms, they're doing fine. Like, they don't need our schools. They don't need our schools. And frankly, there's plenty of evidence to show that when they get their hands on fundamental public services, they do it worse. For instance, if you look at nursing homes that are owned by private equity firms versus nursing homes that are not-for-profit, the not-for-profit homes are better quality homes, Less people die in nursing homes owned by not-for-profit organizations than die in nursing homes that are owned by private equity. Why? Because private equity exists not to keep patients alive. I'm not saying that the owners of these companies aren't moral human beings. I'm not saying they're indifferent to life, but their bottom line is how much money do we make? And there are certain sectors of public life, like the end of your life, like my kids' education, like whether I'm safe at the airport, that I just don't want profit to be the motivating factor. And so it's important to sort of understand the why. The effort to shutter these agencies is in part an effort to send their services into the private sector. The agenda at the Department of Education is not just to destroy the bureaucracy at the department, it is also to outsource the education of our kids to the private sector. They want to destroy these agencies so, in part, they can move the services into the for-profit realm so that the billionaires and the millionaires and the corporations can get even richer. So I think it's important to understand that element. There's another piece of this story, specifically the story about USAID, that is relevant to this effort to transfer power into the hands of the elites. You have to ask, why was USAID first? Why was there such a fervor to shut down USAID? I don't know the answer. But what I know is that we traditionally don't allow people like Elon Musk to be this involved in foreign policy because they are conflicted. I understand that that is probably the reason why Elon Musk can't get a security clearance, because he has these massive business interests outside of the United States, in particular in China. And so you have to ask yourself, why is USAID being shuttered? Why does Elon Musk care so much about USAID? And I hate that we're searching for explanations, but the explanation that we've been given on the record is a lie. It's not true. What Elon Musk and others have said is that they had to shut down USAID because it's a criminal organization. I mean, there's not a single United States senator, even the United States senators who don't like the fact that we spend money addressing famine overseas, that thinks USAID is a criminal organization. That's ridiculous. It's not true. Nobody who's spent a day looking at USAID thinks it's a criminal organization. This is just normal public service committed people who show up to work every day trying to solve problems for America abroad. So we just have to accept that their on-the-record explanation that they're shutting down USAID because it is a criminal organization is not true. That's not true. So we have to search for what the answer is. Who benefits most by USAID shutting down? I would argue it's China. So China's influence in the world is primarily non-military. China's got a big growing military. We got to worry about that. But China doesn't have military partnerships with countries like the United States does. China has economic development partnerships, technology partnerships, mineral resource extraction partnerships, port ownership and administration partnerships. China's influence in the world right now is primarily non-military. They don't do as much relief aid as we do, but they do a lot of it as well. They do help countries invest in public health infrastructure. They do show up and help with disasters. And that's how they gain influence. The defining contest in the world right now is between the United States and China for who is going to control the piping of the international economy. And when I say piping, I mean the navigation of the seas, the information infrastructure, the AI data sets, the flow of critical minerals that are so key to making all of the technologies, the chips, et cetera, of the future. China is trying to buy up that piping. And they do that by creating relationships with governments overseas based upon their non-military relationship, the economic development partnerships, the investments that they make. USAID competes with China when it comes to those non-military investments, so that China won't command that competition over who controls the economic piping of the world. And so when USAID disappears, China cheers. They are cheering right now because now they have the run of the place. they are able to gain more influence when the United States is withdrawn. I say that because Elon Musk has a lot on the line with China. Here's a recent article describing the extent of Elon Musk's business relationships in China. Mr. Musk has a lot on the line in China. His best-known company, the electric vehicle maker Tesla, makes half its cars in China. Tesla sells more cars in China than anywhere else except the United States. And his local competition is getting stronger. And Chinese regulators have not yet allowed Tesla to offer its latest assisted driving and self-driving car technology, while allowing Chinese automakers to race ahead with similar systems. Many of Musk's other companies, including his ventures in solar energy and large batteries, face formidable competition from Chinese businesses. Some of his businesses might benefit from a decoupling of the Chinese and American economies. Goes on to explain all of the different ways in which Elon Musk has real interest in China and real reason to curry favor with the Chinese government. We can't know for certain whether there is a connection between Elon Musk's ferocity in eliminating USAID, a daily thorn in the side of China, and his business interests, but we certainly haven't seen any more credible explanation. And we got more evidence today of how Elon Musk's business interests seem to be dictating American foreign policy. One of the places that decisions get made about the rules of the world, rules that matter to the United States and U.S. companies, is the G20, the 20 biggest economies. We're there every year because we want a seat at the table when the rules of the global economy are set. Because if we're not there, the rules are going to disadvantage America, disadvantage our interests, and disadvantage our companies. Well, the Secretary of State today announced that we would be boycotting the G20 this year. Why? Because we just don't like the place that it's being held. And guess where that place is? South Africa. And guess what Elon Musk has been doing over the course of the last several months and years? Running a PR campaign against the government of South Africa for a host of reasons, but one of them is that the South African government refuses to sign a contract with Starlink. He's very mad that the South African government refuses to sign a contract with him on Starlink. It's because, whether he likes it or not, the South African government has certain rules about diversity and inclusion and equality that he can't meet. And so what did Secretary Rubio announce today? We will not be attending the G20 in South Africa because we don't like their rules on diversity, equity, and inclusion. The very rules that are preventing Elon Musk from getting a contract in South Africa are now the reasons why the United States is not showing up at the G20. So I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but man, this seems a little weird that our foreign policy seems to be impacted by the billionaire's interests, the billionaire that has such close connection to the policy of this administration. So one of the other ways that American policy and American law can be perverted to serve the billionaires and the corporations is if there is an integration between the interests of the billionaires and American foreign policy. It's just something that we have to have our eyes. $479 billion of cuts to Medicare, $2.3 trillion worth of cuts for Medicaid. Medicare insures all seniors in this country. Medicaid insures seniors and pays for many senior services, but also pays for many services for the poorest families and kids in this country. 40% of births in this country are paid for in part by Medicaid. $2.3 trillion. I know like nobody understands how much money that is, but that's a lot of freaking money That's a lot of really hurt people if you cut $2.3 trillion out of the Medicaid system. $151 billion in cuts to the Affordable Care Act. That means kicking people off of their insurance. $347 billion of cuts to things like TANF, which is assistance for the very, very poor kids in this country, food programs that keep kids and families alive who can't afford food. I mean, this is a draconian list of cuts. Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, food programs, emergency assistance programs. None of these programs that are laid out in the Arrington memo, this is Representative Arrington, none of the programs laid out in Representative Arrington's memo impact billionaires in a meaningful way or millionaires in a meaningful way. There's not a cut here that impacts a corporation in a meaningful way. Every single cut listed in his memo, Medicare, Medicaid, food programs, TANF, the Affordable Care Act, they impact middle-class people, poor people, regular people. Just like USAID benefits regular people, making sure that their sons and daughters don't have to go off and fight a war, just like the Department of Labor and the Department of Education protect regular people. Are you seeing the story here? This agenda is about stealing money from the middle class and poor people and rerouting it to the billionaires, millionaires, and corporations. Every part of this story, the shuttering of these agencies, the removal of the IGs, the infiltration of the payment system, the requisition of American foreign policy by the billionaires, the reconciliation bill, it's all in service of the same thing. Taking power and money from people in the middle and delivering it to the very, very wealthy. For what? What else does Elon Musk need? What more does somebody who makes $500 million need? Why do they need another giant tax cut? Why do they need to run our schools or the TSA? Just to be able to pad their pockets. I mean, I don't begrudge anybody making money in this country. That's the genius of America, is that you get to get rich if you have a good idea and you work hard. But I don't support the wholesale rapid transfer of money and resources from folks in need and the middle class to folks that are already rich and don't need any more help. I mean, all we're talking about here is just a real-time shift, cutting Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, shutting down agencies that help normal people, corrupting our foreign policy in order to deliver more money to people who are already billionaires. Like, nobody wants that. So let me talk about the second goal here that I think is actually in some ways much more urgent. The second goal is to try to either suppress or shutter public dissent, because they know what they're doing is really unpopular. Cutting Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act in order to finance tax cuts for the wealthy, that's not popular. It's very, very unpopular. Repealing the Affordable Care Act was and still is really unpopular. So how do you get away with that? How do you stay in power and win elections if you do things that are really unpopular? Well, you rigged the rules. You rigged the rules. The before and after moment is January 6, 2021. I'm still flabbergasted by the fact that the majority of Republicans between the House and the Senate endorsed the idea that Donald Trump should still be president of the United States after he lost the election. That was the majority position for Republicans in Congress, that Donald Trump had lost the election. Now, they said he really won the election. They claimed there was fraud. Obviously, there was not fraud. Obviously, there's no evidence that he lost the election, that he won the election. He lost it by a landslide. He lost it by a landslide. It wasn't like 1 million votes. It wasn't like 1,000 votes. He lost the election by a landslide. But Republicans said, no, I don't care that he lost the election. I want President Trump to stay in power. In many ways, it is the most dangerous day in American politics since the end of the Civil War, because it was an admission by one major political party that they care more about power and keeping power permanently than they care about observing the will of the people. The people elected Joe Biden. The majority of Republicans here said, I don't care. I want Donald Trump to stay in power, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes, including endorsing and condoning violence in order to keep Donald Trump in power. That effort to try to destroy public dissent, to try to eradicate democracy as we know it, so as to keep Republicans and the Trump family in power permanently, has not disappeared. And I think it's important to talk about that. So, as I mentioned before, the most significant thing that has happened in many ways in the last 2 weeks, something that was supported by this incoming director of OMB, is the endorsement of political violence, the pardoning of the January 6th protesters. It's unforgivable what happened. It's unforgivable because the people that assaulted the Capitol that day engaged in unspeakable violence. You know these stories. These rioters who came here with metal poles and beat police officers over the head. The rioter who dragged a Capitol police officer by the neck into the crowd and held him down while his fellow rioters stomped on the police officer's body. The rioter who posted the night before, "The revolution is coming, there will be blood." The scaffolding that was erected outside of the Capitol, the chants of "Hang Mike Pence." The rioter who went to the scaffolding after beating up police officers, and posted on social media, "Too bad there's no Democrats here." The police officers who died afterwards. The police officer who had a heart attack after being tased repeatedly by one protester. The rioter who walked around the Capitol with zip ties, apparently looking for any Democrat to be able to seize, to kidnap, to torture. I was here inside this chamber. For my Republican colleagues who remember that day as a day of wayward tourists, none of my Republican colleagues stayed here to welcome the tourists when they were beating down those doors. Republicans ran just like Democrats ran. And so I covered this before, and so I won't belabor it, but Russ Vought is really dangerous, in part because he has been part of this effort to endorse political violence. And I don't know that we ever repair our nation from that transition away from a universal belief that only peaceful protest is acceptable in this country to a world today in which, as long as you are engaged in political violence on behalf of the president, you can get away with it. I mentioned this before as well, but the other component of this attempt to seize power and hold power permanently for Republicans in the Trump family is this attempt to try to control information. It's wild to me that this major information platform, Twitter, is now essentially being run out of the White House. It's amazing to me that President Trump is proposing to spend taxpayer dollars to take a 50% ownership stake in TikTok. It's amazing to me that people like Mark Zuckerberg are making deals with the president in which apparently the company will get some favorable treatment from the administration in exchange for Facebook stopping patrolling false content being posted by everybody, but including supporters of the president. The bullying of the media, the deals that seem to be being cut, are not unfamiliar to those of us that study the ways that democracies die. In democracies that vanish, it is often because the information systems get co-opted or controlled by the regime. We're not all the way there yet today. I admit, even though Twitter is run by an ally of the president, I still post on Twitter, and there's still people that see my criticisms of the president and Elon Musk. But all it takes is one tweak of those algorithms, and all of a sudden, content that opposes the president is depressed, and content that spreads his narrative is accelerated. And it just isn't a coincidence that all the CEOs that were on stage at the inauguration, or the majority of the CEOs that were on stage at the inauguration, run information companies. Again, I've covered this before, but another way in which they depress dissent is by just stopping information from ever getting out into the public. So the effort to fire the inspectors general, the effort to place gag orders on people who work at these agencies, that's just an effort to try to hide the bad behavior, hide the potential fraud, so that folks who are organizing out there to oppose the president's agenda never get access to the information. Second to the endorsement of political violence, I think, in order of urgency for us to talk about, is the seizure of government funding. I talked about the seizure of government funding in the context of how it allows for corruption and how it allows for somebody like Elon Musk to send money to people he likes and deny money to people he doesn't like, how it allows them to unilaterally violate the laws that we've passed to hold back funding so that they can bank dollars to afford a tax cut or a tax cut for a set of individuals or a corporation. But it also suppresses political dissent and speech. And we saw this happen in real time. When those grants were all shut down, we had a hard time during that day to get information from grant recipients because they were afraid that if they went public, the grant would never be turned back on. And that fear has not completely dissipated. It is very hard to get information from grant recipients even when their money has been turned back on because, again, they fear that if they collaborate with Democrats, they will be a target to have their dollars turned back off. Again, this is exactly why the Founding Fathers said a unitary executive, a single executive, cannot and should not be in charge of who gets money and who doesn't, because they can use that money to reward friends and to punish enemies. And so we are still trying to understand the full scope of the president's compliance or violation with the court orders. But it seems clear to us that there is an agenda here to protest money when it goes to places that don't align with the president's political priorities, and let money go through when it goes to places that are lined up with the president's political priorities. I mentioned the most obvious example of that being the president's threat to shut down a high-speed rail grant to California, but his disinterest in that grant when it is going to another state that supports him, like Florida. The last very, very worrying development is what's happening inside our Justice Department right now. There is a rolling purge that is happening right now. You are watching the FBI squeeze out anyone that was affiliated with the prosecution of the January 6 rioters. You are watching the firing of anybody that was associated with law enforcement actions against the president. And so the message is clear. If you're in law enforcement and you go after Republicans or you go after Donald Trump's political interests, you are not going to have a job. That would be worrying in and of itself. But there is something else that is happening. And that is early threats of law enforcement against opponents of the president. The new acting U.S. attorney in Washington, D.C., sent a really interesting letter directly to Elon Musk. Again, Elon Musk is a private citizen. He can't pass a security clearance. But Ed Martin, the acting U.S. attorney for Washington, D.C., sent a letter saying it was good to work with the Doge team this weekend. We must keep all our American government employees safe. We must protect the American people's property. I recognize that some of the staff at Doge have been targeted publicly. That's true. Doge is apparently a public agency. If you are working for Doge, you have accountability to the American public. It is true that we are having a public conversation about Doge, about Elon Musk, about the people who work for him. He says, at this time, I ask that you utilize me and my staff to assist in protecting the Doge's work and the Doge's workers. Let me assure you of this. We will pursue any and all legal action against anyone who impedes your work and threatens your people. Let me read that again. Let me assure you of this. We will pursue any and all legal action against anyone who impedes your work and threatens your people. That's extraordinary. The political opposition in this country is allowed to try to impede the work of the majority party. We are allowed to publicly criticize the work of the majority ruling party. We are allowed to protest outside buildings. We are allowed to name individual government officials and criticize them for the actions that they have taken. But this letter from the U.S. Attorney says that, be assured, we will pursue legal action against anyone who impedes your work or threatens your people. online, there are many critics of Elon Musk. The other night, one of these MAGA trolls targeted a critic of Elon Musk. And he tagged Ed Martin, the U.S. attorney, in his tweet. He said, "I found one right here, Eagle Ed Martin. Lots of stuff in his Blue Sky account as well. I'd look into him if I were you. He was threatening to hurt Elon Musk. Very unstable figure." This is a pretty mainstream critic of Donald Trump and Elon Musk. He's not threatening to hurt anybody, but he's a pretty regular critic of Elon Musk. That critic responds to this troll, and then guess who shows up posting? The U.S. attorney for Washington, D.C. He responds to this MAGA troll. "Thank you for the information. Noted." That's extraordinary. That's a law enforcement issue with the power of arrest and imprisonment. Posting on a thread that includes a very loud, visible critic of the president, Elon Musk, that he's watching him. He's watching him. Coming on the heels of a letter that says, "Let me assure you, we will pursue any and all legal action against anyone who impedes your work or threatens your people." Now, even if this critic doesn't end up getting arrested, because there is no claim that there is anything that he has done, as far as I have seen, that would ever rise to the level of an arrestable offense. He is just a critic of Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Even if he never gets arrested, the chilling effect of a U.S. attorney telling critics online that I'm watching you, that is authoritarian stuff. And it has impact, because this particular individual is not going to stop criticizing. But plenty of other people, faced with a vague threat of federal investigation for their criticism of Doge, will stop doing it. And I wouldn't blame them for it. If I get threatened with imprisonment because I criticize the president, I won't stop. This particular activist will not stop. But it would be reasonable for many Americans, if they were trolled by a U.S. attorney on their Twitter feed, being told, "I'm watching you," it would be logical for them to just stop criticizing, as it would be for the recipient of federal grants to stop criticizing the president, because they worry that if they do, their funding will be shut off, as it might be for any ordinary American to do, knowing now that Elon Musk has the ability to control whether they get a tax refund or not. Democracies don't die in an instant. There isn't this minute when dissent has been crushed so badly that we don't have fair contests in this country. It is a slow rolling death. And why Russ Vought to me is so dangerous is that he helped write the document that is the foundation of all of this attack on democracy that is happening. Put it all together. Information platforms agreeing to the terms laid down by the president because they fear retribution by the president. Political violence being endorsed and mainstreamed. People being told that if you engage in violence to support the president's power, you won't be held accountable. the message being sent inside law enforcement that you will lose your job if you pursue any law enforcement action against allies of the president, and the message being sent to critics that you will be subject potentially to arrest, at the very least to harassment, if you impede the work of the administration. Some people will not stand down, faced with potential political violence, faced with a cutoff of funds to their state or their agency or their organization, faced with the potential action from an unhinged prosecutor. Some people will not be silent. In Hungary today, there are still people who show up for protests, but never enough to topple the regime, because lots of other people just stay home because they don't want to get on the wrong side of the government, because the government decides where the money goes and where it doesn't go, because they don't want to be subject to an arrest warrant. We're not there yet. We aren't. We aren't. But we have never had a series of developments like we have had over the last 2 weeks that pose such a significant threat to our democracy and to democratic norms. And so the reason that we are on the floor tonight, the reason that you feel this urgency from our side of the aisle and from the American public, is that we used to think that we were in this together, Republicans and Democrats. We've always had a difference on this philosophy of where wealth and power should accumulate. I think Republicans broadly have believed in this idea of trickle down. They have not believed as much as we have in supporting the middle class with programs like Medicare and Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. That's a legitimate political disagreement. And if that's what's going on, then the country will survive. But if there's a seizure of spending power by the president, if the president gets to decide by himself which agencies exist and which don't, well, our democracy doesn't recover from that. Because what goes around comes around. Today, it's a Republican president seizing spending power. A Democratic president will do it as well. And then all of a sudden, the people aren't in charge. One person is in charge. I thought that we all were in that exercise together. The defense of the Constitution, the defense of Congress's rightful prerogative to decide how money is spent on behalf of our constituents. What Donald Trump is doing is putting Congress out of business. I think I heard Senator Schatz saying something like this as I walked in. I don't know why you work so hard to get a job like this. If you're just going to outsource all of your power to one man. It's not easy to become a United States senator. Most people spend their entire career fighting to get this job. You got to do kind of ugly, distasteful things like sitting in a room raising money for hours on end in order to become a United States senator. You have to give up all your weekends. You spend less time with your family. Why go through all of that if you're comfortable with not being in charge of spending, of endorsing the violation of the Constitution and the enshrinement of spending power in the hands of one person? There's really nothing left to do here. There's a lot less to do here if we don't decide how the taxpayer dollars are spent. But even more worrying to me is that it seems like we are getting out of the bipartisan business of caring about democratic norms. I am heartbroken that a lot of people I like and respect on the Republican side didn't stand up to the president when he pardoned the guys who entered this building and beat police officers over the head with poles. I'm even more heartbroken that many of my Republican colleagues endorsed it. And I don't understand why my Republican colleagues don't see the ways in which this seizure of power could be used for corruption, could be used so that the executive branch gets to shower favor on individuals and entities that are loyal to the administration while punishing individuals and entities that are not loyal to the administration. I'm heartbroken that my Republican colleagues don't have a problem with what's happening at the DOJ and the FBI. If you're an FBI agent and you investigated the people who attacked the Capitol, you shouldn't lose your job, and we should all be outraged over that. Not just because they were doing their job, but also because they were investigating a legitimately illegal action. Come on, we can't agree that the storming of the Capitol and the destruction of the Capitol and the attacks on police officers are out of bounds? Political violence is a real thing. We have had colleagues on both sides of the aisle that have been irreparably injured by would-be assassins, from Steve Scalise to Gabby Giffords. Just telling you, the temperature rose in this country when all of those rioters were let off the hook. So this is really important, that we raise the alarm as to what is happening in this country. You need to pay attention to the things that matter, and you need to understand the story. That story is about the wholesale transfer of power and wealth from average people to the billionaires and the millionaires. That story is about the destruction of democratic norms in a way that may be irreversible, if not abated, in the next few weeks or months. Russ Vought is the architect of those plans to erode our democracy and to transfer wealth to the very powerful. He does not deserve to be the director of the Office of Budget and Management, and I am very glad and proud of my colleagues for being on the floor all night to raise those concerns. I yield the floor.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank you. I want to thank all the folks on the floor from the parliamentarian's office, the floor clerks, for spending the night on this important effort. I want to thank you and your colleagues for occupying the chair, something I had the privilege of doing for the last 2 years. I want to thank my colleagues, particularly Senator Murphy, who's working the night shift along with Senator Schatz. And I share the concerns that I've heard Senator Murphy express about the peril of our democracy and the peril of the people that all of us represent. You know, my view here is that January 6th is not over. I was here that day, as I know you were, Mr. President, and Senator Murphy was. And I remember taking a walk in the morning from the Capitol right here down past the ellipse, where the president later that day spoke, to the Washington Monument, and then down to Lincoln Memorial. And I didn't have a sense of dread or anticipation of what ultimately happened that day. There were lots of people here who were supporters of President Trump. But, you know, I was looking at them as American citizens. I was nervous a little bit about the signs that were so aggressive. Hang Mike Pence, seeing a gallows that was put up outside the Capitol, seeing the signs about killing Nancy Pelosi. And, but I had an assumption that I think all of us had, is that it would be peaceful and orderly, and I never ever anticipated that there would be a direct attack by a mob on the Capitol. And I don't think any of us were. On the other hand, my walk had ended before then President Trump, in his last days of office, he had 14 more days, had his rally at the Ellipse and encouraged people. He had invited them to come here and go wild. He said that he won the election. He had feverish activity in a number of states to try to assert that it was false electors. He filed, I don't know, 60 or 70 lawsuits, and they were all set aside, I think, except one on a minor technicality. The courts defended the outcome of the election. There was never any evidence that there was significant fraud that in any way affected the outcome of the election. That's not me saying it. That was then Attorney General Barr coming to the conclusion that there was no evidence whatsoever that there was widespread fraud or any kind of fraud that was substantial enough to affect the outcome of the election. So you had 67, 8, maybe 70 courts that rejected all the arguments that the Trump team made. You had his own Attorney General reject it. But despite that, you had intense efforts on the part of President Trump to convince people that he won when he lost. And it got so extreme that he got on the phone with the Secretary of State of Georgia and asked him to find him 11,000 plus votes to reverse the outcome of the election. He actually asked the Secretary of State to completely violate his oath of office and, quote, find me the votes. You just don't do that when your job, more than anything else as the President of the United States, is to respect the process of the citizens voting for who the next president will be. And that didn't stop after January 6th. When he got feverish calls from highly respected leaders here in the Capitol, Mr. President, you got to do something. That was after the invasion of the Senate, when Vice President Pence was actually in quite a bit of danger. In the stories are told that when the president was told that at the White House, he said, basically, why do I care? And that attitude persisted. It just went on and on and on. And while the president was in the White House, watching TV, watching things unfold, and there was incredible violence here. Many of us were in the building, and I'll tell that story. I was in the House, and I was in the gallery. And the reason I was in the gallery as opposed to on the floor is that, of course, that was COVID, so there was social distancing, so we were doing our business both in the floor and in the gallery. The gallery is probably the worst place to be in some ways because you couldn't get in and out with any kind of ease. And what I so vividly remember was a couple of things. One, we had the speaker in the chair, and we had no idea what was going on outside. You know, it was on TV apparently, but we weren't watching it. We were watching the floor activities. And suddenly, the speaker was interrupted when a Capitol police officer came on the floor and interrupted and shouted that the Capitol was under siege and we were to stay in place and that we were to take out the gas mask, breathing apparatus that were under the chairs and get ready to put those on. Now, one of the things we still have in the Senate and we had in the House was a sense of decorum. And there might be in a fierce debate, some talking over one another on occasion. But the chair was always the person who was in charge. And suddenly, we had a police officer literally interrupting the proceedings of the House of Representatives. And I just thought to myself, how is this happening? And of course, he told us that we were under attack. We didn't know what that meant. I had taken that walk, a couple of hour walk earlier in the morning, and I saw a lot of very aggressive activity, but I thought it was peaceful. By the way, the one thing I did see that didn't mean all that much to me at the moment, but meant a lot to me after all the events unfolded, was there were about 3 groups of people that were marching in military formation, and they were singing anthems, which were pretty vulgar about what to do to Nancy Pelosi, but they were in a military lockstep. It was all civilians, or so I thought. But it was a formation that I later in the videos saw was used to overwhelm the Capitol Police, who were at the gates, the racks that were surrounding the Capitol. All very, very premeditated and practiced. It was a military kind of formation. So when we were in the, going back to the gallery, we were all mystified what to do. We were apprehensive, obviously. And right after that officer spoke, I saw a couple of other Capitol Police come to the leaders, Speaker Pelosi, Majority Leader Hoyer. I was watching that side of the room, and I think and Leader McCarthy as well, were just whisked out. They were just taken out. And then it was just silence, because the mob that ultimately attacked the House side had to get from this side of the Capitol, the Senate side over there. And we watched and waited. And one of the things, and then we tried to go back in session, and Congressman McGovern took the chair and tried to proceed. And I think part of it was that even though the police officer had told us that the Capitol was under attack, we wanted to get our job done. It was January 6th. We had to certify the election. It's a pretty easy job, because our job is not to have a debate about who won the election. It's just to validate the vote of the citizens of the state we represent, so that their will be officially recorded, and the person that the people of this country and all our 50 states elected will be certified. Very, very simple. And as Mr. McGovern was attempting to proceed, there was more and more alarm. And I watched as our security staff began taking heavy furniture and putting it up as a barricade against the doors. And the doors I'm talking about are the ones that, the iconic doors, where when the President of the United States is escorted to the well of the House to give an address to a joint session of Congress, with the great ceremony and tradition that we have, is escorted over by the Sergeant-at-Arms, and who announces with great fanfare, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. Well, those doors are barricaded. And at this point, we all began to hear battering at the doors, those very doors, banging and banging and battering. And then I saw something else I'd never seen. I saw our security staff with guns out. I'd never seen that. And the banging on the door and then eventually the shattering of glass on these doors on the house side that are right over there, the comparable ones. And I saw this pole coming through the door itself where the person with the pole had managed to shatter that glass. And there were a number of us up there in the house. And all of us had different levels of fear. And one of the fears that I think a lot of us had is that this is possibly a mass shooting event. All of us know that the tragedy of modern life in this country is that their mass shooting events are all too common. But this is one of the most vivid memories I have. I was standing there and having no idea what was going to happen, but seeing that the police had their firearms out and hearing the glass shatter. And as I was looking at this, and I was feeling actually personally fearful, as we all were, I had another feeling that was even more dominant than my apprehension about our safety. It was disbelief. Even as I was watching, even as I was experiencing this attack, the breaking of glass, the banging on the doors, the security folks putting up barricades, having guns out, I didn't believe that it was happening. I didn't believe it. And the reason I didn't believe it is that this is the United States of America. We have been able to enjoy something that apparently we took for granted for our nearly 250 years, and that's the peaceful transfer of power. That's the renunciation of violence as a means of affecting the outcome of election. It was shattered that day on January 6th. So, of course, later we found out that there was a huge mob outside, and they did an immense amount of damage. I know they came over here and ransacked the Senate and some of the offices, including the parliamentarian. We had police officers who died. We had many of our Capitol Police injured. And that I want to just talk about one police officer who was in the Capitol with me. It was a young man. He was probably about 35, and I'd been talking to him a little bit. He had 2 kids. He commuted into work, and as many of the folks who work here, they can't live close by. It's too expensive. They work hard, but it's a tough grind. You've got to commute maybe an hour in heavy traffic, coming in, coming out, especially folks with a young family. And he was literally standing over me when I was on the floor with his gun out. And as you know, in the gallery, it's like in the Senate chambers, there are all these doors around the gallery, and they were not all secure, although we did have some Capitol Police up there. And the apprehension all of us had at that point was that there was going to be a mob coming through those doors and attacking us directly. And this officer, a young man, had his weapon out. And he was intently surveilling. And I could just see, or maybe I'm imagining, what was going through his mind. The last thing in the world he wanted to do, the last thing, was to have to use that weapon on a fellow citizen who was in the Capitol. And I'm sure for all kinds of reasons. I mean, just think of the responsibility one has. If their job is to protect members of Congress and the staff, and in the doing of that job, you actually have to make a decision to use your sidearm. and how traumatic that would be for the officer if he, in fact, had to do it. This person who has a family, who's working hard, whose partner is expecting him home in a matter of hours. Maybe he's going to pick up the milk or pick up his kid at school on the way home. I mean, all the activities of everyday life. That's what is important to all of us. But what I could see is that as horrible as it would be for him to have to take that action, if that's what was required, and in my case, I was the one he was really protecting. He did not want to do it, but I could just see he was determined to do whatever was required to protect us. You know, that's the point where I really got disgusted with the people who were attacking. Because I was wondering, how is it, you know, I get it, you think your guy won, and you're over the top here. You're actually showing up at the Capitol, and you know, some were violent, a lot were really violent, others were less so, but they obviously were part of a mob scene here. But what disturbed me was the lack of capacity on the part of the folks attacking the Capitol to experience or empathize or see the impact that their actions were having on everyday Americans, not us in Congress. They don't like us. They don't think we represent them. I get that. But what I don't understand is how a grievance you may have against members of Congress on that day, or the vice president, or the actors who were going to actually do the certification, how you would allow yourself to be part of a group that did such harm to, in this case, that officer who was standing over me, to put him in such jeopardy, to cause him such anguish and trauma. You know, there's just no justification. We have an obligation to one another. As passionate as we may be about a political concern that we have, does it justify just treating